Houston, insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network, wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some.
1-1.
There's the man, there's the putback. 131. Grimes relocates. This is rebound, Şengün. And the Rockets match their biggest comeback in franchise history in one of the wildest, craziest games that you'll ever see. Apparently the Rockets have some luck in the Irish here on St. Patrick's Day as they survive and win. This is what they call March Madness, NBA style. 144-137, your final in overtime.
Craig Ackerman on the call, and that was as wild a regular season game between a sure-to-be playoff team, probably hosting a series in the first round, versus a team that's missing 11 guys and are clearly playing for ping pong balls last night. It was a wild night over at Toyota Center, man. The Rockets 144-137 in overtime. They win, 7-game winning streak intact. 6-0 on the homestand that we said they had to clean. They had to wreck shop on. They've wrecked shop. They're the 2 seed right now. They were the 5 seed when the homestand started. It's a good day to be a Houston basketball fan, my friend.
It was versus a team that, you shouldn't have put yourself in that position. The 76ers were shooting like it was a 3-point competition in the first half. And yet, ultimately, I think the play that if you want to know why the Rockets have the record that they do this season, it's this. They are awesome at missing shots and then getting an offensive rebound and putting it in.
It was an homage.
So Jabari Smith Jr. intentionally misses a free throw. I'm going to start advocating this from the three-point line because, look, sometimes they just treat their outside shooting like it's an entry pass, and you might as well do it this way. So Jabari Smith Jr. misses a free throw intentionally. Şengün gets the offensive rebound because that's what the Rockets do, puts it in and sends it into overtime.
They had not led the game at any point until they scored the first basket in overtime.
Well, they didn't want to show off.
It was a crazy game. Dude, this game was wild. The Rockets gave up 44 points in the first quarter. To your point, Seth, it was like Papa shot for the Sixers out there. They shot 9 of 14 from three-point land in the first quarter alone. The Rockets were down by 25. So when Craig Ackerman is saying this is the biggest comeback in team history, the Rockets were down by 25 with 10 minutes to go in the third quarter, came all the way back and tied the game at the end of the third quarter. So they'd completed the comeback at the end of the third quarter, and then they come out and give up the first 10 points of the fourth quarter. They're down 8 with a minute to go. And, yes, the play that you heard, the play that Seth just described, Jabari Smith Jr., who was kind of looking around like, are you guys sure you want me to miss this? Like, yes, Jabari, miss this. The math says miss this right now.
Yeah.
And I got to be honest, best free throw miss that I've ever seen.
It was really nice. He said he hasn't done it since high school.
Yeah.
And maybe with that, it's one of those things where haven't done something in a long time, you just go for it, and he nails it. Gets it straight to, again, it was a pass to Şengün.
Well,
this is their best pass. Their best passing is
off the rim,
clanking shots off the rim.
Off the rim, yeah. And the wild things about it, Şengün hadn't played in practically the entire second half. Like, they brought in Şengün and Steven Adams for that free throw, like some sort of Gestapo, like an offensive rebounding Gestapo, you know what I mean? Like, bring in the reinforcements, and then walk these two golems, you know what I mean?
They're like a couple of gigantic twin Jake Marisniks.
Yeah.
Defensive specialists for the very end of the game, yeah.
Right. Bring in our two Marisniks. So they came in, and it worked. And you watch the play, too. Like, Steven Adams did his job. He wiped out 2 guys on his side of the court. I don't know who the player was that was boxing out Alperen Şengün, and I don't know what he was trying to do. If he was trying to draw a foul. It was literally the worst box out I think I've ever seen in an NBA game. Thank God it took place in that very moment. But that was cool. And Jabari did the interview with Vanessa right after the game on the court, on the broadcast. And I liked his take on it, which was basically like, hey, this will, even though this was against a bad team, he didn't say that, I'm saying that, but his point was, this will serve us better a few weeks from now than if we'd blown them out by 25.
Yeah.
You know, like the coming through some adversity, being down by 19 in the second quarter, being down by 25 in the third multiple times, having to come all the way back at the end with Tari Eason and Fred VanVleet both having been ejected from the game. Tari fouls out and then gets ejected to boot, gets a technical foul on the way out. And then Fred VanVleet got ejected as well for a hard foul on one of the Sixers on a breakaway.
And it was an intentional. Like you just had to commit the foul.
In the 80s, it's a common foul. It's not even.
That was an injustice. I felt.
Yeah. So I agree with that. So they and really the biggest thing out of all this, Seth, Ben, cue up the music. Over 43.5 wins hits. 44 wins. Yes, I was on the Rockets.
There's so much time left in the season, though. Are you sure?
I don't think they can give them back, man.
Well, September, Seth is asking you if you got the right numbers there.
No, I got the right numbers. 43.5. Are you kidding me? If it's the money attached to it, I check every day.
I was kidding you, but yeah.
As was I. So 44 wins. The only way they can give it back is if there's a pandemic, and I feel pretty good about that. If they don't play the requisite, they don't play 82 games, all bets are off. Even the overs that have gone over.
I feel good about this group being able to thrive and succeed in a COVID bubble environment. I don't think any of these guys would be importing women in illegally or anything like a previous Rockets version. So I actually, COVID or no COVID. I feel that this is just a grittier, tougher, non-bubble restriction violating team. Wasn't the smuggle the lady in?
Daniel House back in 2020. Yeah.
That's a great moment in Houston sports history.
Dude, the pandemic, man.
No, just of all the weirdness that happened in 2020, just your basketball team getting penalized because one of them smuggled a woman into what did he smuggle her into? It was this whole thing, okay?
It was a
COVID bubble.
Yeah.
A what now?
Yes. COVID bubble. So the Rockets, and 44-25, man, and especially having been kind of punched in the face on that recent road trip that they bounced back. Yeah. We were saying this going into this stretch of games that they won that last game of that road trip, and they were coming back home for the 6th in a row. And like this is where they need to not separate themselves, but at least keep up with the pack of that 2 through 5 seed. And they put themselves on top of that pack of the 2 through 5 seed. They got 2 more games that are very winnable, and then a real tough stretch of schedule comes up. They got Orlando tomorrow. They got Miami in Miami on Friday. Neither of those are world beaters. Those are both winnable road games. And then you start to pick up some of the Denvers and the LAs of the world on there.
Yeah,
down the stretch.
What was the quote from Jabari Smith Jr.? Whether we lose or win, we finna try to put a good effort out here and show some fight. We ain't finna lay down.
Mm-hmm. We just keep fighting.
I put myself in Danielle Lerner's shoes in that and trying to.
Did she write finna or fixin' to?
She wrote finna.
Finna. Okay.
She wrote finna.
Okay.
We ain't finna lay down. You're right. It'd almost be you're painting out Jabari Smith Jr. as a guy our age or something.
Is finna in Webster's?
Not yet.
It is. No.
Okay.
I don't know if it's in Webster's, but I put it in my Google search engine.
Yeah.
And dictionary. Oxford Languages, just dictionary. AI pulls up the thing at the top of your Google page. And finna, 2-syllable word, meaning going to or intending to.
Does it say that it's short for fixing to?
It just says, I'm finna make a scene. It does not.
Yeah.
It doesn't go into, the dialect is U.S., so it's a U.S. dialect. It's a contraction, finna. It's a contraction of fixing to. It doesn't say that, but I'm knowing. Yeah, no, it just says it's a contraction is all.
You should go work for dictionary.
Okay, yeah, that would go
Apparently
great.
not dictionary.com, just dictionary.
It just says dictionary. I just put in finna and it just pulls it up there. So yes,
Rockets are finna do some business. That's what I'm telling you.
And you are using the King's English there. Current
no
King.
cap.
No cap. Yeah.
Did I use that properly, kids?
Okay. As long as you mean they're going to make the playoffs, no cap.
All right.
Yeah, you're good. So that was good last night. You know what? We have the petty cast at 8 o'clock today, and I'll get petty for one moment here. So I'm pulling open my Yahoo Sports app here just to check the time on the Astros game today. Because as I texted you excitedly yesterday, this Astros game is on television today against the Nationals.
That's right.
And
with Lance McCullers.
Yeah. So this is big. So I'm checking that. And because they're is one of my favorite teams, so they feed me that info. And then right below that are always any live scores going on. And it's 6 in the morning. Normally there's not a live score, but I look down and like, oh yeah, the Cubs and the Dodgers are playing over in, I believe, in Japan right now, in games that count towards the regular season.
Oh, we're doing that.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. The soft opening to the season.
Yeah, that's happening.
It makes opening day one of the most hallowed and treasured things in all of sports.
Right.
Technically bogus.
6 in the morning.
Major League Baseball tries to act and pretend like opening day is still opening day when in fact they've actually begun. How's Kyle Tucker doing over there?
0 for 2. Sucks.
You clowns, you fools. Anybody who knows anything about baseball knows that the first 2 at-bats tell you everything you need to know about a baseball season.
Yep.
Okay?
He's on pace to go 0 for whatever. We're going to get a lot of those today. A lot of like on pace, a lot of tweets with hashtag on pace guy. You like those?
Embrace it until it's no longer relevant.
Yeah. So there you go. Baseball season underway. If you can feel the electricity in the air, if you're wondering what is that electricity that I'm feeling in the air, if you like, I can cut this electricity with a knife. What is this? It's the Cubs and the Dodgers playing 15 time zones away or whatever it is. So there you go. Baseball season underway. All right, we're off and running on a Tuesday. Laremy Tunsil spoke with the media yesterday in Washington and talked about what he wants to improve upon and talked about his time and how leaving Houston was different. Laremy Tunsil coming up next.
Underdog is one of the leading sports.
flag. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Laremy Tunsil's got new friends. He met with the media in Washington yesterday. I don't think he was in. He went to the building and visited, but the press conference he did yesterday looked like it was on a Zoom where he was sitting on his front porch. So I don't know the logistics of his travel, but he's a Washington Commander now, and he did a press conference yesterday, and he said no hard feelings in leaving Houston.
In this position, so what I learned, don't take anything personal, and it's just strictly just a business. And I actually, before I left the building, I talked to those guys, D'Amico and Nick, and pretty much they're just trying to keep the young guys together. As simple as that. When I was a rookie, and I was talking to my OG, who was Brandon Albert and Jermon Bushrod and Mike Pouncey, they told me it's a young man's game. And, I've seen it for myself. They drafted some young guys and they hit on every draft pick. They're trying to keep those guys together. So I fully understand. Like, they just paid Stingley today. Like, they just gave that boy that bag. So I truly understand. Like, it's no hard feelings. Like, at the end of the day, it's a business. You know what I mean? I don't take anything personal. There's no hard feelings against the Houston Texans. I thank them for just putting me in this position, and I thank them for everything they did for me and my family and changing my life. So I get it, man. When I was with Miami, I didn't get the courtesy call from Miami. I kind of woke up out my nap and got traded. So at least this time was a little bit different.
Okay, so he's talking about when Bill O'Brien traded for him. He probably woke up and found out on Twitter or got some text messages or something like that.
Well, remember when he got traded from Miami, he had a pretty funny comment about it. When he found out he'd been traded for 2 first-round picks, he said, I would have traded me too.
Yeah.
So it was easier probably not to take it personally that time around. And everything he said is true and accurate. And I think that's where there was kind of an emotional upheaval in a good way, or it just felt like an emotional cleansing in a lot of ways, because so many people were so tired of Laremy Tunsil's consistent false starts in his starting for the entire duration of time he was here. He was a league leader almost every single year. But that also, it does just financially make sense that when you pay guys like Derek Stingley, when you're probably going to pay guys like Will Anderson, when the Texans are in the situation they're in right now, 2 things can be true. One, yes, they're going to have to make some tough decisions on veterans and clear some space. But you do get to choose which expensive veterans you do that with. Mm-hmm. And there's some guy, an offensive tackle, who's if you're as genuinely good as some people want to talk about Laremy Tunsil, which is like a Trent Williams type, you don't let those guys go. Mm-hmm. There's a little bit to both sides of the issue here with Laremy Tunsil, both the fact that he wasn't a truly great all-around offensive tackle, he was a pass protection specialist, but then also, you cleared almost $20 million off the cap this year. You clear way more than that next year. And it does open up things to be able to give guys these future contracts. Yeah,
that was clearly the story that was told to him by D'Amico and Nick. That's very evident, is that when he, if he wanted a reason as to why, the reason, because I agree with you. As he was laying that out, I'm going, yeah, okay, dude. As he's laying that out and him being told that's the reason why, they got some young guys they want to take care of. I know this. I was one of those young guys at one time when I was in Miami. I talked to Brandon Albert. He was my OG. I'm the OG now, blah, blah, blah. I was thinking the same thing you were. I'm like, okay, the toxic nature of the offensive line room that we read about with Albert Breer. It's appearing to us now that this is what Laremy was told. It's like, no, it's probably both. It's probably maybe toxic is overstating it a little bit, but it's probably
both. The issue I had with that Albert Breer statement was that Albert Breer talked about the O-line room having a near-toxic atmosphere, but that doesn't really fill in any details as far as whether it was Laremy Tunsil's fault, whether it was Chris Strausser's fault or Bobby Slowick's fault. Mm-hmm. So I didn't really feel comfortable using that as some kind of ammunition against Laremy Tunsil. There's lots of reasons a room can be toxic, and it doesn't like Breer didn't specifically point out Tunsil necessarily. So I don't know exactly what all that was about, and I feel like it's a little irresponsible to act like it. But I am not, as I was talking about Trent Williams, the irony is not lost on me that Trent Williams forced his way out of Washington, D.C.
Yeah.
When you talk about not letting go of a guy who's as good as Trent Williams sat out an entire season because he flat out hated the Commanders when they were owned by Dan Snyder. It's obviously a different environment there now with the new ownership.
Yep. Laremy talked about the penalties. He was asked about the penalties, as he should be with his new team. That is the one glaring thing, at least on the stat sheet, that sticks out about Laremy Tunsil. He said he wants to fix that.
I kind of just like challenging myself to find new challenges in my game to get better at. So every year I try to find something like, I can do this better, or I want to do this better, or I want to be known for this, or, so I kind of just put that chip on my shoulder by myself. It's really just me versus me at the end of the day. It's like 19 penalties I had last season was unacceptable. So that's something I want to address for sure, getting that number down or even having none. I want to keep growing as a player, honestly, as a pass blocker, a run blocker. It doesn't matter. I'm always trying to improve in each of those fields.
The always part, I guess I would have an issue with, because he never really showed all that much interest in being a good run blocker, really, until this last year. I think he made some improvements by about midway through the season. He looked like, oh, here we go. The penalties he's had in his entire career to start working on that. He's been amongst the worst. And the part that's always bothered me about Laremy Tunsil being so good in pass protection as he is that he does game the system a little bit in having all those false starts and pre-snap alignment penalties. The other genuinely great pass protectors don't get that many. You go back to Trent Williams. Trent Williams, on average, over the last 5 years, has somewhere between 0 to 2 pre-snap penalties per year.
Yeah.
It took me going back through Trent Williams for 5 years for him to have the same number. In the last 5 seasons, Trent Williams had the same number of pre-snap penalties as Laremy Tunsil had this season. So, Tunsil gets away with, hey, no big deal if I turn a 3rd and 6 into 3rd and 11 because it doesn't show up on my pass protection stats. I don't get marked against it in pass protection. But it's cheating the system a little bit in a very selfish way. And that's what gets annoying to people. It's that the manner in which he would false start possible, and he's just continually stepping over the line and hurting his team. That's pure unadulterated selfishness, and there's no other excuse around it. That's the part that gets really, really old with fans.
Well, and it was at a number that couldn't be ignored this year. There was, if you get 4 or 5 instead of Trent Williams getting 2, you can brush that under the rug when you get traded to a new team. When you have, I think it was 12 procedure penalties. Is the number 19 total penalties? Because that's the number he just gave out.
Yeah, it was 12 false starts.
Yeah.
I believe it was 2 or 3 illegal formations, lining up too deep.
There was the illegal man downfield on that Nico screen that would have been a touchdown. I know that. Yeah,
that one I actually, that's where it kind of turned, where I started trying to give him the benefit of the doubt, because he looked genuinely upset at himself for that. It was the first time I remember Laremy Tunsil looking like he was genuinely upset that he had screwed over the entire team.
Look like you care. That's the bar.
Instead of blaming others.
Yeah.
Yes, it was a big moment of progress for him, because he's always working on something.
Yeah. One more from Laremy Tunsil says he's very excited to block for Jaden Daniels.
I can tell you this, I damn sure can't wait to block for Jaden Daniels. He's a baller, and it's just from seeing this on TV and watching film, and it seemed like he's a better dude too. And just hearing that from a lot of people just around the locker room, and his teammates from LSU, I know a couple of those guys. Just a good person, a baller, so I can't wait. To make my job hella easy.
Little disappointed he didn't call
him
a dog. He's not a dog. Yeah, baller. He's a baller, not a dog.
You know who's a dog?
Who?
You know who isn't? Jaden Daniels.
Just a baller. He's not a dog, man. Not a dog.
Davis Mills don't need no virtual reality goggles.
Maybe
Davis just goes out there and guns it.
That's right, man. Maybe if he's around Laremy enough, he'll become a dog. You get in Laramie's orbit right there. In his
That's the
space.
X factor.
Yeah, he'll draw some dog-like qualities from Laremy Tunsil.
I had a horrible dream about Laremy Tunsil a couple nights ago, and I think it was because I had. It was a combination.
That feels redundant, by the way. I had horrible, as opposed to the amazing dreams about Laremy Tunsil.
I feel guilty about it, but I know I woke up and I was kind of freaked out because I had a dream that Washington was playing in Philadelphia, and Tunsil was nowhere to be seen. and it's because he just decided not to play that day. Really? So everybody in the Washington locker room was freaking out, trying to figure out what the hell's going on with Laremy. What the hell's going on with Laremy? So this was playing out like a movie, and I jump cut to the scene where Laremy is driving over a bridge in Philadelphia. They have many bridges there, away from the stadium, and he had some staffer with him who was there with him against his will. And Laremy said they were in a convertible. And at one point, Laremy said, "Watch this maneuver." He actually said that.
This is all happening in your dream.
Yes. And he goes and he jerks the wheel to the side like he was 180 turnaround or something. But he hits the embankment, and they go over the edge. Jeez. And as they're going over the edge, they have their hands up. They have their hands up like they're going down a roller coaster. And then scene cut. It goes to black. And I presume that they perished in this movie. Okay. But I woke up and I was like, what the hell am I wishing on people? And then I remembered I had put a GIF of Thelma and Louise in a video I did on my YouTube a couple days before that.
Wow.
So I basically put Laremy Tunsil and some staffer into a Thelma and Louise type situation.
Okay. Yeah. Man, if it's that simple to just weave the themes of certain movies into your dreams, I'm just going to start putting GIFs up of some much more pleasant stuff than that. If it's just going to seep its way into my brain. Here's my question. As you were laying that out, let me ask you this. Were you like a third person watching this whole car scene go on, or were you in the back seat?
It was like I was watching a movie, or I was third person, and I was watching it as if it was a movie or a news report or something. Because then later they showed still frame footage caught from traffic cameras.
Yeah,
and in it, this is a symbolic part that I think is related to the false starts. In it, Laremy, as they were plummeting to their death in this convertible, had this huge smile on his face like he was having the time of his life, whereas the staffer was petrified and like clutching the door. Only Laremy had his hands up, and it was like this grainy black and white photo, but like it was his birthday. But the staffer was going down into his watery death.
So you didn't get to see exactly what led to the staffer being in the car. You just know from your dream that the staffer was in there against his or her will.
I vaguely remember, some kind of drama or something where Laremy, he had forgotten something at home or something. Maybe it was his bright green glove, or bright red gloves.
Yeah.
He wanted to go get his bright red gloves at home, so he had some pizzazz on camera.
And decided to snag a random staffer to go with him. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, we should point that out. Okay, the vast majority of his penalties were pre-snap. Or were pre-snap penalties. Yeah. He did have a couple of holds, and one of those holds was in the game where he was wearing the bright red gloves against the opponent's white jersey.
Right.
That make it extra easy to see that whether or not an offensive lineman is holding or not.
He'll probably go with like bright gold gloves with the Commanders, I would think.
Burgundy? He started wearing, to his credit, again, when he started caring about run blocking this year, he was wearing white gloves the rest of the year, white or black gloves the rest of the year.
I got to tell you, it was a very deja vu feeling watching these clips. I didn't watch the whole press conference. I just went and found the clips, the 2 or 3 that everybody was, kind of talking about afterwards. And it did remind me that at various times throughout Laremy Tunsil's career as a Texan, I was not happy with Laremy Tunsil for whatever reason. I acknowledge he's a good player and all that, but Texan fans can relate to this. But it seems like he would do a press conference, and I would start to feel good about him again every time. Like, I liked him in press conference. And this one yesterday, I'm like, I gotta like Laremy Tunsil.
It's his voice.
Yeah,
he's got a very reassuring voice.
Yeah.
I remember that being my first impression when he met with the Houston media. Mm-hmm. I was like, oh, this guy could do voiceovers or something. He could definitely speak for an insurance company. I would buy that insurance.
Yes,
knowing that they're going to screw me eventually, but at the very least, Laremy Tunsil would make me feel good about it up front.
Soothing Barry White voice. Yes, for sure. I wonder how CJ's feeling about it. I wonder how CJ is feeling watching clips of Laremy Tunsil blocking for his new friend Jaden Daniels.
I wonder how CJ's feeling about all of this.
Yeah.
He hasn't – has there been an emoji tweeted out or anything like that?
That's not his game. He's not a –
Right. Well, but, I wonder, he probably wanted to express something publicly. This is me just guessing.
Yeah.
If I were C.J. Stroud, if I put myself, hold on a second, let me do a little empathy exercise. All right, C.J. Stroud tries to do right by his teammates, and he personally loves those guys, all that. He wants to maybe publicly express his feelings about Laremy Tunsil individually, but he also knows that anything he does is going to be hyper scrutinized.
Yes.
And that it's a dicey position to be in. So I'm guessing that CJ called or texted Laremy and maybe had a conversation with him, but he's withheld any kind of public statement just because you know how those things. There's almost nothing he can say that won't be interpreted as like, oh, well, see, CJ's pissed.
Especially the more you leave open to interpretation. Like if it's an emoji, it's the wild, wild west, you know?
Remember Stephon Diggs when he handled it almost perfectly, and yet people found ways to act like he was trying to throw shade at the Bills, as he was flat out saying, I love those people, I love Josh Allen, people found a way to twist that into shade at the Bills.
Now, I feel like 100% something you just said happened, which was I feel like they've definitely communicated, Laremy and CJ, since the trade, 100%.
Yeah.
100%.
Unless CJ was the one who wielded the knife.
Yeah. Okay. Well, then I got a whole new feeling about CJ.
You know what? By the way, that's something I learned late in life. When somebody gets fired, if you don't reach out to them, oftentimes they think that you were the person who was behind doing them in.
That's why I reach out to everybody who gets fired.
I never really thought of it that way.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, okay, so now, so definitely the other life lesson there is, chief life lesson, for one, it's a nice thing to do is to reach out to somebody, even if you weren't that close to them. But B, if you are the person that did them in, be sure you reach out to them.
Oh, yeah, good subterfuge.
You got to be Machiavellian here. Yeah, play the game. If you're going to play the game, go all the way.
Hell yeah. All right, headlines coming up next. Texans make a couple of signings. The Astros is a big one as spring training games go today. It's actually at 5 o'clock tonight. We'll talk about that. Big win for the Rockets last night as well. Headlines are coming up next. The headline for me over the last 7 or 8 years, whatever it's been, is I've got
Pendergast with today's headlines.
One more. There's the miss. There's the putback. 131. Grimes relocates. This is rebound. Şengün. And the Rockets match their biggest comeback in franchise history in one of the wildest, craziest games that you'll ever see. Apparently the Rockets have some luck in the Irish here on St. Patrick's Day as they survive and win. This is what they call March Madness, NBA style. 144-137, your final in overtime.
Greg Ackerman right there on the call for Space City Home Network. The Rockets beat the Sixers last night, 144-137 in overtime. And this was a crazy, crazy game. The Sixers were playing without 11 of the guys on their roster. They listed the injury report before the game. I'm like, okay, this looks like a joke. Like how many guys they have out for this game. And they were up. The Sixers were up, to Craig's point, by 25 at one point. They were up by 25 with a little over 10 minutes to go in the third quarter. The Sixers were. And the Rockets had tied the game by the end of the third quarter. That's how crazy the game was. And then the Rockets proceeded to be like, well, this is getting a little too easy. Let's go down by 10 fourth quarter, which they did. They gave up the first 10 points of the fourth quarter. They were down by 8 with a little over a minute to go. They had Fred VanVleet and Tari Eason get ejected from this game in the last 3 minutes of regulation, and they still found a way to win. The big play that you heard there coming into the segment, down 2 with about 3 seconds to go. An intentional miss by Jabari Smith on the back end of a 2-shot foul. And Alperen Şengün, who had not played for nearly the entire second half of the game. Like, he was coming in rusty off the bench, comes in and gets the putback on the offensive rebound to send the game to – they send the game to overtime. The Sixers got an amazing look at the end of regulation. I forget the player because I don't know who – other than Quentin Grimes, I didn't know any of these guys. Quentin Grimes and Jared Butler were the only two guys I knew that were playing for the Sixers yesterday.
Yeah.
One of the guys not named them got a completely – he shook Jae'Sean Tate and got a totally clean look from about 13 feet and thankfully missed it, and the Rockets go on to win in overtime. Put your hands over the records of the two teams and just sit back and go, I'm going to enjoy an NBA game. This was one of the wildest NBA games of the season. It was super entertaining last night.
It was. It really, really was in a way that, yeah, like you said, put your hand over the standings and forget that the 76ers are tanking or anything else like that. On this given night, for the number of Rockets fans who actually remained in the stadium, in the arena, up until the overtime, which wasn't as many as were there at the beginning, that it was a hell of a comeback. Two comebacks points in the third quarter. Awesome. But then they had to come back from down 8 with how much time left?
A little over a minute something.
Yeah. And you get an intentional miss by Jabari Smith Jr., something he says he hasn't done since high school, and they executed it perfectly. It was everything. Sean, there's a book by John Irving called A Prayer for Owen Meany. Spoiler alert, everybody, if you're not going to read this 40-year-old novel. In it, these two kids who grow up with each other basically are practicing this basketball move on the court for years and years and years. They don't even know why they do it. They are obsessing over it. It's because Owen Meany was this short little guy, so his friend would vault him up into the basket. And it all comes to a head in the climax of the book where they're in this situation where Owen Meany has to get a bomb that's in a building and throw it out of a window. So they execute the move perfectly. So I feel like this was a prayer for Owen Meany last night, where the Rockets, being a horrible shooting team and yet great at offensive rebounding, it all came down to this moment where you had to vault. Basically, the basketball in this instance would be Owen Meany himself. Yeah. Vault the ball up, and then Şengün grabs it and puts the game into overtime. Yes.
Losing to the Sixers,
meant to be by God.
Losing to the Sixers last night would have been the equivalent of a bomb going off in Toyota Center.
The bomb going off, exactly. Yep. Yes, they saved all the good will and good tidings we've had for the Rockets in the previous 6 games.
Hey, as long as we're talking about the NBA, I love that analogy, by the way. Now I don't have to read that book. Thank you.
I knew you were about.
I need to read a book.
I'm amazed that that's what came to me this morning. As I was like, oh yeah, prayer for Owen Meany.
No, that's strong, dude. Did you? As long as we're on the NBA, did you see Tracy Morgan last night at the Knicks game? Did you happen to see this story?
No.
He projectile vomited sitting courtside and had to be carried out in a wheelchair at the Knicks game last night.
That's scary given his health history.
Yes, yeah.
I'm saying this without irony. I hope he was just drunk. Because he was in rough shape for a while.
He was. Yeah. He was literally sitting courtside right next to the scorer's desk there. Yeah. And the picture that popped up on social media was him like with the stream of throw up coming out of his mouth. And then several minutes later, there's video of him being wheeled out of Madison Square Garden.
Wow. Yeah, I'm guessing it wasn't because he was drunk then.
It was crazy.
If you're drunk and you throw up, you're like, get me out of here.
Just walk me out of here. Although, but would you rather, if you're Tracy Morgan, is it a better look that maybe it's a health issue or that you got bombed and can't control your liquor at courtside of the game?
If he got bombed and couldn't control his liquor, that would just go in with everything, a lot of his comedy in some ways. So it would be, it wouldn't be that bad a look.
Gotcha.
It's a bad look for him if it's actual health issues in that he doesn't.
Yeah. No, I was talking more. Right. No, I was talking more the public image bad look than the health. Yeah, obviously, if it's a health issue, that's a bigger thing.
Hey, real quick. Yeah. Someday you and I need to do a show from Shangun's city where he was born. I don't know if he grew up here or not.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, it's beautiful.
Is that
100,000 people on the coast of the Black Sea? There's like a peninsula that juts out into the water.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay, so he comes from a. Are we reading into his background here? Is he a well-to-do background guy? Is this like?
No. I just randomly thought, I've never actually seen where he grew up or anything. And if he grew up in Giresun, it's really, really pretty. I always think of Turkey as just Istanbul and nothing else.
They were
like every ignorant American. I'm like, yeah, that place, this place. All right, whatever.
They were running ads. It must have been during the Rockets game because why else would you? I'm trying to think of where else it would make sense to run them or more sense to run them in Houston. They were running like travel ads for Turkey during the broadcast last night.
I would go to Giresun in a heartbeat, man. This place it doesn't look like it's a resort town. It just looks like it's a nice little city on the coast of the Black Sea.
Yeah, I was watching this ad. I'm like, yeah, Turkey. Let's go. Vegas? No, we're going to Turkey. Lance McCullers is starting a game today against hitters in other uniforms. This is an actual spring training game. Lance McCullers against the Nationals. And the game will be on television at 5 o'clock today.
I'll tell you what, if he performs well in this game, we will schedule a trip to his homeland, Florida.
Tampa, yeah.
We will take in all of the strip malls, all of the fine methamphetamine that Florida has to offer, and we will bask in the glory of the birthplace of Lance McCullers.
Do the Lance McCullers reality tour, see all the little spots in Tampa where he did different things.
All right, well, what will play the Lance McCullers performance?
Glad
today?
you asked this question. Hitting 95 on the gun is the big one I'll be watching out for. What's his velocity? A few strikeouts. I and many others in baseball are a big fan of the strikeouts. So he gets some swing and miss, and then I think just probably efficiency. Like he's not pitching deep into counts and stuff like that.
That's what jumped to my mind is efficiency.
I want him to, don't give up a lot of home runs like the last time we saw him on a mound.
If he can set a record for efficiency, just you don't have to use that arm of yours all that much. Just get in, get out, stay healthy. Just for 162 games plus the postseason, that's all we need you for.
Velocity and command are the two big things, probably. Is his fastball hitting mid-90s? Is his off-speed stuff looking like our guy's not going 3-1 on him and he's driving up counts? Like, is he controlling his off-speed stuff? That's mostly what I'll be looking for. And don't give up a lot of home runs like that World Series game. So that's at 5 o'clock today. The Texans make a couple of signings. They sign a true fullback, Jacob Johnson, who, coincidence, I don't think so, was in New England from 2019 through 2021 when Nick Caley was in New England and Nick Caserio is in New England. They know this guy. He's a fullback. Now, I don't know if I was getting one of those cut-ups where it was his only good plays he's ever had as a fullback, but the plays that were popping up, that the plays that got algorithm to me last night, Seth, I'm like, oh, yeah.
You know my policy this time of year. With draft picks or free agent signees, try not to think too hard about it. Damn guy that's been in the league for any amount of time can look like an all-pro when you watch the highlight reels. And there is some substance behind that, in that a lot of teams will look at people and say, hey, what can they do? Let's not fixate too much on what they can't do. What can they do, and can that offer something to us? So when you watch the highlight reel, it's fun to imagine, oh, okay, if they implement them and use them the right way, this is what we can get out of them.
Yeah, man. What do you think of the Ronald Darby signing and some depth at cornerback?
Yeehaw! That's what I think of it. Sam Warren pointed this out in the Chronicle, that there does, maybe this is just happenstance, but they've signed a few guys now that have championship experience. And you wonder, and it's not the marquee guys necessarily, but Ronald Darby won a Super Bowl with the Eagles when they played the Patriots. Justin Watson has won a Super Bowl with both Tampa and the Chiefs. Mm-hmm. The more guys you can get on a team, the fullback they just signed has Super Bowl experience, right? Yeah. The more guys you can get on a team that have that championship experience, I've noticed this from college onward. When you take guys who have won state championships, national championships like Stingley and Lassiter have won, there's a reduced cynicism in those guys because they've seen that there's a payoff. That, all right, for all the propaganda your coaches are feeding you about this and that, look, there is a payoff. So it's good to have guys like that on the roster.
Yeah, no, I agree. Look, to me, it's an upgrade over having to trot Jeff Okudah out there as your third cornerback at a very base level. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I think that's the thing with Darby. He's at the tail end of his career most likely, but ability, that would be another theme maybe so far. Stability and health. You look at Tomlinson, Laken Tomlinson, the guard that they signed. He's older, he's past his prime, but he's been very, very healthy. So in the defensive backfield, I think with Ronald Darby, he's not going to be a starter, obviously. Who knows how much he plays, but they want to be able to trust him.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. You can text the show, 713-572-4610. That's the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. All right, the Stingley extension came down yesterday during our show. Some of the aftermath of that, what are they saying about Derek Stingley Jr. out there in the marketplace? And a Texans legend advocates for this being the strategy moving forward. We'll have that for you coming up next.
You know what, I'm glad they signed a
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents
Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. Seth, you have your index finger up pointing at the camera. You look like you got something to say.
Oh, I was calling bogus on myself, fact-checking, because I said, oh, hey, Jacob Johnson, the new fullback for the Texans, has championship experience. But he doesn't, because he was with the Patriots the year after their last Super Bowl
He's
victory.
got last year of Brady, 1 year of Cam Newton, and a year of Mac Jones experience with the Patriots.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which is still good experience. He played for Belichick. You know, Caserio was in the building there, so it's all right.
We'll have to look into, because he went to, he's from Germany. So
yeah.
did he win a championship in high school or something on his club team? They don't have high school sports over there.
He's got an interesting background, this Jacob Johnson. We'll get to Derek Stingley Jr. in a second, but as long as we're talking about the new fullback, is this a bad take that I feel more confident in him being kind of a physical head-banging player, that he spells Jacob Jakob instead of Jacob?
Because he's German. Yeah, that's the first thought.
But K is like a hard letter. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, no, and there's something about it when you learn he's from Germany, you feel like he's out there like 1, 2, 3, yeah.
Right.
I don't know, maybe.
Yeah. Just that K. Just
read into it. Yes, read into it.
Jakob. Well, just that K is like, just looks, K for strikeout, K for knockout, that kind of thing,
He's from Stuttgart.
You can't spell Jacob without K-O,
Oh, but he went to high school in Jacksonville, Florida at Jean Ribal.
Yeah.
So he went to counteract both. They negate each other.
Yeah, I think you said this. He's half German. I forget which. Mom German, dad African American, or vice versa. I can't remember which. He looks like The Rock a little bit in his Wikipedia picture, like The Rock, but with a lot of hair. So so he's got that going for him too. I'm kind of liking this. Boy, the more I'm talking this, I think I want a fullback on the team this year. All right, Derek Stingley Jr. We know he's going to be on the team for a very long time. J.J. Watt had an interesting tweet about this yesterday. We'll hear what people are saying about the Stingley extension here in the next several minutes. I thought this was interesting coming from J.J. Watt. He was retweeting somebody who said, man, Nico, $24 million a year looks like insane value just 10 months later. And this, again, on the same day where they signed Derek Stingley Jr. to a 3-year, $30 million extension. That actually, when you dig into the numbers, which we will in a second, it's not nearly as expensive as that reporting of the extension feels. J.J. Watt says this: take care of your own early, reward them, and reap the benefits and goodwill for years to come. Everyone wins.
Yay!
Yeah, and I agree, and I think if we're learning something about the way Nick Caserio is operating, they re-signed Nico Collins in May of last year, didn't let it drift through the summer and become a topic at training camp. They signed Stingley about as early as you could possibly sign him to a long-term extension in the middle of March. You remember J.J. Watt's first extension came after a Defensive Player of the Year award in 2012, and then he was really good in 2013, 3 years, and it was a topic all summer long, and it hung over the team to the point when they were practicing in Denver, and JJ broke that blocking sled. He made that famous comment like, well, at least I'm making a lot of marketing money or something like that. Something
about not having the money to pay for the repairs.
Yes, some comment that was very tongue-in-cheek poverty. And presto changeo, within a few days, he had a $100 million contract extension after that.
Yeah. The biggest thing about paying J.J. Watt, obviously, that you think of is, okay, yep, they paid him and he totally deserved it. He got 3 Defensive Players of the Year in 4 seasons. It was an impressive run. But then in his later years in Houston, the injuries really mounted up. That's where the short-term nature of an extension, these days especially, makes the most sense for really the teams and players who want to have that carrot on a stick. That, hey, I get a 3-year deal or a 3-year extension. I'm still going to be a young man when it's time to get a new deal or a new renegotiation, at which point, if I'm still a really good player, the cap will have gone up, the price will be that much more. But the organization covers their butts a bit because they're only on the hook for so much guaranteed money. It's all very short and upfront, but it's more it's weird to say, but in spending aggressively with guaranteed money up front, in some ways it's more fiscally conservative and responsible than spreading it out over time.
That's a great distinction. I just found JJ about 2014 all over again. Like 10 years later, it's like, I'm going to get him one last shot at the man. But
you thought it was a shot?
No. I kind of, just kind of, no. I just thought it was kind of funny to me, just kind of ironic. No. I felt like there was like 10% of him that was talking about his own situation back in 2014 when he was having to agitate for that contract. You know what I mean?
But they did give it to him.
They eventually gave it to him. Yeah, they eventually gave it to him.
Yeah. Okay.
But he had to be a little vocal about it back in the day. They gave him, to your point, it's a really good point. They gave him a 6-year contract, JJ, and had to ride through the ups and downs of that. You're right. Like he signed that extension, and then he played. He still had 2 years left on his deal. So there's 6 more after that. So they're committed to that guy for 8 years. And like you said, the early years were great. The next several years, for most of it, 2018 being the exception, it was JJ's out for the year. JJ's out for the year again. JJ's out for the year again. Like 3 times he had season-ending, well, 4 if you count the playoff game against Kansas City, but 3 where his season was severely truncated in there, and then the last one's a COVID year. The last year with the Texans is a COVID year. He didn't even get to the end of that extension. He had to ask to get cut from that. So, yeah, you pointed this out yesterday, too, the way that Nick Caserio is operating here, where we have yet to see anything longer than a 3-year contract, either with new free agents or with taking care of guys in-house. The only contracts that he gives out that are longer than 3 years are the ones that he has to rookies.
Those rookies, right. Yeah, if he could, he'd give them all 2-year deals probably and just renegotiate it at some point.
Yeah.
So, and I think there's a part of Nick where he's very, very practical. And I'm sure like anybody else who's in their 40s or 50s right now, there's a part of you that kind of chafes against like, these damn kids wanting to renegotiate their deals and everything. But the fact of the matter is the old saying, you do business as business is being done. Nick recognizes that any of these contracts that are 4 or 5 year contracts become just 3-year contracts because players are increasingly comfortable just agitating their way out of them. So instead of dealing with the drama, just call it what it is. It's a short-term deal. And that's what they did with Stephon Diggs. They said, all right, we know the situation. We're just going to make this a 1-year deal instead of creating any extra drama. And I feel like it's a more upfront way of doing business and also recognizing the psychology of the people you're doing business with.
Well, and it works both ways. Yeah, either the guy is out playing his contract and he agitates for something, or it's these weird years at the end where there's no dead money left. You want to keep the guy around, but not at the number that's on his contract. So now you got to have the conversation about a pay cut. I know it's $15 million this year. Can you play for 8? And the guy's like, no. And okay, well, it saves you those conversations too.
Yeah. The pay cuts are always tricky because there's no way to predict how a guy's going to handle it.
Right.
Sometimes a player at the moment will understand it and get it and totally be like, yeah, I get it. I'll take the pay cut. But then you know how us humans work. You start thinking about it. Maybe along the way to you, and then you start feeling disrespected. So it's dicey. It's dicey.
The way this contract works out with Stingley, the 3 years, $30 million, because there were a lot of questions when the deal came down yesterday with people asking, okay, did they exercise his 5th-year option for next year, which would be 2026? Evidently, they did. So this is 3 years where the extension really starts up in 2027. So Stingley is a Texan. It's a 3-year extension.
Yeah.
But he's here for the next 5 years till 2029.
So this is interesting because it restructures some of my arguments for why I was in favor of it initially, because of everything I just said about the value of a short-term deal and only having a guy on the hook for a few years. Then that carrot is right there on the stick. The player doesn't start feeling like he's underpaid. I have to call bogus on myself a little bit because it turns out it might as well be like a 4-year extension in a lot of ways. That's where the sticker shock, though, of the $30 million per year instead of the previous high, which was $25 million per year. That makes sense from the Texans' standpoint. What I hope that it really does, though, too, is throw everything into chaos and turmoil everywhere else in the league. Because there's a lot of players out there, Sauce Gardner or others, who might look at it and say, no, I got to get my $30 million per year.
Mm-hmm.
But no, I will not have you have control of me for the next 4 years. That's some players, it's a disadvantage in some ways in that they think, and there's 6 different ways you could describe a contract and be the highest paid player in your sport. Personally, the amount of guaranteed money over the total length of the contract for me is all that would really matter.
Yeah.
I think that's the most telling about how much a team really values you. But if Stingley is cool with playing this out and doesn't start agitating with 2 years left on his contract or 3 years left on his contract, it's a really good deal for the Texans, especially if it leads to turmoil on other teams in trying to get what they think is a sale. No, I need $40 million per year. I need $30 million per year. I need $30 million per year.
Yeah.
There's a lot of other stuff that goes into
Looking
it.
at you, Sauce Gardner. Looking at you. So the way it works out really is this is 3 years. It's getting tacked on to the end of his current deal. So it averages out to about $22.6 million a year over the next 5 years. Like, Stingley is still fairly inexpensive for 2 more years. And then the big money kicks in after that. And if we're being honest, Seth, once C.J. Stroud gets paid, any good player that has guaranteed money sitting on their deal is probably going to get restructured anyways to open up cap space.
Yeah.
If we're being honest, like this contract is going to drift. As long as Stingley is upright and healthy and playing good football, this thing's going to get restructured and extended several different times because the Texans are heading into that era of football where they're going to have to do gymnastics to open up cap space, not just have it fall in their lap like bad teams do.
Well, there's an offensive tackle who plays for the Washington Commanders. His name's Laremy Tunsil. Yeah, I don't know if you know him. He made a good point, which is that when you draft well, this is what happens. Yeah. That you draft well and you end up having to pay those guys. And the classic example is the Lions back in the day. They drafted way too well under the old CBA where they had Matt Stafford and Ndamukong Suh and Calvin Johnson. Yeah. They all had to pay, and it's hard to fill out a roster the rest of the way. So you do have to make some hard decisions on veteran players. Like Laremy Tunsil, for instance. All right, do we love him enough and need him enough to keep him around at that price tag when we're going to have to dole out all these other contracts?
I think to circle this back to J.J. Watt for just 1 second and what he had to say. And again, J.J. tweeted, we read the tweet, I just closed it, about taking care of your own early. He was one of those guys. Not as early as he would have liked, a few months later than he would have liked, but he got taken care of after year 3 back in the day. JJ again tweeted, take care of your own early, reward them, reap the benefits, goodwill for years to come. Everyone wins. They've done that with Nico. They've done that with Stingley. I can virtually guarantee you they're going to do that with Will Anderson Jr. and C.J. Stroud. The Texans will. And I think this is where you feel good about the way the team's operating, Seth, is that, a team that's drafted really well in recent years in the first round, the Dallas Cowboys. They've assembled a lot of good young players on their team. You know what they've done to their own detriment? To where it's turned into a topic at training camp every year, to where it's ended up costing them more money because they do it later rather than sooner. With Dak Prescott, CeeDee Lamb, they've drafted really well. Micah Parsons, they'd done Micah Parsons a year ago, then they're probably got Micah Parsons at $33 or $34 million a year. As it stands now, they're going to have to pay him $41 million a year on an extension because the roof got blown off that market within the last several months. The Texans are operating this is all I need to say. The Texans are operating the complete opposite way the Dallas Cowboys are operating. There you go. End of subject. Like that's why you feel good about it.
You get ahead of these things.
Yes.
You get ahead of them.
Yep.
So the number to watch for the cornerbacks is total guaranteed. Because right now Stingley is far ahead of.
He's got to be way ahead of everybody.
Yeah, I think the biggest Pat Surtain right now has $77.5 million guaranteed.
Mm-hmm.
So Stingley has his $89 million guaranteed, and whatever guaranteed remains on his first deal.
Yep.
That's the real coup for Stingley and Mulligetta. The Texans, depending on how they handle the length of the control and everything, that's the part where it makes sense for them.
Stingley, man, some of these numbers that have come out in the last day or so on Stingley, I love all the attention that he's getting for this, and we'll hear from people on that in a second. I'm looking at one of these charts that charts for targeted success rate and expected points added per play. These are basically an efficiency stat and then how good you are in coverage. And they have all the little faces of all the cornerbacks that qualify that played enough snaps, Seth. And there's this, like most charts, there's this big, huge swamp in the middle of faces that you can barely make out because there's so many of them. And then there's Stingley sitting out there like Pluto. Like he's just way, way out on the far. Like, so far out. And you know who's closest to him? Kamari Lassiter. Like that's the crazy part. Like to me, the most encouraging thing about this chart, and I get it's radio, I'm just trying to explain to you guys, like, this is a chart that has all the corners, and Stingley sits way beyond everybody out in the upper right-hand part of the chart.
Yeah, there are current debates as to whether Stingley is actually a planet or not.
Yes.
That's how far out they are. If you want to make the Pluto comparison, you got to check the internet to be sure whether or not he's a planet in any given time because he's so far out there in the solar system.
I was more excited to see Kamari where he was on this than I was excited to see Stingley. I know Stingley's great. He just got
Lassiter,
paid.
Right, yeah, Lassiter, I feel, was criminally under-discussed when it came to young players last year, and I think a lot of that is simply because he was a second-round pick who didn't have a good 40 time, and there was no bubbling anticipation about it, and Stingley was playing as well as he was. But yeah, as a duo, those guys were one of the best tandems in the league. Lassiter was inconsistent, as rookies tend to be, just same as Kalen Bullock. Kalen Bullock did some really, really good things, but he was very inconsistent. I think he got more consistent and smarter as the year went along. So it was very, very promising performances out of those guys. And again, when you think about guys that you feel great about and that you hope are on the team for the next 10 years, there's so many more candidates on the defensive side of the ball right now than there are on the offensive side of the ball.
Yep.
Nico Collins is locked up. You hope C.J. Stroud is here for the next 10 years. I'm probably missing. No jumps to the top of my head. I mean, Tank Dell, if he can get back to how he used to be. I mean, right now I just want him to play football again. But, I mean, the reality is that's his health situation right now. So they just got to figure out a way to get that way on the offensive side of the ball. Like, where are the guys that we really, really want to stick around and that we would be miserable if they got Kyle Tuckered out of here, if they got Alex Bregman out of here, if George Springer, any of them. Like, they don't have many Kyle Tuckers on the offensive side of the ball right now.
No. I think if there's one, I mean, the obvious ones are Nico, CJ, Tank, you mentioned if he gets back. Mixon's a veteran player. He's not a guy who's going to be around long term. I
love Joe Mixon, but I do not want a 39-year-old running back here in 10 years.
No, I'm just kind of spitballing. I suppose the one where I go, okay, if this guy could turn into that at the position he plays would be Blake Fisher. Like, if Blake Fisher turns into, if he turns into an upper tier tackle, then that's a guy you want to build around. And get
so that's an if now.
An if.
Whereas
totally.
On defense, it's ironclad. Oh yeah, Will Anderson, totally want him here. Both those cornerbacks want them here long term. Bullock, I'm not 100% there yet, but he's very, very close.
He's on the radar, man.
I need to see him making that improvement into he just needs to be more consistent, like a veteran player next year.
Yep.
But he's very, very close. So Blake Fisher, if Blake Fisher can take that proverbial next step as a second-year player, and with him, I mean, a lot of it is maturation, which you see with offensive linemen. Guys like him that are longer and lankier, it's a combination of physical strength, but then also learning how to play in the NFL with that body type. You got to be really technically sound, and you got to have a certain lower body and core strength to you, to where you don't get jacked up by guys like George Karlaftis, who's kind of a physically bruising type of player.
Yeah.
That's his next step.
Yep.
And I know it's weird because it sounds almost like you're talking about a high school kid, but there's almost a second puberty that some offensive linemen have to go through where they get their man strength.
For sure.
I don't know if Blake Fisher should go have a kid. If he should, I don't know if he's currently married or involved or anything, but knock her up. Get your dad's strength ASAP.
Oh yeah, you can't have dad strength unless you are an actual dad. So go do it.
You know who's got like 19 kids? Bruce Matthews.
Yeah.
He only played 20 years.
Dude.
One of those numbers was an exaggeration, kids. One was not. He did play 2 decades. And he does have a lot of kids.
He has a lot
19.
of kids. Yeah, not 19.
Does he have 6 kids? And they're all like the most delightfully polite human beings you could ever meet.
It is.
I thought the first time I met Bruce Matthews' kids, I thought they were young, eager interns or something because they all were just like perfectly in step and just being very polite and everything, like they're on their best behavior.
Raises good kids, man, no doubt.
It can only go one of two directions when you have a boatload of kids. They're either like a delightful little band of Irish or Amish kids, or they're a delightful little band of Irish hooligans. Yeah, it's one or the other. They're either hooligan, the perfectly behaved bunch. There is no in between.
One more Stingley number that just killed me when I saw this. I was like, holy crap. Teams were 6 for 41 throwing the ball against Derek Stingley Jr. on passes of 10 yards or more down the field. 6 for 41. Now, a few of them, and this was an annoying internet thing that was happening yesterday. Like, there was a Colts account that posted the video. A.D. Mitchell burning the best cornerback in football, and he got overthrown. Yeah. There was another. I forget which team it was. Oh no, it was the Patriots account. Kayshon Boutte scored that touchdown against Stingley right before the half of the Patriots game. That was happening yesterday.
I think the one, if I remember correctly, that A.D. Mitchell one where he was wildly and ridiculously overthrown by a quarterback who only completes 50% of his passes. That was another moment where I'm not so sure Stingley. I think Stingley thought he had safety help there, where he indeed did not end up having safety help.
Tell it to that Twitter account, Seth.
Yeah.
They were 6 for 41 quarterbacks worth throwing the ball more than 10 yards down the field on Derek Stingley Jr.
The craziest stat I saw was these are the teams where the quarterback had less than a 5 passer rating. The old school QB passer rating, where over 100 is good, you know. These teams were under 5 when targeting Derek Stingley. The Cowboys, okay, all right, backup quarterback. The Jaguars, that's funny because the Jaguars played the Texans twice, and Trevor Lawrence played in 1.5 of those games before he selfishly. The Buffalo Bills, I can't remember who their quarterback is, but he had a 0.0 passer rating.
Wow.
That unnamed Buffalo Bills quarterback had a 0.0 passer rating versus Derek Stingley. And then one Jared Goff. 0.0 passer rating against Derek Stingley.
Okay. There's a couple good ones in there.
I'll tell you what. As far as obviously Josh Allen, I mean that was Josh Allen's worst game
of the year
and one of the worst games of his career.
Yeah, forgot about that. The MVP.
If he had just had a 15 passer rating versus Derek Stingley, he might have won the MVP.
That's right. And he wouldn't have been on this list. Wait a second.
Wait, who did win the MVP?
Him. Yeah.
Oh, it was Josh Allen.
Yeah. But
I can't remember that controversy. It was too long ago.
It was Lamar Jackson was first team All-Pro, but the same people, literally the same voting constituency, chose Josh Allen as the MVP.
It's odd because if you'd think that Lamar Jackson, if we're just going to use the Texans, versus playoff teams and whatnot, Lamar Jackson. He definitely had a pass rating above 5 when targeting Derek Stingley because he's not on this list. And he did pretty damn well against the Texans, a playoff team. Whereas Josh Allen, not so much.
Not so much.
And you know what? Lamar Jackson did that at NRG Stadium. Quarterbacks turned to mush versus the Texans at home this year in Houston.
Yeah.
And I think that was, for me, what tipped the scales in favor of Lamar Jackson because just what I had seen in person was, wow, Lamar Jackson acted like he was playing against a JV squad in a place that's really, really hard to play.
Yep. Here was on February the 19th when we asked him, this is right before the Combine, we asked him, hey, Derek Stingley Jr., new deal coming?
We're always open-minded. We'll have dialogue at any different point, when it's appropriate. I mean, Derek's he's one of the best corners in the league. I don't think this is like some mystery here. So Derek's a good football player. He's improved, I would say, quite a bit from his rookie season to where he is now. So, if we have the opportunity to keep a really good football player here for a period of time, it's certainly something that we're going to explore. Those things take time. Nothing comes to fruition all at once, but Derek's earned the opportunity here. So when those conversations and the time's appropriate, we'll engage in that dialogue. I think Derek's made some comments the the fact that he wants to be here for, a long period of time. And, we want Derek to be here. So nothing's really linear. These are never linear. It's just A to B. So, but it takes a little bit of work, takes a little discussion, but he's eligible. And, when the time's appropriate, we'll engage with his representation. But glad Derek's here. Hopefully we can keep him as a Houston Texan here for a long time.
I think the one thing that Nick alluded to there, which makes you feel extra good about this contract, was that there was zero posturing by Derek Stingley in terms of side-eye emojis or anything else like that. It was the opposite. He professed his undying and never-ending love for his teammates and all of those things at the end of the season. There wasn't any part that looked like Derek Stingley was going to try to play hardball on this, which was nice to see, and I think it was genuine. I think he is. What I realized yesterday, Sean, was I was like, okay, what's a good analogy for Derek Stingley and the way he approaches the game? And I realized that he's like Yoda. I feel like there's a part that he wants to be at a different level when it comes to really feeling and being the good side of the force. And yet, in an improvement on Yoda, he's not yapping all the time. Yoda, to be honest, he talks a bit much, okay? And he's kind of pompous, and it's just he talks down to people, frankly. And Derek Stingley is not that way. He's like an improved version of Yoda.
He doesn't have that stupid sentence structure that Yoda uses also, where he takes the back part of the sentence and sticks it in the front. Right. Contract sign, I will. Like, what is that? What?
Yeah, okay, so Yoda can do just about anything that he puts his mind to except speak proper English.
Right.
All right, Yoda.
Yeah.
Good for you.
Yeah. Yoda now Yoda, I think Yoda probably fewer durability concerns than Derek Stingley Jr. I mean, he was still doing it at like the age of 900 or something like that.
That's true. I just loved it. Look, I'd love to go back and see Yoda back before social media. Like, you're going to tell me you're going to tell me he never, treated an intern inappropriately or anything? You're going to find out he had like 10 hot interns or anything? Hey, look at Yoda in high school production. Is that blackface? Well, times were different. Different times were back.
Man, the mind tricks that Yoda, like the things he could do to make people do things.
Gaslight much, Yoda? Yeah. That's how he was the original gaslighter.
That's how you do it on the Dagobah system, Yoda. That's not how we do it here on planet Earth, okay? All right? A bit much I talk, say you. Now people are texting in like Yoda on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. Oh man, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. The Jaguars put out a video that I saw yesterday, about a 2-minute video. The Magnificent Gladstone, I think, is. I'm feeling, Seth, like he might be a marriage between Ryan Poles, the Chicago GM, and ChatGPT. They're letting the cameras in Jacksonville into the free agency war room. So there's this video where the Magnificent Gladstone, their GM, is up there in front of everybody, kind of bossing people around a little bit, like, okay, where are we at with this guy? Or where are we at? They must have some big board on the wall or whatever.
Yes.
And he's holding a football while he's doing this.
This always goes well.
He's holding a football. So they're going through. This is them kind of going through. They go through their list. They get to the end of the list, and then we get a vignette from the Magnificent Gladstone.
Chuma agreed. Jordan agreed. Eric Murray.
That's agreed.
It is. Is that out there yet?
We're looking to create a dynamic, resilient, and perennially dominant football team. And we're going to prioritize that. We'll accelerate that immediately upon arrival here in our off-season process.
We're going to accelerate that immediately
dynamic,
as we enter our
resilient,
off-season process. I love him so much. I love him so much. I love that that he actually sat down and put time into thinking about his gimmick of holding a football. I think that's going to be one of his things. That's going to make me more folksy in the eyes of these people who don't understand my corporate buzz speak. Yes.
Dude, he's holding the football. And then at the end of the video, I couldn't tell at the end of the video who it was that they signed. I couldn't tell because it was on the news was coming across speakerphone.
Yeah.
But whoever it was, they hang up, and the magnificent Gladstone throws the football to the floor and runs over and hugs Liam Cohen. They were so happy about this free agent. Maybe it was Eric Murray. Here was this is where they've got all the scouts sitting at the table, and the magnificent Gladstone is going around and asking the specific scouts who have been scouting each of the free agents, give me your thumbnail sketch on this guy. Here's the scout, whoever it was, giving the Eric Murray scouting report.
Eric Murray, he's physical at the point of attack on the aggressive blocks, and he uses his hands as well. He's a good tackler in the core and running the alley tracks as well. I like his game. You know, I like his game.
The culture is nothing more than the people who are in it. And so we will invite people into our ecosystem who, by being nothing more than who they are, elevate it. And being
like Eric Murray. Okay, that audio wasn't great. I understand.
Our ecosystem. He loves ecosystem.
This scout was describing somebody who felt like 5 times the player Eric Murray was. And this is no disrespect to Eric Murray. He was a fine backup safety for the Texans. They're paying him over $7 million a year. Like, Eric Murray's going to be the starting safety for the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Right, yep.
Yeah.
With all of his 3 interceptions in 9 seasons in the NFL.
Yes.
This is a ball hawk. Yeah. You guys know how I feel about Eric Murray. I feel like he's been a little bit unfairly maligned because he was part of B.O.B. Easterby, giving out weird contracts. They gave him the money of a starting cornerback, even though he's much more of a safety than a cornerback. It was one of the many, many weird signings of William O'Brien, Esquire. So, but he did, his versatility was helpful to the Texans, and he did some good things for the Texans. But
$7 million.
being a critical part of the magnificent Gladstone's ecosystem,
more
power to you. I feel like, I want to say this, except I feel like it would be, no, I can't.
What?
This would be something the magnificent Gladstone would say. I would say, hey, you can have your ecosystem. We've got our Nico system. Yeah. And then I'd spike the football.
Yes.
I'd spike the football.
Dude,
and then I would kiss a poster, a fat head of Nico Collins on the wall.
he
kiss him on the forehead.
He threw that.
Wouldn't be creepy the way Yoda would do it.
No. Okay, so people are texting in about Yoda. Thanks a lot for this, Seth. People are texting.
Give me all the Yoda.
So there's several people saying there's a Dave Chappelle show skit about Yoda and all of his minions, sexually harassing people and stuff like that.
Listen. I've been on this earth long enough to know. Listen, when a guy like Yoda comes along, there's stuff. All right, the charismatic leader. There's stuff somewhere.
Oh yeah.
It's just a matter of whether he suppresses
charismatic
it or not.
leader with a bunch of students. Yes.
Yeah. Students who will do anything and everything they ask. They have complete and total obedience to their master. Yeah. Yoda's got some skeletons in his closet.
Text message. Relations with that woman I did not have. Funny you are, Seth. That's on there. I want to punch him in the face. I don't know who they're talking about with that
Yoda?
text. Probably Yoda.
Either Yoda or me.
I'm going to guess Yoda, yeah.
If he's one of Yoda's minions, he's coming after me.
That's right. And then we're getting some magnificent Gladstone text. He gave De'Ami Brown $10 million.
Oh, yeah.
I think he has 308 yards in his best year. That's double what DeAndre Hopkins is getting next year.
De'Ami Brown, 1 year, $10 million. That was a little eye-popping.
Yep.
It's okay, sometimes, short term, you want to try to make a splash or fill things out. Okay, fine. Letting Evan Ingram go, I get it. It's that you want maybe more of a complete tight end. They did sign a tight end. The one that I'm going to be watching, because this is a potential to blow up in my face, me being all petty about the Jaguars. They signed a guard, Patrick McCarry. He's a really pass blocker, but a middling run blocker on a team that has Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry.
Right.
And I wonder if this is one of those things. And they gave him a good chunk of money. It was 3 years, however much money. But, as a guy that was hoping the Texans would sign some notable interior offensive linemen, I think McCarry, I remember, going up and doing my research on the Ravens and seeing so many people so frustrated with the Ravens offensive line. Sometimes the offensive line looks a lot better than they actually are. because the quarterback, a mobile quarterback, and then especially when you pair him with Derrick Henry, those guys make the offensive line look better as opposed to having a really dominant offensive line that makes the running back and quarterback look better. So I'm hoping and crossing my fingers that was a drastic overspend.
That was the one part of this 2.5-minute video where I kind of started getting a little queasy. Is they had the scout that they had assigned to Macari, describing Macari, and I'm like, oh, that would actually be kind of a nice addition on the Texans offense if he's accurate in his description,
Yeah. I know. So my thought was when I first started digging into the Ravens, because I hadn't really watched them much other than highlights during the year, I had the same thought. I was like, okay, they're getting by with this offensive line. And when I say getting by, they've got the runner-up for the MVP, and they've got Derrick Henry, who rushed for 1,921 yards. So I was trying to figure out exactly, all right, how do I really want to crush these guys? And I'm glad I did about saying anything negative about the Ravens.
31-2.
Yeah.
No. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Mock draft injection time. This is an interesting one because the player that is getting drafted by the Texans has and is coming back from the same injury that Seth Payne had to come back from at one point. So I figure Seth has a good perspective on this one. So we'll do the mock draft injection, a CBS Sports joint coming up next. Prize Picks.
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Update, Kyle Tucker 0 for 4 as a Cub. He sucks.
Oh, no.
He's terrible at baseball. Oh, you're rooting for him?
Oh, no, I'm being sarcastic.
Oh.
So, for those of you who don't know, opening day is today. And by that, I don't know how the international dateline works. Is it yesterday in Japan or is it tomorrow in Japan?
You know you're asking the wrong guy on that
I have no idea what's going on. It's just that opening day is today because they're playing international regular season games that count. And Kyle Tucker is 0 for 4.
Poor Kyle. Yeah, poor Kyle. 0 for 4. And the Cubs are losing 4-1. Boy, they're going to boo him out of this. Yeah. Well, they're losing to the Dodgers. That's
I can't.
I would actually
say,
be rooting for the Cubs there. Yeah.
There's nothing about this game where you say, "Yeah, this is the kind of game come September you'll think about." Yeah, should have won that one. No,
Dodgers are good at baseball.
Playing the Dodgers in basically their hometown of Japan.
Yes. Shohei and a couple others on the team. Yeah. It's true. We'll do the Pettycast at the top of the hour. This is the perfect time of year to do the Pettycast because what I've learned since we've started doing the Pettycast every Tuesday at 8 o'clock over the last couple months, Seth, is that as it turns out, the pettiest group of people on the face of the earth are college basketball coaches. By far.
I know. You're right.
It's incredible.
We're going this is going to be a golden era of the Pettycast.
Yes, the next 3 weeks is going to be a golden era. It's going to be amazing.
It's going to help and sustain me as I try to continue my quest to try to be somehow a little bit better of a human being. And yet, every week, the Pettycast brings me back in.
That's what it's there for.
It hits the reset button. Yes. You're like, no, Seth, you're a cranky bastard. Did you forget?
Into it, yeah.
You're an irritable SOB.
That's right. All right, so let's get to the mock draft injection. We do this each and every day at 7:45. We pick out a different mock draft that's out there and figure out what's going to happen with these Houston Texans when draft time rolls around. Man, it's coming up about 5 weeks away, I think. So it'll be here before we know it. This is a CBSSports.com joint. Boy, I don't know any outlet that's got more people cranking out the mock drafts. They've got like a factory at CBS where they spit out mock drafts. This is Mike Renner, one of their NFL writers, and he puts out this mock draft where with the 25th overall pick, Houston Texans select Josh Simmons, offensive tackle, Ohio State University, and they say this. Mike Renner does. Josh Simmons comes with a big injury red flag, but beggars can't be choosers. That feels a little drastic for the 25th overall pick. Beggars can't be choosers.
Beggars can't. What's your son, Mike Renner? You're on my list.
Yeah. He says this. His first half of the season before tearing his patellar tendon, Simmons was as good as anyone else in this class of offensive linemen.
Yeah.
So I guess what's driving him down there is the patellar tendon tear, which you know something about.
Yeah, I had a partial patellar tendon tear. Jordan had dual partial patellar tendon tears. Yeah. And remember what it was like when people had questions about Jordan's athleticism? It was because he was hobbling around on 2 torn patellar tendons.
Yes.
So without knowing, this is the only thing I'd say is they scare the crap out of me just because it's not always as simple as when you get your ACL, sometimes they'll take a part of your patellar tendon to become the ACL, and that's the hardest part of the rehab is rehabbing the patellar tendon. So it's not like it's unheard of or anything. I mean, they have intentional patellar tendon tears all the time with ACL surgeries, but that's the hardest part of the rehab. So I think the physical and exactly where he is as close to the draft as you're allowed to examine him and how he's working out is going to be a big deal. So October, November, December, January, February, March, April, six plus months out from the injury, he should be doing a lot of stuff. And if it looks like a normal ACL type rehab, then hopefully it wouldn't be an issue. But yeah, you never know. You just never know what to, I don't know the severity of the tear, where it was on the tendon and all that. Just never know.
And maybe it's changed with D'Amico in the building now. Who knows? But that first full draft that Nick had in 2022, the 2021 draft was the one where he picked Davis Mills with his first pick. He didn't pick till the 3rd round. First real draft that he had. Seth, if you look at the players he took early on in that draft, Derek Stingley Jr., major injury issues. Kenyon Green, injury issues. John Mechie, actual torn ACL. So I do wonder if, and that's been 3 years ago now, I get it. I do wonder if how that class kind of worked out injury-wise maybe affects how they've operated moving forward. Now, did Juice Scruggs have injury issues coming in? I feel like he may have when they drafted.
Well, he had a really bad car accident.
Car accident, that's what it was.
That ended up, he missed an entire season, might not have come back and played football, and that was, if I remember correctly, a back injury of some sort.
Yeah.
So I think with Nick, it feels like, and this just might be random chance or luck of the draw, it does feel like there's times where he might look at an injury issue as something that drives a guy down the board, but that he doesn't put as much stock in it. Because sometimes injuries are just bad luck. So that he feels like there can be value sometimes in taking a guy who's had injury issues. With Derek Stingley, that wasn't the case because that was the guy they chose.
Yeah.
Very, very high in the draft. With Josh Simmons, again, depending on the nature of the patellar tendon tear, it can be as simple as you could treat it just like it's an ACL tear, which if there's no cartilage damage or anything else going on like that, then I hate watching college offensive linemen just because I genuinely hate all offensive linemen.
Sure, yes.
Except for the ones that I know personally.
Right.
They're the exceptions. The rest of them I despise.
The ones listening right now, for example.
Yeah. I like Josh Simmons. I like watching him. He's very athletic, and he has the size that you want. He's a little bit like Blake Fisher in that you just wonder, all right, is he strong enough? And I think he's just, combine measurements aside and whatnot, he plays a little bit more athletically than Blake Fisher did. I mean, he kind of, when he's moving in space, he looks like a basketball player playing defense in a good way. Like, there's no heel clicking with this kid. He's shuffling around. He gets the right angles and takes the right positions. He's got pretty good technique for a college kid. And he plays with a lot of energy and a lot of athleticism. It's just there's a little bit of pop and power that he still needs to develop, and I don't know if that's physical maturity or if he just doesn't have it in him. But I'd be very, very comfortable with that pick.
Yeah.
As long as his knee is fine, obviously.
Is he a tackle? Purely a tackle? Or
I believe so, yeah. I don't look at him as the same way I would never look at Blake Fisher as a guard. Like, I don't think they're guys that really going to be able to get down low and root guys out and all of that. He's just a lankier offensive tackle looking dude.
This draft has Cam Ward coming into the division with the Tennessee Titans with the first overall pick, so we get a little quarterback juice, and then has the Jags drafting Mason Graham, the defensive tackle out of Michigan with the 5th overall. Tyler Warren, big shocker, going to the Colts with the 14th pick. So if you're wondering who else is coming in the AFC South in this particular mock draft, there you go.
I guess at some point, I don't know if this was the actual topic or not, but one of our listeners said that on the afternoon show, on the drive, somebody had come up with a hypothetical, would you take Tyler Warren if he was available there at 25?
Yes.
And my immediate response was, there's almost nothing that would prevent me from taking him at 25. Unless it was like felonious type stuff. And like a crime, a pretty violent felony too. I would be very forgiving of tax fraud or something like that. But there's almost nothing that would keep me from taking Tyler Warren at 25 if he was there.
That's my first thought, is I feel like there's a correlation. Like, if he's there at 25, it's probably something the Texans as an organization don't have an appetite for.
Like he was dealing fentanyl.
Right, yeah,
right.
Like you just said.
Not taking fentanyl.
No.
I said this on my YouTube channel.
Yeah.
If he's taking fentanyl
he
played as well as he did, there's a big upside there. We clean him up.
Yeah.
There you go. Now, if he's dealing it, that's a whole other matter.
That's right. That's right. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Let's heading into the 8 o'clock hour here. The Petty Cast. All right, we get petty each and every Tuesday at 8 o'clock. Text in your petties, 713-572-4610. If you want to text them in Yoda speak, knock yourself out because we've got this going on. You asked about the international dateline, Seth. Text message. Ahead of us they are. Tomorrow, Japan. We love you guys.
So opening day is March 19th,
tomorrow.
2025.
According to this texter. I don't know if they're right.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Pettycast, the most petty group of people on earth, college basketball coaches in March. We will get to that and a whole lot more petty, some good ones coming up next. Daily and Black, if you're feeling petty,
Right by you.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Let's get to the Pettycast here. Each and every Tuesday at 8 o'clock. Yeah, text.
Are we gonna have some Kyle Tucker pettiness at some point?
We already have, kind of. I mean, you and I in the previous segment were reveling in his 0 for 4 today over in Japan. So
he went 0 for 4 on opening day, which
Petty
is actually
appetizer.
Tomorrow because of the international date line.
Right.
The MLB opens up on March 19th.
Yep.
And but that game has already happened.
Yep. He's 0 for 4. So let's get to it here. It's March, so it's time for college basketball. Play-in games get started up tonight. The tournament as a 64-team entity gets started on Thursday this week. And I just heard during one of the breaks, the fellas are going to be out at Twin Peaks, it sounds like. The drive is going to be out at Twin Peaks for the game, so that'll be fun. I didn't hear which Twin Peaks. I apologize. Be listening during the breaks for the promos if you wanted to go join the fellas to watch some hoops. College basketball coaches getting petty. Mick Cronin of UCLA, rumored to be the front-runner for the Villanova job. He's the UCLA coach. Remember earlier this year, Mick Cronin was just like threw his hands up and said, I can't coach these guys. I'm the only one bringing juice to practice every day.
Yes.
He was the only one bringing the juice to practice.
He was very proud of himself.
Pointing fingers at everybody else.
He didn't even need to do it because he's already a made man.
Right, I won 500 games.
And I'm the only one that doesn't need to be out here, and I'm killing it.
Yeah.
Just look at me.
So here's Mick Cronin this past weekend being a boomer.
You know, too much goes on in youth basketball where it's about me and not we. And it's not the kids' fault. They're a product of the system. And then they get to guys like me or Coach Izzo. Not that I apologize. Me and Kevin Willard, we can't compare ourselves to Coach Izzo. Way out of my lane there. I'm not in his league. But, we're trying to tell you got to play defense, you got to play smart. You know, everybody else just lets them run around and shoot every time. Get beat on defense, they don't come out. You know, it's not helping them, though. It's not helping them. That's why you hear all the NBA guys now talking about why there's so many Europeans, because they actually play real basketball. There's no such thing as a pickup game in Europe.
All right, so what I heard there is Mick Cronin. The blame has now shifted to the system. It's not on the kids anymore. It's the system in which they are reared, the AAU system. And B, he's basically a turncoat on America right now.
Oh.
Saying that all the Euros are the ones playing the real style of basketball.
Yeah.
Ooh,
oh, that's that part. I didn't even pick up on that part. Because I was actually, I pretty much agree with him with everything he said.
Love it or leave
there.
it, Mick Cronin.
I feel like.
Love it or leave it.
There's a part of either club or AAU basketball that it depends on which one you're on. I think there are some really good clubs and there are really some good AAU teams where they're coaching the fundamentals, but then there are others that are just kids and go out and they play tournaments and there's not a whole lot of actual skill enhancement going on. So it all depends. I think that I agree with him. I join him in his pettiness.
Okay.
And I'll put it this way. Yeah, we're going to let the Europeans invade us like this, like we have been.
Right.
We will not go gently into that good night versus the Euros.
Yes.
You got to get out there and teach your kids some damn. Are we really in a position where we have to talk about European basketball players being better defenders?
Yeah.
What the hell?
Hey, AAU basketball, what are you, Yella? Yeah. Teach some defense.
What are you, afraid to compete? You're afraid your little meal ticket is going to get upset if I criticize him? I'm sorry. Your little meal ticket is upset that I asked him to play defense.
Text message, Cronin's a whiny old bitch. Okay. All right, these next two are great because these are pettiness that are triggered by a question from a reporter. The first one is Bruce Pearl, the Auburn head coach. This is at the SEC tournament this weekend, and he was asked, hey, you've lost a few games here. Are you panicked?
Is this kind of a flush it, move forward? Is there panic at all? What do you look at with this?
Man, I'm really glad you asked me that question. We lost to Alabama, Tennessee, and at Texas A&M. Yeah, we're panicked. That's a real softball. We lost to some great teams. We lost the buzzer against Alabama. We had possessions here, so yeah, we're panicked.
He sounds Sounds a very either-or question.
Yeah.
He has, like, I don't know, are you feeling confident? Are you feeling panicked?
Yeah.
Maybe the broad spectrum here. Oh, interesting that you would focus on the panic side of things. Why would somebody think I'm panicking? If there's somebody that doesn't panic, I'll tell you what. It's me. Calm, cool, collected, ready to go. I don't think there's a single problem or issue with the fact that we lost. This is a good basketball team. The fact that you would suggest that I might possibly be panicking tells me you're obviously the one who's panicking. Panic. Bruce Pearl panicking. He pissed his pants right in that press conference.
Now doth protest too much, Pearl.
He's just, boy, I've never heard a more panicked response.
And fake Pearl Seth Payne.
Yeah, sure. I just actually literally pooped my pants. Is that what you're suggesting? Okay. Because that's not true. That's somebody else farted. That's not me, okay? He who smelt it, dealt it. Are you the one who pooped his pants? No. It totally wasn't me. I am not sitting here in my own filth right now because I am so desperately panicking.
Is there a more thou doth protest too much than he who smelt it, dealt it?
I'm so fun. The funniest thing there, though, is that the question was, are you feeling steady as you go or something like that?
Or you panicked a little bit.
Or you panicked. He basically painted a spectrum.
Yeah.
And Bruce Pearl dialed in on the panic side of things.
Yeah. He did not like hearing the P word, man, at all.
I've never seen a guy panic so hard and denying panic.
While denying panicking. All right,
I've been there, man. Listen, Bruce.
Yeah.
Been there, done that.
Right.
Okay.
Chris Beard, who former Texas Tech coach, former UT coach, he's now the coach at Ole Miss, and he's beaten some big time. He himself is a big time coach, but when you beat a Hall of Famer like longtime great coaches, is the gist of the question he's about to get asked. But the reporter might want to take back the way he asked this question.
Hey, Chris, John Huang, NOLA Media. I know it's a team game, but you talked about personal challenges and going up against Hall of Fame John Calipari. You get to take on Bruce Pearl next. How satisfying is it for someone like you to play against those guys and find a way to beat them?
I'm not sure what you mean by somebody like me. We won at Fort Scott, then we won at Seminole, we won at McMurray, we won in South Carolina. We won at Angelo State, we won at Little Rock, we won at Texas Tech, we won at Texas, and this is year 2, and we're winning at Ole Miss. And I don't say that in a self-promotion way at all, but I'm going to take up for our staff and our players and stuff. That the way you worded that was like, I don't know, this isn't my first rodeo.
He did not like this,
all these guys.
Someone like you.
Chris, you know that this is Chris Beard. Might as well be me, Sean. You know how I can take a well-meaning comment and be like, "What the hell do you mean by that,
someone
Pilgrim?
Like me. Yeah.
What the hell? What the hell? Someone like me?
This is where
listen, son. I'll have you know.
This is where I wish we could have seen the reporter, and when he said, how does it feel for someone like you? If he did that sort of hand thing where he kind of like ranges from like head to toe, like someone like you, like carries this whole ethos here.
One time, Mike and I were interviewing Bob Stoops over the phone, and I feel like this is one that would have gone better in person.
Yeah.
And I was trying to make a good point, like a complimentary statement about his team. And talking about them having played big games already that season. So then when it came to, I can't remember if it was a championship game or a bowl game or whatever. Then when it came to a big game like this, I could tell there was something about the way I said big game that in his mind triggered Big Game Bob.
Yeah.
The sarcastic version of Big Game Bob.
Yeah.
And he got really put out about it. I could tell he didn't go as far as these guys. But he kind of went into that like, we've played in big games.
Yeah.
And I'm like, yeah, I know. I just said that. I'm not calling you Big Game Bob in an ironic way. Okay.
Yeah, you're right, especially when it's over the phone too. Like there's no eye contact. There's no facial expression.
Yeah.
Text message. Oh, panicking we are. Yoda subsists on the text page.
Do you feel happy or sad? Interesting that you would dial right in on whether I'm sad or not.
Yeah.
I'm the happiest. Everybody calls me happy-go-lucky. The happy-go-lucky Seth. There he goes, beaming like an actual sun sitting on the face of the earth.
Okay, we got to get a couple of these in. Shannon Sharp yesterday. Kendrick Perkins and Shannon Sharp on First Take. Kendrick Perkins is talking about, I think, B.J. Bickerstaff better treatment for the officials, something. It was something having to do with officials. Trust me, you don't need to know exactly what exactly what Perk's point was to be entertained by Shannon Sharpe going off on him.
Stephen A., before you go, I want to ask Perk one thing.
Lift your camera up first before you say something. Lift your camera up so
Stephen
you
A., give me one second, Stephen A. Let me ask you this, Perk. What did you say when Doc Rivers was crying when y'all was in Boston about other teams getting all those calls?
Doc Rivers was never crying.
Just stop it, Perk. That's all Doc Rivers does.
Doc Rivers was never crying when we was in Boston. Doc Rivers was never crying. The devil's a lie and the truth ain't nowhere near.
Perk, you go to church, Perk. You go to church. What did the devil tell the Lord about Job? He said, of course he gonna praise you. You give him everything. Remove the hedge and he'll cuss his very maker. If they started getting fouls called against them, of course they gonna complain. Stop playing with me, Perk.
Shannon, I did go to church. I was the world's tallest altar boy.
Okay, so you know the story of Job.
I know it.
What did he say? What did the Lord tell the devil? He said you could do everything but take his life. He took his kids, he took his sheep, he took his livestock. What did he do? Even his wife said, why don't you curse this man and get out of this misery?
I was losing track of everything towards the end there.
I want to go to that church.
Yeah. Oh, Perk.
Sports debate
7
church.
foot, yeah.
If you have those guys up dueling ministers at the side. Sean, you went to a Bible college. What? Okay, so in that instance, who's the Job in the analogy there?
I don't know. I'm
okay.
I don't.
I lost it somewhere. I understand the story of Job.
Yeah.
But I'm trying to figure out who was the.
It's some coach.
Is BJ Bickerstaff Job
complaining about or Doc Rivers? I have no idea. I was just so entertained that as soon as Perk invoked the word devil. It's like it hit this switch with Shannon Sharpe where he's like, I am going to bury you underneath parables and chapters of the Bible right now as we speak. I was just highly entertained.
I think sometimes you can nail somebody with a biblical story just by knowing the story.
Yeah.
And then you leave it up to like the Seth Paynes of the world trying to figure out everything he said was accurate about that story in the Bible. So he wins?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. Who am I in this whole thing? Yeah.
Okay, I need the listeners to, in the voice of Yoda, in the style of Yoda, explain who Job was in Shannon Sharpe's argument.
There you go. Here's Charles Barkley. He just hates the Lakers. This is some of the other folks on the set on TNT were trying to invoke some sympathy for the Lakers having 6 games in 8 days. Charles was having none of this.
6 games in 8 days and LeBron not going on the trip.
I just hope they survive.
I sense sarcasm.
I guess it's because it was.
Why so much sarcasm for the Lakers?
No, man. No. They act like, listen, man, they're not flying commercial. There's nothing wrong with Southwest.
But if you play an NBA game,
come on, man, stop it, man.
There's something wrong if you
come on, man.
Well, they do say that elevation can aggravate inflammation.
Stop it. He wasn't going to play anyway. LeBron's probably out for the rest of the season. I don't see him coming back. We don't have to ask his agent. And he stayed in New York because it was New York. He didn't want to go to Milwaukee because it's Milwaukee. That's why he flew back home. Stop it, man. These guys be juicing y'all up all the time. He stayed in New York because it was
with Milwaukee?
I didn't say no. He said he stayed in Milwaukee. He stayed in New York because that's New York. And he's like, well, I better go home because we fly to Milwaukee next. Stop it, man. Got nothing to do with elevation, all that other stuff. Come on, stop it, please.
This is the difference between Draymond Green and Charles Barkley.
Yeah.
Draymond Green basically did the same thing when he, without knowing exactly why, who was the player that he was criticizing that was in the worst take of the week last week?
Oh, Draymond was Karl Anthony Towns.
That's right. It was Karl Anthony Towns.
Yeah.
Turns out he had to go home and miss a game for a funeral of a close friend.
Yep.
But Draymond went off on him saying this is what actually happened. He was ducking whoever.
Jimmy Butler.
But Barkley's doing the same thing without the funeral involved, where he's just heavily accusing LeBron of not traveling because he wanted to stay in New York, but he gets away with it because he's funny.
Charles Barkley.
And meanwhile, is doing this, criticizing the toughness and the willingness of players to play through adversity. As a guy who's notorious for slowly riding a stationary bike while eating eating an egg. Yes. And yet, because he's funny, he gets away with it.
He's
and
funny.
he is in that group of individuals back when NBA players did fly commercial. And I feel like those guys are allowed to really act like crusty old men when it comes to players that fly on private jets.
Flew commercial, and I think we're tougher when it came to injuries too. I think that's a big part of it with Charles. Charles was not always the hardest practicer in the world, but he would when if he could walk, he would play.
He would play.
Yeah. All right,
but I do appreciate his I hope they survive.
Yeah, that was funny at the very beginning. It was good. All right. I'll save this last one, Ben, because I think this will take us 3 minutes to do, and I'll look at Ben, and Ben will be like, why aren't you guys going to break? So I'll save this.
I'm excited.
One. Yeah, I'll save this.
Let's do that.
We'll do it a little later in the show.
Okay.
Little Mike Francesa action. Proof that maybe all the guys who've moved to the streaming don't exactly know how the streaming works necessarily. So we'll get to that. I promise we'll get to that one later in the show. We're not done being petty on the show here on a Tuesday. Sean Pendergast and Seth Payne with you. All right, the Astros. How are we feeling about the Astros heading into the season based purely on the talent level of the team? Baseball America put out their list of the top 100 players, and it got me feeling a little more tingly about the upcoming Astros season. Do we agree with this? Do we agree with what Baseball America is saying about our squad? We will talk about that coming up next.
By West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway, exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
It really is incredible, and remarkable that with the Astros, and I know Baseball America's top 100 player list is a subjective list. There's no real stats. There's no computer science to it or anything. But they've. I mean, we're coming up on a decade here pretty soon of this period of dominance that they've had. At times dominant, at times merely highly competitive, but there's never been a major dip yet in this period.
At the very beginning, before you even knew a team, was where you make the playoffs in 2015. You don't in 2016, but at that point, we didn't know how good we were going to have it.
Yeah, you're still kind of building at that point. Yeah.
Yeah. So from 2017 through last season, at the very least, a hell of a run of being World Series contenders and favorites at various times.
And managing to maintain your spot on lists like this. And for those who don't know, Baseball America puts out a top 100 player list every year right before the season starts. And while it feels like, especially this offseason, Seth, with Bregman and Tucker both leaving simultaneously, same offseason. This is the first one where you've really lost two guys like that on the heels of several years of losing at least one guy that's that sort of category of a top 100 player. I mean, all the guys they've lost at the time they've lost them have been on the list like this, and many of them way up the list like this. When Garrett Cole left, and when George Springer left, and Carlos Correa, and Justin Verlander, and now Alex Bregman and Kyle Tucker. And yet, the Astros tied for the second most players in the top 100 players list going into the season, with the Dodgers behind only the Braves, another team that's lost a bunch of guys. I mean, they're like the Astros of the NL in terms of that. Like, the Braves have lost a bunch of guys, and there's still 9 guys in the top 100. And who picked a lot of those guys or was involved with it? Dana Brown. That's who. Yeah. That's nice.
Yeah.
It's almost like Dana Brown's got 2 teams in there.
So they're tied for second or tied for third?
Tied for second. Tied for second with the Dodgers.
Tied for second on the list as of at least
players.
As of at least a couple days ago. The Astros to win World Series this year. So, all right. So I think you don't even have to know anything about the Astros where you can fill in where the difference is between, having the second most highly regarded players on your team versus, why you're a little bit lower down on the list. Yeah. It's because some of the deficits and some of the question marks are a lot bigger than they used to be for the Astros. Just having right now as it is in the lineup, we'll see, but having a center fielder and a right fielder that are huge minuses at the plate that hurts. That, these things work against you. The part that I would be optimistic about as an Astros fan is I know that year in and year out, the Astros' younger pitchers are almost as a rule underrated by the rest of the league. And even though the league knows that the guys like Hunter Brown are going to come along, or that Spencer Arrighetti very well could develop into a solid starting pitcher, they're calling it as they see it right now.
Yes. And I think the other reason, too, if we're just taking this group of 8 players as sort of the correlation between how good are you versus, with respect to how many top 100 players you have, they've got 8 in the top 100. They've got 2 in the top 68. You know what I mean? So So Jordan's 13th on the list. Framber is 44th on the list. And then, so you're probably going, okay, well, that's 2, and we're already to 44. Yeah, Christian Walker is next at 69. The Astros have 5 more players from 74 on. Jose Altuve is 74, which is a little depressing to see because it's one of those things like, that's cool. He's still top 100. Trending that direction where we've got to start to worry about Jose Altuve. Isaac Paredes is 76, which I think tells you, okay, good job, Dana Brown. Good pickup in the Kyle Tucker trade. Yainer Diaz makes his first appearance in the top 100, 85. Hunter Brown makes his first appearance in the top 100, 94. Jeremy Pena returns to the top 100. He was 97 a couple years ago, dipped out for a year, and now he's 98. So you got a bunch of guys that are in that, in terms of a list like this, that are in that very good but not yet great or not great anymore category.
Yeah. It's a different ecosystem, Sean. I'm going to start using the ecosystem the same way the Magnificent Gladstone uses it. I'm going to talk about the ecosystem of the Astros and how they can get back to the ecosystem they used to be.
You had to pick one guy out of these 8 who would be a major surprise one way or the other, who either would who could shoot way up the list this year, or maybe is overrated on this list a little bit. Yainer.
Yep. Yeah. Yainer would be the guy. Yainer did a lot of things really well as a young catcher last year, and his ability at the plate is very, very promising. I think Yainer is the guy that's probably less discussed than he should be, but still is a work in progress. Yainer continue to improve defensively. Now, and remember there was an article out earlier in the year that said, well, okay, he was really bad at pitch framing, and which is a big deal these days in baseball. But people were saying, well, it might not matter in the strike zone because of the challenge system. You got to remember, you only get 2 challenges per game, or at least 2 successful challenges. You only get 2. How's it work? You get 2 challenges. If you're successful, you can keep challenging. But it's not like it's going to take pitch framing completely out of it.
Right.
Because the pitch framing especially is good for the ones that the batter isn't going to feel confident enough to challenge. That it was like, okay, it was right on the brink, it was right on the line, and you're getting those calls that an umpire might have maybe made a mistake and called it in versus out and all that. So it's a thing. He's got to keep working on that.
That's a great point. It still matters. Yeah, you get the way I understand it is you get to keep challenging until you get 2 of them wrong.
Right.
And then once 2,
I just tried to figure out a succinct way to phrase that.
Yeah.
You start off with 2 challenges, you can lose them, so it's not like you can use them liberally whenever you feel like it. You got to be careful about it. So pitch framing is still going to matter.
Still going to matter, yeah. It's still going
to
matter.
You got to fool the batter a little bit,
you
know?
Yeah.
Now with the pitch framing before, you're trying to fool the umpire, but now you also got to be sure that the batter doesn't feel like you had to jerk your glove out there to get it.
That's right. Yainer's a good one. I would say, man, all 3 at the bottom of this list of guys in the top 100, like Yainer, Hunter Brown, and Jeremy Pena, I all think are fantastic candidates for the answer to the question I posed to you. If there were a big riser from these, because I mean Hunter Brown is 94 on the strength of basically 4 months of baseball last year. He was abjectly the worst starting pitcher in baseball if he had the entire season last year that he had from June on, he'd be like, I feel more like he's that guy because that's how he ended the season. Then he's going to revert back to what he was. And Pena's been outstanding this spring. I mean, we've all been kind of waiting and hoping for Jeremy Pena's offensive game to catch up to what he was offensively in the postseason in 2022. Like for 2022 to not look like the anomaly anymore, to make it look like all the work that he puts in the offseason and becoming a better hitter comes to fruition with some better numbers, and he's had a really good spring so far.
I guess I'm glad you brought up Hunter Brown because it's true that, hey, he added the sinker. R.I.P. Alex Bregman. Thank you for everything you did
60th
for
best
us,
player, Alex Bregman, encouraged that, yes.
Including suggesting that Hunter Brown uses sinker. But after I didn't arbitrarily choose this. After his last he had a poor performance in June 2nd.
Okay.
After that, he ended up, so from June 8th through the end of the season, he had a 2.2 ERA.
Wow.
With a batting average of 221 against him.
Yeah, I mean, that's
in my mind, okay, that's where I'm glad you framed it the way you did, because I think I've almost thought, like, yeah, Hunter Brown is who he was from June onward, and that's all there is to it. He does have to show that he can do it for an entire season.
Full season.
But because I did the same thing with Javier, where Javier kind of got worked into being a starting pitcher and then ended up being brilliant, but in limited usage, and then it was different once he had to do it for an entire season.
That's the big question with all of these guys, that the pitchers that are starting to be fixtures on the staff, is even in this day and age where they get load managed a lot more closely. You know, there's more science behind it. A lot of teams with 6-man rotations, so you're pitching every 5 days instead of every 4 days, that kind of thing. Or with 4 days rest, you're pitching with 5 days rest, that kind of thing. They're all, by definition, approaching innings loads that they've never hit before. You know, there's nobody pitching 210 innings in the minor leagues or in college or in high school or anything like that.
Yeah, it's a big leap to
question mark.
What you're hoping for.
Yep.
I tell you, if I cherry picked even further and went from July 12th to the end of the season, because there was one, he gave up 7 earned runs on July 6th versus Minnesota.
Oh, I was there. I was at that game.
Yeah, that's right. You were at that game.
Yeah.
It's not, honestly, that one bad outing didn't hurt him all that much over, from June onward, because his ERA was 2.32 as opposed to 2.4, whatever.
Yeah.
But from June onward, that was an outstanding major league pitcher.
Absolutely.
Last year.
Absolutely. And if I wasn't at the ballpark, he'd have been even better. Is there a way, can you filter games Sean Pendergast was not at?
I don't know. I'm not going to pay for the premium version of Baseball Reference, because that's one of those things that in a fit of desperation at 3 a.m., I'll be like, yeah, I'll pay $30 a month for these advanced stats and ability to do calculations, and then a year and a half later, I'm emailing a furious email to Baseball Reference saying, I never signed up for this. I don't know what you got. I don't know what shenanigans you guys are up to, but I demand a refund.
I got a little horny for some advanced stats, and it happens on the internet, man. You spend money on stuff that you never thought you'd spend money on before.
Never go on Baseball Reference drunk, okay?
Right.
Yeah.
Yes. Only Stats. I went on onlystats.com. So those are the 8. If you're wondering, former Astros on this list, Kyle Tucker, 14, right behind Yordan. 60, Alex Bregman. Carlos Correa still getting a little top 100 love. 84th on the list of top 100 players.
Kyle Tucker, for any of you interested in a little bit of like, let's follow this through. All right, he came back from his injury last year. Remember where he kind of just lazily took his time coming back from what was a minuscule microscopic fracture, small enough that modern technology into imaging couldn't even pick it up. Yet he saw fit to basically sit out an entire from the vernal equinox to the summer solstice and beyond.
That was strong.
In the playoffs, he batted 0.0. And so far in the regular season, he batted 0.000.
Yep.
He was over 4 today on opening day in Japan, yes.
Do you think most Astro fans root for these guys that leave in free agency or root against guys that leave in free agency?
They root for George Springer, and that it hasn't worked out that well. I think most will root for Alex Bregman, except for the unfortunate circumstance of him playing.
And there was narrative around how he handled the whole free agency, too, where I think a lot of Astro fans just remember that how long it took for him to arrive at going to the Red Sox. There was a.
So you think they're going to root against him?
Yeah, there was like a Bregman fatigue at the end of that whole journey.
There definitely was for me by the time it was over, and it was definitely over. I was more mad at baseball writers than I was at Alex Bregman himself.
Yeah.
Carlos Correa,
Complicated.
I think people are just what's that?
Complicated. Carlos.
It's complicated. Yeah. I don't think they want to see him have success. I don't think they root against him, but I don't think they really want to see him have success. Who else am I missing?
Verlander.
Verlander will be. Yeah, I think Verlander they'll root for.
I root
unless
for
he's
Verlander.
playing the Astros. I think people will be. Plus, Verlander's at the point now where it's just it's a good story.
Yeah.
You see a guy pitching well in his 40s if he does well. That'd be really good. Good for him. That's go Nolan Ryan that joint. Yeah.
I can't quite put my finger on it, but Tucker is at the top of the list of guys that I hope fail at his next stop.
I really do.
Yeah.
I really hope he fails.
Okay,
and
you
fails
and I are in
miserably.
sync
I
on
hope he
that.
falls
Okay.
flat on his big stupid face.
That's kind of what I'm thinking, too.
I hope a baseball hits him in the forehead as he lazily tries to make his way over to. Because you know what it is with Tucker?
What is
It's
it?
that he just defensively seems like he lost interest the last couple of years.
Yeah,
It felt like all those things where early in his career, A.J. Hinch had to have a talking to with him about how he needs to show the same level of urgency as the other guys on the Astros.
Mm-hmm.
And, yeah, I eagerly await him getting a gigantic contract somewhere else. Disappointment and a weight around the ankles of some poor franchise that gave him a 12-year deal.
Okay,
Yes.
okay, this is a good segue.
I want him to poo-holes the hell out of some franchise.
This is in 11 years, 336, man. That's what they were estimating yesterday on MLB.com. All right, this is a good segue then. I think I know how people are feeling about Laremy Tunsil here in Houston, but we're going to hear from Laremy Tunsil. And I got to tell you, hearing from Laremy Tunsil as a Washington Commander made me feel a little bit different than I did when the trade went down a week or so ago. We'll talk about that coming up next. But Beck's Prime. Get there today. Man, the weather has been Beck's Prime weather.
Hotel.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Got a text from a buddy. I'll root for Verlander. F those other guys.
That's good pettiness on a petty Tuesday.
Yes.
Good for you.
Yeah.
I almost said his name. But, yeah, screw those other guys.
That's exactly what I texted back to him. I said, you're petty like me and Seth. It's good. It's good.
Yeah, let's embrace all your pettiness, especially with Kyle Tucker. Kyle Tucker has started off 0 for 4. Is he clearly going to be a huge disappointment and overspend, especially as the Astros gained potentially probably a perennial MVP candidate in Cam Smith? Yes. Based on one game played so far, I think huge bust. Huge bust.
You win, Dana Brown. You win the trade. Yeah, Dana Brown won the Kyle Tucker trade. For those who don't know what we're talking about, because you may not, I was reminded of it this morning when I opened my scoreboard app so I could see what time the Astros are playing today. Oh yeah, that's right. The Major League Baseball regular season began today over in Japan with a 4-1 Dodger win over the Cubs. So Shohei could go on his field trip back home with all his buddies. So
yeah, that must have been a pretty cool atmosphere. I want to go watch.
It looked
some
like
of
it.
that. Yeah.
All kidding aside, it looked pretty cool.
How big did the stadium look?
I don't know. It looked normal size, like normal baseball stadium size, but it looked like a really. And now, granted, the parts I was seeing were on SportsCenter, where they were doing things like introducing Shohei and watching Shohei get base hits and things like that. So it was. Yeah. So it was, but it was a good crowd, man. They liked
probably
baseball.
not a lot of. It's hard to make it much bigger. Probably not a lot of dual purpose football, American football. No equivalent of Three Rivers Stadium or anything that you can go out and repurpose. Yeah.
Yeah. Nope. All right. So here's Laremy Tunsil. Laremy Tunsil, former Texan. Spoke yesterday. And I'll remind people that when we put up the approval poll for the Tunsil trade for Texan fans, 88% said they approved of this trade. So they were glad that Laremy Tunsil got sent to the Commanders for a bunch of draft picks. And reasons why it was 88%, I would imagine there's a lot of them, but chief among them, hey, we could certainly use these draft picks. But I think also chief among them, I don't think Laremy Tunsil was very popular here.
It's one of those things, though, too, that if you approve it in the moment, you got to check back in a few months later, because I think a lot of us, when we saw Laremy Tunsil leave, you thought, oh, well, clearly they're probably going to bring in an impact player or two on the offensive line, then use some of that cap space. So far, it hasn't worked out that way.
Not yet.
So far, it hasn't worked out that way.
Not yet. Yeah. There's still time, but not yet. You're absolutely right. Here was Laremy Tunsil talking about how no hard feelings leaving Houston, and I think we get a glimpse into when he was wondering why he was being traded, what DeMeco Ryans and Nick Caserio, both of whom met with Laremy Tunsil after the trade was consummated, what the reason was he was being let go.
I've been in this position before with the Miami Dolphins getting traded to Houston, so what I learned, don't take anything personal, and it's just strictly just a business. And I actually, before I left the building, I talked to those guys, DeMeco and Nick, and pretty much they're just trying to keep the young guys together. As simple as that. When I was talking to my OG, who was Brandon Albert and Jermon Bushrod and Mike Pouncey, they told me it's a young man's game. And, I've seen it for myself. They drafted some young guys and they hit on every draft pick. They're trying to keep those guys together. So I fully understand. Like, they just paid Stingley today. Like, they just gave that boy that bag. So I truly understand. Like, it's no hard feelings. Like, at the end of the day, it's a business. You know what I mean? I don't take anything personal. There's no hard feelings against the Houston Texans. I thank them for just putting me in this position, and I thank you for everything they did for me and my family and changing my life. So I get it, man. When I was with Miami, I didn't get the courtesy call from Miami. I kind of woke up out my nap and got traded. So at least this time was a little bit different.
Okay, couple things.
Yep.
One, I'm not a fan of him not giving me anything to be petty about. This is a petty Tuesday, Laremy. You should have been, if you cared about Houston, you would have given us something to get petty about. But no, you didn't care.
Nope.
You only wanted to make yourself look good. Same way with all those false starts all these years.
That's right.
Damn it.
Yep.
But it is interesting that he says he didn't really even get the courtesy call when the Dolphins traded him away. But he wasn't overly distraught over that trade either. At the time, he had said when they explained to him how much they traded him for, he said, I would have traded me too.
Yeah.
So the philosophic side of, hey, it's a young man's game. The Texans drafted, and they drafted well, and they've hit on a lot of these picks. They're going to have to pay these guys. All of that is 100% true. And that you need to clear some space, and if you're able to get a good return for Laremy Tunsil, then so be it. If he did want to get peeved about it or upset about it at all, I'll tell you, if he were a genuinely all-pro caliber player and was genuinely worth being the highest paid offensive tackle in the league, Laremy wouldn't have been the guy that they let go
100%.
to make that hard financial decision. It's just too hard to find. So, but that's the sum total of it. Is he's never been quite the guy that should be paid like he's the best offensive tackle in football. It doesn't mean he's a bad offensive tackle, but he's just not a complete player. He's a pass protection specialist who also cheats a little bit at that because he has so many false starts every single year. So I think, but yeah, that is the sum total of it all. For whatever reasons, the money didn't make any sense anymore. As long as you could get a good return, it was a smart, fiscally responsible thing to do.
Yeah, I think so. The penalties obviously were a big issue here. No season were they bigger than this past season. He was asked about that, Laremy Tunsil, by the Washington media yesterday. Said that's the big thing he wants to fix.
I kind of just like challenging myself to find new challenges in my game to get better at. So every year I try to find something like, I can do this better, or I want to do this better, or I want to be known for this, or so I kind of just put that chip on my shoulder by myself. It's really just me versus me at the end of the day. Especially there's a lot of things I want to work on. Like those 19 penalties I had last season was unacceptable. So that's something I want to address for sure, getting that having done. I want to keep growing as a player, honestly, as a pass blocker, a run blocker. It doesn't matter. I'm always trying to improve in each of those fields.
This is going to be the annoying thing next year, is that I do think he's not going to have many false starts, because he did that this year when it was at a fever pitch, and it was absurd. I mean, he was going to fly through and break all kinds of records for how many times he would be penalized, especially after games like that Minnesota game where it was multiple penalties on one single drive, all of those. He figured it out and stopped getting all the false starts. It's interesting that he also took a step backwards in some respects in terms of pressures allowed and everything, but compared to his normal effort. I do think he's going to clean that up because he showed that he could. Then he had the hiccup when Davis Mills came in, which is obviously with the different cadence and everything. It's not a complete excuse, but I think he will clean that up, and that's going to be annoying because you and I, every Tuesday before the Pettycast, are going to be looking for Laremy Tunsil 5 penalties in the first half of a game against the Eagles or something. Yeah. And I don't think we're going to find it.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I think he's going to be a good player for Washington. He was a good player here. It's just I think there was more going on with the O-line room as a whole here. Yeah. That in some ways Laremy was the easy move because he was clearly the one that you could actually argue you were going to get something back that made you better in the form of draft, in the form of draft capital. So I understand the whole thing. It's funny when he says, I look to get better at one thing every year. Immediately reminded me of James Harden. And that was for all the extra that came with James Harden.
Yeah.
And I think these two are very similar in this way. For all the extra that came, because there's extra that comes with Laremy Tunsil too, just in terms of, man, I wish this guy could just be more of a killer. I think we say that same thing about James Harden. James Harden would say that same thing too. He would go execute it. Like you could look at the player James was when he got to Houston in 2013 and what he was by the time they were making the Western Conference Finals in 2018. And it's like a robot that you kept adding different functionalities to for the next 5 years.
James Harden was like a brilliantly diabolical accountant. He was going to figure out a way to exploit a loophole. Yeah. To the point where NBA officials had to do seminars in their off time on the gather step and how to officiate the gather step.
Or the drive-through where he's raising his arms up right at the other guy's arms.
That one was at least, and that was, multiple times James Harden has basically exploited the rule book to a point where they had to figure out exactly how to handle it. Yeah. The gather step was the most brilliant one because it's if you ever go online and just like watch an official really try to explain how to officiate the gather step, I don't know how they do it in real time.
Yeah.
But with Tunsil, I still think that a lot of his improvements have come in maybe how he is pass protecting. He's just never shown that he genuinely cares about being a good run blocker at all. And the one that drove me the craziest was on screens, which, again, doesn't hurt your pass protection grade when you're horrible on screens. But the number of times we would see Laremy on screens, despite being one of the most athletic offensive linemen in the league, that drove me insane.
Yeah.
That drove me absolutely insane. I would have traded him alone. I would have traded him based on a couple of games where he didn't touch a single person when they tried to run screens. It drove me insane.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you as we head into the 9 o'clock hour. We're going to play Nick Caserio from back in February when we asked him, are you going to get Derek Stingley signed to a new deal? How does that clip play now that Stingley got his new deal very early on here in the NFL business year? And what were they saying around the league yesterday about Derek Stingley Jr. and his record-setting contract extension? That is next. But first, let's get you guys ready for opening day.
KILT. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, we know Derek Stingley Jr., the latest NFL player to get a record-setting, market-setting deal. 3 years, $30 million a year get tacked on to the last 2 years of his rookie deal. So he's got this year. Next year would have been his fifth-year option and will be. And then the 3 years after that, he's making big bank, and most of it's guaranteed, $89 million of it guaranteed. Here was Nick Caserio. This is back on February 19th. Let's now go back and look. Should we have seen any tells or heard any tells? We asked him about Derek Stingley getting a new contract about a month before Derek Stingley got a new contract.
We're always open-minded. We'll have dialogue at any different point, when it's appropriate. I mean, Derek's he's one of the best corners in the league. I don't think this is like some mystery here. So Derek's a good football player. He's improved, I would say, quite a bit from his rookie season to where he is now. So, if we have the opportunity to keep a really good football player here for a period of time, it's certainly something that we're going to explore. Those things take time. Nothing comes to fruition all at once, but Derek's earned the opportunity here, so when those conversations and the time's appropriate, we'll engage in that dialogue. I think Derek's made some comments, the fact that he wants to be here for a long period of time, and we want Derek to be here. So nothing's really linear. These are never linear. It's just A to B. So, but it takes a little bit of work, takes a little discussion. But he's eligible, and when the time's appropriate, we'll engage with his representation. But glad Derek's here. Hopefully we can keep him as a Houston Texan here for a long time.
So the interesting thing about the Stingley contract is that the real big money doesn't kick in genuinely for 2 more seasons. So when it comes to re-signing, or when it comes to signing guys in the short term, like potentially free agents or maybe a Danielle Hunter 1-year extension or something like that, it doesn't really hurt you there. But I wonder when Nick said we'll talk about it at the appropriate time, I kind of felt like in my mind, okay, this is probably something that gets done in August or something. They'll wait and see how free agency turns out. At some point, either David Mulligetta approached the Texans or the Texans approached Mulligetta, and between the Combine was just a few weeks ago and now they got this deal done. How can I read into that more than I should? Is there any chance at all that they wanted to get this out of the way for any reason other than, hey, staying ahead of the market and being sure they don't overpay or anything? Is there anything that would involve this particular offseason that this helps out? I can't think of anything, Seth. As I was listening to that cut, I started thinking about Nico Collins getting his contract extended with a year still left on it in May of last year. Still pretty early, like before even the OTAs and the mandatory minicamp is over. He's got that deal done. And now Derek Stingley Jr. gets done a week after, like a week into the period that you can get it. They got this done almost ASAP when you think about it. I think more about what you're talking about. Like, Nick, this is where you should be encouraged if you're a Texans fan, I think. Is that it appears, and these Nico and Stingley are also both Nick draft picks as well. Like, so we're starting to get into this phase now where guys who were handpicked by Nick are getting these extensions. The Texans are going to be the opposite of the Dallas Cowboys. The Texans, if they see a guy who is deserving, who does the right things, both in and out of the building, both on the field and around the building, is present in the offseason. It's clearly a big thing for both Nico and Derek Stingley Jr. Stingley pointed that out, that was a big reason why he was optimistic it would get done, is because he's done all the things that Nico Collins has been doing, and he saw Nico get a deal done. That's the thing that I'm most excited about, is that Nick's making these guys a priority, and that he's getting these deals done early. And I'm telling, like, that Stingley deal, we're going to be having the same thing we've been saying about Nico, who all of a sudden went from being like the 6th highest contract when he signed it to like the 13th highest in a year. It's kind of a weird dynamic where being financially conservative sometimes in the NFL means being the first person to spend big money.
That's exactly right.
It's the opposite of, hey, when a new piece of electronics comes out, where, look, the irresponsible thing is to be like, I need that $10,000 TV now. And then within 2 years, that same level of technology is $1,500 and you can get it at Walmart.
Yes.
So it's the opposite in the NFL, where the players keep changing, but the price tag is going to keep expanding.
Yeah.
And by being the first person to give an aggressive deal, the chances are, more times than not, somebody's going to eclipse that deal very, very shortly thereafter.
Mm-hmm.
So you kind of got to guess a little bit about what the going rate is, but you kind of also dictate terms in that now that this deal is there in $35 million a year is $30 million per year
30, yeah.
is the number. That's what Sauce Gardner is going to want. That's what he's going to want. So, and if they don't get it, it's not going to be far off from it. So you kind of hedge yourself and guarantee that you're not going to overpay by the market standards by being the first one in.
Well, and it's going to apply to players that aren't necessarily top of market players too. I think that a big reason why Nick did the Titus Howard extension when he did at $18 million a year, which at the time was like, wow, $18 million a year for a guy who's never, been to a Pro Bowl. You've shuffled him back and forth from left guard and right tackle. I think part of the thinking was probably, tackle is a position that is getting more and more expensive every year. And if we get a guy who's just a better than average tackle at $18 million to play right tackle for us, not left tackle, that's pretty good. The problem is that Titus Howard has not lived up to that deal. That's the thing is, the guys, you still need the guys to play well to be saying the things that we're saying about Nico Collins and Derek Stingley Jr., So
yeah, there's also, when you pay somebody that you feel a certain way about, you're just comfortable with them, and you extend them, it's never as simple as, okay, I don't like this guy, and I don't think this guy deserves that much money. So you let him go, and then it's rarely as simple as, so we just draft a guy to replace him.
Right.
All right. Well, you're about 50% of first-round picks work out, so good luck. You have to, on average, you're gonna spend 2 first-round picks trying to find a guy to replace somebody you release off your own team.
That's right.
And sometimes the more conservative and safer thing is to sometimes pay a little bit more than you'd expect right up.
Darius Butler, former cornerback in the NFL, he's a regular on the Pat McAfee show. The Stingley deal came down, I think, it came down during our show yesterday, so within an hour of McAfee's show starting. Here was Darius Butler with his breakdown on the Derek Stingley contract.
Derek Stingley Jr., he's a little different. Even as talented as that LSU 2019 team was, a lot of people that you talked to in that building around that program said that this is the guy. This is probably the best guy on the roster, and he's lived up to it. Outside of injuries that kind of plagued him throughout his college career and then early on in his NFL career, but he's been healthy. He hit his stride last year, been a first-team All-Pro, 5 interceptions, played all 17 games. He could do everything. He could play off. He could play man. You can leave him on an island. He can come up and tackle. But his ball skills, I think, separate him from the pack. Patrick Surtain Jr., Defensive Player of the Year, phenomenal technician, can do everything as well. J.C. Horn, once again, another guy who, if he stays healthy, he'll continue to be one of the best DBs in the league. But Derek Stingley Jr., him and Patrick Surtain right there, 1A, 1B as far as best cornerbacks in the league go.
I'm more impressed with Darius Butler as a guy breaking down players on television than I am with Derek Stingley, I think. It was Darius Butler. I think he was a guy that when he was a player, he would pop up sometimes on shows, and you'd be like, that sounds like a former athlete who's been doing broadcasting for a while.
Yeah.
He just, when it comes down to breaking down player evaluations and everything, he sounds like a guy that may or may not have been an athlete. But I think the thing and defensive back coaches and all that is, you hear the word pure, like he's a pure cover corner. I think he plays with a level of technical skill and physical aptitude that you just really don't see that much or that often. So I think a lot of cornerbacks themselves are fans of Derek Stingley because of the purity of his game, that he can do everything that Darius Butler was just talking about. Any different aspect of the game you want him to play, he can do it. Plus, unlike the old saying, hey, defensive backs are defensive backs for a reason because they don't have ball skills, he does have ball skills as well.
Yeah. Yeah, that'd be fun if they get him a couple plays on offense this year. Just for the hell of it. I just want to see what it looks like.
I like it. Yeah, I do like it as a wrinkle.
Yeah.
I kind of miss using J.J. Watt as a tight end on the goal line.
Mm-hmm.
Just because he was
good.
A genuinely good tight end.
Yes, yeah.
He had the best hands of any of the tight ends out there. It wasn't like he was – defenses respected him as a receiver on those plays. They knew, and they would cover him. But he was making catches – when he was covered.
Mm-hmm.
It was really, I don't know why they went away from that.
Yeah.
Well, it might have been that he had like 19 torn groin tendons at any
He didn't.
time.
Like at that point though, like they stopped doing it. Yeah, you're right. 2015 was the year where he played the whole year, but his body started to break down. That's how good he was. He had like 10 different injuries in 2015, and still was the defensive player of the year that year. Like that's how great J.J. Watt was, man.
It would be fun. With Stingley, just a couple plays on a couple.
Just the other team a little bit.
Hopefully when you're ahead by 28 against the Colts.
Yes.
Really do it in an unsportsmanlike way as much as possible.
But something that won't get his head handed to him. Like don't run him over the middle so one of those like jackass podcast linebackers takes a shot at him. Or something like that. 35-3 game. Derwin James, he is of course, safety, Pro Bowl safety for the Los Angeles Chargers. He was on Good Morning Football yesterday as the Derek Stingley news came down. Keep in mind, both of these guys, David Mulligetta guys. So here was Derwin James as the news is coming down about Derek Stingley Jr.
Derek Stingley Jr. has agreed to a 3-year, $90 million deal in Houston.
Shout out my guys.
Shout out your guys.
Both of those are my guys. David Mulligetta, shout out those guys.
That's your guy too?
Yeah, and
all right,
Derek Stingley.
athletes first.
Athletes first. Shout out the guys. Man.
All right, $89 million of that is guaranteed. This according to our Ian Rappaport.
Wow.
30
Derek a year? Ooh, DB's getting paid like that? Wow. Whoa. I think the last DB was just getting 25 or something like that. 30.
Derwin, you're into this.
Stingley.
What makes Derek Stingley Jr. good?
I mean, we played him in the playoffs. I think he had like a pick or two against us. I mean, he's able to guard your number ones. He can do it all. He can cover, play zone. Got good ball skills, some of the best ball skills at corner. All-around player.
All-around player, man. Derek Stingley Jr. Yes, it was
David
two.
Mulligetta club sounds fun.
Plenty of money.
I had said yesterday that it's not like all of his clients are superstars. He does have guys that aren't, or what have you, but a pretty big chunk of them are superstars.
Yeah.
It's him and Will Anderson's agent,
Nicole Lynn.
From Clutch Sports.
Yes.
They've kind of risen up in these last few years. I don't want to say from nowhere, but it was quick. It was a very quick ascension. And she does it more, I guess she hasn't grabbed as many headlines necessarily, but she's got a lot of clients that are big money. Well, Miles
Garrett? Miles
Yeah.
Garrett is one of hers, yes.
Miles Garrett being a notable one.
Yep, for sure. Just looking at Derwin James' contract situation. You still got 2 years left on your deal, Derwin. Unless you want to agitate, you could hear the saliva dripping down his face. Oh, DB's getting paid. DB's getting paid. You got 2 more years left on your deal, buddy. All right.
Whose Mulligetta client is Jordan Love.
He is.
Yeah, what did he sign? A 3-year deal?
He
got paid, but it was more of a.
I think
it was a halfway deal.
Was it? I remember it was $55 million a year. I don't remember the number of years. I want to say it was a 5-year deal, but I may be off on that.
I thought it was like a little bit subdued from the rest of them based on just short service time. But I might be completely wrong.
Yeah. It may very well be. Payne and Pendergast with you, guys. Great show today. I just have a thought to share. Do you remember when Mixon said there were going to be fireworks this season? I think he wanted a fullback, and by God, they got him one.
He said this offseason, right?
Yeah. This offseason, yeah. So yeah, Jordan.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, Mixon. All right. I feel like Mixon is toyed with our. He's done this a couple times. He said he knew Nick had something cooking. He said that right at the end of the season, right? And then he said there was going to be fireworks at some point right before. And I feel like he primed the pump more than he should have, to the point where he flooded the engine.
Yeah.
I was willing to think like, okay, maybe he knows something. Maybe it's something to do with T. Higgins or something. I don't know what the deal is. And then it ended up being some reasonable moves. The fireworks were really Laremy Tunsil being traded, but
which he did not approve of, according to an emoji that he put out there. Joe Mixon.
Yeah.
He put a sad emoji out there. So, yeah, Jordan Love signed through 2028. So, yeah, he's multi.
Yeah, at $55 million a year.
Yep,
Yeah.
yep.
Okay. No, he got the full Monty
Yep,
there.
yeah,
Damn, I gotta get Mulligetta representing me.
4 years, 220 is what he got. Jordan
Yeah,
Love.
there's nothing modified about it. The total guarantees, that's what it was.
Okay.
It's not quite up there. He had $160 million in total guarantees.
Oh, my God. How's he going to survive?
Yeah. How do you walk into the Mulligetta Club with your $160 million guarantee?
With your head held up, yes.
When Josh Allen and Joe Burrow got 220 plus out there.
All right.
Yeah.
So there you go. Derek Stingley Jr. still talking about it today. Good for him, and we'll see what Nick Caserio has cooked up next here this offseason. College basketball tournament gets started as a group of 64 on Thursday. We get some playing games tonight. The sliminess of the whole thing is on full display right now. This was in the Pettycast earlier. This is the Pettycast leftover segment. This is Pettycast after dark. The NCAA tournament from one of the athletic directors. There is a state that is even more petty about this than I am. A full state. We'll talk about that. We'll discuss coming up next.
All Pro Sting. Is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast. College basketball tournament gets going on Thursday. If you text in and say, Sean, who do you got in your bracket? I have no answer for you for that. I've not filled out one yet. I will.
You've got 7 hours of homework this afternoon.
Dude.
You're filling out your bracket.
It is a lot of homework. You know what I need? And I watch some college where I feel comfortable telling you guys who to put in your bracket. I'm not going to fraud my way through a segment on that. If somebody does have a recommendation of like a podcast that's maybe 60 to 90 minutes long, that's giving out who their sleepers are, I'm open to suggestions of respectable opinions on this whole thing. Now, the one thing we can always count on with college sports, Seth, is the slime factor. That the fact that it's a selection committee picking the football playoff and the basketball playoffs, the brackets, the tournament, it's fun because there's shenanigans, or at least narratives that create the belief that there are shenanigans. This year's for the men's basketball tournament is the last team in, which is North Carolina. They're going to play in a play-in game here at some point. They're going to play in a play-in game in the next day or two. I don't know if they play tonight or tomorrow, but they're going to have to play their way into the 64. It was apparently down to North Carolina and West Virginia to get that last spot. We should point out that the committee chairperson is Bubba Cunningham, the athletic director at the University of North Carolina.
Yeah.
So the optics of this are sketchy at best, right? If you're just casually watching this going, wait, hold on a second. The guy who is leading the group that picks the teams that go into this very lucrative tournament is the athletic director of one of the final couple get in, to which I would say to you, faithful listener, yes. And I would add, he gets a $104,000 bonus if his team makes the tournament.
He gets a $104,000 bonus if the committee that he is on votes his team into the tournament.
Yes.
That's interesting.
Tony Soprano approves. Yes.
I'm no legal scholar, Sean, but I sense a conflict of interest here. Okay.
Bubba Cunningham's like, we're going to get this bid in the tournament, and I'd like 3 no-show jobs and 3 no-work jobs, please. It's total mob stuff,
It's too obvious to try to pull off, though, is the thing.
Yeah.
These are the kinds of things where I'm skeptical, and they did. For whatever it's worth, he was removed from the part of the voting process where he would have personally pocketed $104,000.
Yeah, he was. He confirmed this with. It sounds like this is Seth Davis asking the question. I'm guessing on the selection show. I didn't get to see the show on Sunday. And Ben, we're not going to play this whole cut. I'll down cue you on this. But this was Seth Davis asking Bubba Cunningham about the optics of the whole thing.
I am very familiar with all of the protocols and procedures inside that committee room. You guys go to great lengths to make sure there are no conflicts of interest. You are the athletic director of the University of North Carolina in your day job, so it's going to be a natural question for people who don't know all those procedures to ask whether North Carolina may have gotten a little bit of an advantage that their AD is a chair. So I'm going to invite you to answer that question, and then maybe if Keith could shed some light on that.
And obviously, I'm going to defer that to Keith. But, all the policies and procedures were followed, and Keith can address exactly how North Carolina was discussed, because I was not in the room for any of that.
Okay, so you can down cue it there. This Keith, who's the next in charge, went on to say that the Bubba Cunningham was not involved in any of the votes for who got in. It was voted on by other people. As Bubba said there, he's not allowed in the room. Here's my thing about it getting voted on by other people, Seth, is Bubba Cunningham is around these other people. There could still be lobbying
he wasn't
going on.
in the room when it happened, nobody ever influences anything that goes on in a room where they are not.
Right.
Never seen anything like that. No. He wasn't in the room where it happened. Like, it's all cool. We're all good. No, he was in the lobby of the hotel.
Right.
At least 25 yards away from where we are when we were voting.
Yes.
Did we talk to him immediately beforehand and immediately afterwards? Yes. Is there security footage of us giving him a high five and then making the money sign like Johnny Manziel.
Yes.
Of course. But you all are reading into that way too much.
Can you imagine all these old white dudes sitting there doing the old
pelvic
money
thrusting their
Manziel.
way out?
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the AD there is handing out gift cards to I don't know, whatever AD's like Kinko's or something.
Yeah. So Bubba Cunningham not in the room now. West Virginia, I would imagine as a state, but certainly as the politicians in West Virginia. None too happy with West Virginia politician, but he is hopping mad about North Carolina getting picked over West Virginia.
And I've asked Attorney General McCullers to launch an investigation into the NCAA Tournament Selection Committee to determine if any backroom deals, corruption, bribes, or any nefarious activity occurred during the selection process. I know that the Attorney General and I are going to leave no stone unturned during this process.
Okay. Now I'm rooting for this guy.
You know what America really has an appetite right now? Yeah. Spending on non-essential things. I've noticed it's hugely popular. Yeah. Every politician is very much feeling like, sure, we're wide open to spend lots of money on investigations into you grandstanding and whatnot.
Yes.
Let's do it.
We need a full committee to investigate this. And I don't think they're going to find any bribes. I do think that there's plenty of influence that a guy like Bubba Cunningham can have on a committee without being in the room for a vote, without actually voting himself. And I always wonder this, Seth, like, why do they do this? Why do these sports have someone in a sitting position of influence with one of these schools head up these committees? I don't understand.
I guess I think it's one of those things where there's lots of situations in life when it comes down to it's always be conflicts of interest.
Yeah.
Anybody that does high school sports, when you have to seed a tournament where the coaches all get together,
yeah.
And there's I don't know, there are always conflicts of interest, I guess. So.
Everybody's got biases.
I don't
That's
like
true.
I don't like the way the NCAA does it with the football tournament. I don't like people that I feel like they barely know what the hell's even going on in football, and they're making decisions about who the best teams are.
Yeah, I think they're just as happy that shows like this are talking about it in any way right now. My other problem personally with Bubba Cunningham, he was, I believe he's a Notre Dame alum. He was in charge of ticketing when I was a student at Notre Dame, so he's been around a while. I have a big problem with anybody that uses their given nickname by their buddies or whoever as their name out in the business world. Like you're in a sophisticated position of prestige, athletic director at a big state university that's got a very proud and rich history, and you're walking around with the name Bubba through the building. You don't even Bubba. You're shorter than me.
That's the thing, though. Like, in a lot of places, though, Bubba is a standard name. It isn't just the nicknames. Like, they might have been called Bubba because his grandfather was Bubba or whatever. I mean, but he was born in Flint, Michigan.
Right.
That's if he was born in Flint, Michigan, he went to Notre Dame. Yeah, you're not allowed to be Bubba. If you're not from the deep south,
right.
I don't think you should be allowed to be known in business settings as a
Thank
Bubba.
You. Yeah.
That needs to be something that's kind of seeps into through your skin to your soul, through your grandpappy at some point. Yeah. By virtue of him being a guy from Michigan whose name is Bubba.
Yes. We got to get to because that was a leftover from the Pettycast. Do you want to hear this Mike Francesa?
Yeah.
Mike Francesa.
Mike Francesa, the original blowhard New York sports radio dude,
yes.
Who many of you only know because he has hilarious audio at times with his really thick New York accent.
Yes, it pops up, and he was the afternoon host on WFAN since the inception of the station until a couple of years ago. He now has a podcast that is sponsored by Bet Rivers, which is a gambling company, I believe, and it streams live. I'm not sure if Mike Francesa knows that it streams live, though. This is Mike Francesa. Apparently one of his staff got into his ear while he was doing a segment about the Big East tournament and gave him some bad information, so he went off on them.
You're wrong about that. The title goes to who wins tomorrow. They are the regular season champs, but that's not the championship for the title. The title, the trophy, comes to the winner of tomorrow night's game, no matter who it is. They have to do that because otherwise, why the hell have a tournament? If St. John's had already won the title, what are these 4 days for? So whoever said that is wrong. The championship of the league is decided tomorrow night. That's the title. That's who holds up the trophy. Whoever wins tomorrow night cuts down the nets. That's how it works. So whoever said that doesn't know what they're talking about. All right? Now let's go back and start this over again. And I don't want to hear you guys in my headset, okay?
Okay. Let's go back and start this over again. Yeah. And
Who was on his staff that didn't know that?
I don't know, but just or they may have said something and he misheard it. Whatever it may be.
Okay, yeah.
You know, like he heard something. Whatever. Trust me, that 30 or 40 seconds you heard was the tail end of about 2 minutes prior to that of him going off on these guys. Like, it's wrong information you're giving me. It's wrong information. It's not the title.
And then he said, let's start this again. Let's try this again.
Yeah.
This is a live stream.
Live stream.
Where there is no, there's
a live
no
stream.
Commercial break. You're not recording. This is a live stream, Mike Francesa.
It's a live stream. Yeah, this is him realizing, oh, wait, we were live this whole time?
We'll start over again. We broke off the air, didn't we? We're live? This was all on the air, just yell at you guys? What? You got to be kidding me. You guys have got to be kidding me. All right. I apologize for that outburst, okay, folks? All right. I didn't realize we were live. I thought we were taping this. Okay. That's my mistake. I didn't realize that. Now, so this is going to go viral now because I yelled at you guys.
That's right. That's right.
You realize that?
Yeah.
You've just gone viral. That's right.
I don't, you know what? I'm not buying it. I think it was all intentional.
You do?
I think he's pulling
You think he's that
that's-
cagey?
I don't know. Maybe somebody suggested to him, like, hey, you know what Howard Stern does? He yells at his staff, or at least back in the old version of the Howard Stern show.
Yeah.
He goes off on his staff and everything, and people like feeling like you're getting a peek behind the scenes. This is the objection I have to Mike Francesa, is he tries to... You have a staff?
Yeah, man.
What, a staff? This is where when traditional radio folks or traditional TV folks try to be like, hey, let's do what the kids are doing, where they screw it all up. They create these gigantic budget shows for a format that does not need a gigantic budget. Part of the charm of a podcast and everything is that it's very sparse and minimalist. Yes. Right? I've seen Rogan criticize some young podcasters before for their ornate sets and everything, where Rogan, it's like him and Jamie, and then whatever else it takes to handle $100 million a year or whatever they make. But like, it's a pretty bare bones production. Yeah. These people act like they're broadcasting from CBS radio during World War II or something. Like, no, it doesn't. You have a staff? What the hell? And where do you get off having a staff on any type of show these days?
Well,
just get out there and talk, Francesa.
And that for a format like this, that it's a staff they're all speaking through his ear.
Yeah.
God forbid they should have a voice on the show. You know?
Yeah. God forbid, like you hear a voice off camera or something that just shouts something or yells something.
Yeah. Or has a microphone maybe and just says, "Hey, Mike, blah blah blah." Yeah. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, that was good. I was glad we still had some crumbs left over from the Pettycast. I'm glad we got those shots in.
I love watching anytime. This is my joy. Anytime the dinosaurs from like the way media used to be, where they genuinely thought of reaching down to the masses. Like, whenever they get taken down a notch or 19, it's hilarious. Where they realize, it turns out I was always full of crap, and that anybody with a computer and the internet can prove me wrong at any given moment. Damn it! These guys used to be able to just spew whatever nonsense they wanted to out into the ether without anybody calling them on their BS.
The barriers to contesting them on anything were gigantic back in the day.
Yeah.
Oh wait,
now
there's
you
a
live in
caller?
the real world where you say something dumb, as I tend to do. You're going to get called out for it multiple times.
Yep.
Yeah.
Bob Nightingale was on with the guys on Area 45 last night. Bob Nightingale covers MLB for USA Today, does a great job. Where are we at with the Cam Smith situation? Bob Nightingale shed some light on that coming up next. But first, Men's Tea Clinic. If you are looking to get
From the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, final segment. We'll talk to the guys on In the Loop, find out what they've got going on. Bob Nightingale was on Area 45 last night. You can listen to Area 45 nighttime here on Sports Radio 610. Patrick Creighton, Sean Bijani, they do an excellent job. Really good night show. And they have Bob Nightingale on pretty frequently, and Bob Nightingale is an MLB insider. Covers MLB for USA Today. And the big talk around Astros spring training right now, with about 9 days until opening day, is will Cam Smith make the opening day roster? If he does, it'll likely be as a right fielder. He compares the Cam Smith situation with the Padres' Jackson Merrill situation.
Let me ask you, because this is picking up more more and more from Will Kunkel here in Houston on Fox 26 that he heard there's a good chance Cam Smith is going to make the opening day roster. Ben Verlander put out a tweet about Cam Smith, being the opening day right fielder. Are we really going to see a guy with 19 at-bats above A-ball starting a position he hasn't really played for the Houston Astros in 2 weeks?
You know what? All you have to do is look at the San Diego Padres from a year ago. Jackson Merrill had not played center field since maybe Little League. He was a shortstop. So they say, you know what? We don't need a shortstop. We need a center fielder. So he started playing in spring training, and he should have won Rookie of the Year. I mean, unbelievable year. So if you're a good athlete, it can be done.
And Jackson Merrill was an all-star for the Padres last year.
But he was also drafted in 2021.
Yep, he had a little more seasoning.
Yeah. I mean, so he'd been playing in pro ball for a spell, and obviously the college experience matters. And Cam Smith isn't. It's not like he's coming right out of high school.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know if it's as direct a correlation, and it's certainly not impossible. I think that right now it's more of a matter of if you want him to get any seasoning at all, and do you want him to where? Do you want to throw him right into the mix without having all of the minor league experience that Jackson Merrill is, a batter in Major League Baseball, but also playing a position you haven't played before?
Yeah.
So I understand that. Yeah, it's possible, and teams have done it, but this is a pretty quick turnaround. It's still less than a year since Cam Smith was playing actual college baseball.
Yeah, the part that Nightingale is focused on in that cut right there is the part that I'm less concerned about. Him playing defense in right field. There may be some bumps in the road, but I think Cam Smith's a really good athlete who will pick it up pretty quickly. My bigger concern is what you just talked about, Seth, and what Patrick was kind of leading Bob Nightingale in with that question is okay, this guy has not faced a ton of he's not had a ton of professional at-bats, period, at any level yet, let alone above A-ball right now.
Yeah, because Jackson Merrill played in single A in Rookie League in 2021, A-ball in 2022, and then double A in 2023. Yep. It's a pretty normal progression there. So he didn't have a boatload of experience, but he was in the system and came up through. I'm still skeptical at this point. I don't think that it's not that he couldn't do it or that he never would do it. I just think that there's not really a pressing need or demand right this moment to advance him at warp speed through the system. And I do think they're going to give Chaz a chance with a short leash. Espada just flat out came out and said that it's a shorter leash this year. But they're going to give Cam Smith a chance in most likely double A, where it's just I don't like the Jackson Merrill comp. It's just not. There's too many differences there.
Okay, well, brace yourself because Jackson Merrill gets brought up again in this cut. But Nightingale said he's been hearing some of the same things that have been out there about Cam Smith making the opening day roster.
It feels like it's crazy to me that he's got 19 at-bats in double A. I mean, he's been a pro for 3 months. He's got more spring training at-bats than he has double A at-bats. And you're asking him to learn a new position. It seems like that's an awful lot to put on a kid's plate.
Oh, it is. But like you said, Jackson Merrill, I think he only had, I want to say 37 games above A-ball and did that. So it can be done. And, teams like to move guys quicker up now. Before, you better spend 4, 5, 6 years in the minor leagues. That's not the case anymore. So, obviously, if they do this, and, I hear the same thing they will, you're going to have the mental fortitude to be able to do it. And they must know that, hey, if he can't cut it, if they have to send him back to the minor leagues, he can handle it.
That last part I was thinking about, too, is, okay, well, they Dana Brown and the Astros have a better beat on what failure by Cam Smith at the major league level would do to him, at least how they feel he may, how he may, because there's always a concern, right? Oh, you're going to bring the kid up, and he's going to fail, and it's going to ruin him, and it's going to take him 2 years to come back from being a failure at the major league level. They're around him more on a daily basis and mental tough he is, maybe.
Yeah. No, and I think that I guess the question would be, are there people in the fan base that really feel a pressing need or drive to see him immediately? I think it'd be something that would be exciting if they did, but there's no part of me when you're thinking about a guy that you'd like to be in the organization for at least 6 years, possibly more, for him to be up right now, that this is what you got to do. And I think even Dana Brown, who will accelerate guys through quickly, he wants to see some level of a sample size. So again, with Jackson Merrill, he had 40-some games in Double-A. He had 68 games in High A ball in Fort Wayne last year. And then he had 2 years of professional experience before that, going back to 2021 and 2022. It's night and day. And in those years would have had time at spring training and what have you. Like, Jackson Merrill had a whole lot of time to become a professional baseball player. And if there were a pressing need or demand right now, it would be cool to watch Cam Smith do it. But is it that hard to just give him 40 or 50 games in Double-A or less and just be sure that you're smoothing out all the rough edges, give him some time to play right field in actual games, all of that? It doesn't make a lot of logical sense to me why they would force the issue right now.
I guess we'll find out when the season starts and we see what the bottom third of the order is doing with the Astros. You know, like
right. Yeah.
If it's a big, dark, gigantic black hole from spots in the lineup, then there will be. And Cam Smith is doing things at Double-A like Yordan Alvarez was doing at Double and Triple-A back in 2019, where everybody's like, get this guy up here. He could clearly hit anybody. If that stuff's going on, then the drum beat will be loud for Cam Smith.
I wonder how it feels to be. I wonder if there's any part of Chas McCormick's brain where he's kind of like, gosh, this kid's whole immediate future is hanging in the balance of whether or not I can actually hit going at the beginning of the regular season.
He'd be right.
Obviously, he's not consciously thinking about it all that much, but it really does. A lot of it just rides on Chas McCormick and whether he can be more like the guy he was in his first 3 seasons versus the way he was in his 4th season.
Yep. Last one here from Nightingale. If Cam Smith is the right field starter, is McCormick on the chopping block?
If Cam Smith is the starter in right field, is Chas McCormick basically on the chopping block?
Well, fighting for a playing time for sure. Obviously disappointing. He just has to put up the numbers or worthy of playing time. So yeah, I'm not saying he's going to get released or anything like that, but you're going to give playing time to the guys who produce the most, and he hasn't done that. So very possible. And now it's a young man's game too. If he's not putting up the numbers, they'll grab a young guy that can.
Chaz is on the chopping block, then he falls into that category of guys on title-winning teams that will always be remembered for at least one play. We'll always have the catch the Phillies. For that, you will never buy a drink, Chas McCormick. There will always be a drunk Astro fan nearby to pick up your tab because of that catch. Don't worry.
That would be a good power ranking to do in July or something on a slow sports day.
Like the one-hit wonders?
One-hit wonders for Houston sports teams who big moments in championship games or huge games did something that will live forever, but that, on the sum total of it all, they weren't necessarily all that great.
Writing it down right now, Seth. I'm putting it on the list. I like that.
That looks like that's a Houston press post for you, too.
I just looked. I've been writing for them for for 15 and a half years now. I guarantee you I've probably done that post at some point on the Houston Press.
You think so?
Oh, probably. I bet if I
Look at
Google.
you. You're like a coxman who can't remember his conquests. You're like, I've already hit that topic, Seth. I don't even remember what she looks like, really. But
we're allowed to say that. Pen's got a confused look on his face.
It's a word that they used to use. Coxman.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Just got used again. Yeah.
It's one of those things that doesn't seem like it should be appropriate, but it is.
That's why I'm wondering. That's all. What's up, fellas? John Lopez, Reggie Atatula.
Like pussyfooting. Like, what are you doing?
Yeah. Reggie? Well,
because you got to be direct.
Yeah.
You can't be doing that.
Reggie hates when I use the term "put your finger in the dike."
Okay. Well, okay.
It's a term.
It's
common.
Yes. Yeah.
Hey, by the way, that C word that I just used, maybe I shouldn't have used it.
Yeah.
It is vulgar slang. Yeah, a man reputed to be extremely virile or sexually accomplished.
Seth is mysteriously out tomorrow. We now know why.
By the way, Chris Burke is on that list.
Chris Burke for sure.
Abraham Toro.
Oh, for making the play in the Verlander.
Where the bleep is Toro?
Yeah. This guy's more accomplished than those guys as a career, but Eddie Johnson in the 97 playoffs, the shot he hit, I mean, it sucks that they didn't go on to win that series.
Yeah.
Sometimes what happens after something big like that dictates how big, it retroactively. Even things like Jose Altuve's home run in Game 6 to beat the Yankees and walk them off in 2019 is partially ruined for me by the World Series that year. It's a little tainted by the fact they lost the World Series by going 0-4 at home against a 93-win Nationals team.
I wonder if, John, you'd be a good one to ask on this one. Do you think the Miracle on Ice would have sustained in its legend if the U.S. hadn't gone on to win the finals against Canada after that?
I think no. I think it would have been just an incredible moment. We beat the Russians. We beat the Soviets, all that stuff. But you got to win. Everybody talks about the gold. People think that was the gold medal.
Well, I was just going to say, there are millions of people walking around thinking they won the gold medal.
Who did they beat?
Finland?
Yes, very good.
Oh, is it Finland?
Yeah,
See, I said
Finland.
Canada. I don't know. I got it in for Canada right now, I guess.
Well, join the club.
They actually beat Finland for the gold. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. All right, question of the day today.
Oh, yeah, baby.
This is a good one.
Oh, yeah, baby. What is your we put it on the document. What's your favorite rarely seen play in sports?
Okay, and
based on the intentional missed free throw last night
by Jabari.
Yeah, I've got a bunch, but I'll save mine. I want to hear yours.
Okay, I've got two. I've got three. We got one for each big sport.
Very nice.
Well, actually, no. I got a soccer, a baseball, and a football.
Okay.
Football, I love the Fumblerooski, and it's not because they've made the commercial, the State Farm commercial, where Andy Reid, in a very likable way, is going Fumblerooski. I like stealing home in baseball, and then in soccer, I like the throw-in where the player's throwing it in actually like does a somersault using the ball as their catapult and slingshots the ball into the penalty area.
That's a great
one.
one.
The flip-over throw-in. Yeah, I like those a lot.
Oh, those are both really good answers. I feel like your second one might just be because we hardly watch any soccer at all, and it might be more common than we think.
No, it's not. It's not all that common. I'll tell you that.
The one that jumps to mind, which isn't, I don't think it was a great answer, but it was one of my favorite moments, was when Tom Brady did a surprise pooch punt once in a game, and it was more about the fact that he nailed it.
Yeah.
And he, like, the look on his face afterwards of just kind of like, oh, it was like a kid enjoying the sport for the first time in decades almost. Like, he just had this smile like, oh, look at that. That was something fun and new and novel.
Yeah.
And, despite all the other demons that gnaw at me and drive me to be as good fun. So I enjoyed that.
The quarterback pooch punt. That's a good one.
That's a very
It's going to be good. 10-40, right?
Yes, sir.
I want to say it was on third down. It was like a surprise pooch punt for strategic reasons. I can't remember the circumstances.
I guarantee if we ask Caserio, he will be able to tell you the game, what quarter it was in, and the down and distance.
Yeah.
Guaranteed.
They punted it on third down. Yep.
Dude, we had Caserio on one time, and he's like, yeah, there was this one game in New England, and he's like, and Julian had like 9 catches for 142 yards. And blah, 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 blah. And Seth and I looked up the box score. No, it was a listener who did.
Yeah.
A listener goes, we just looked up the box score. I just looked up the box score for that game. He's spot on. Like the exact numbers. He was spot on.
I just like the idea that there's just numbers floating around his head.
Yes.
And he's just grabbing them periodically.
Goodwill Hunting action. Yes. Or Zach Galifianakis in the... All right. Seth, antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies and a blistering coxswain to you. That's a word.
Oh, yes.
Don't worry about it. That's on our time. We'll take that.
That's an actual non-vulgar word.
That is the person who yells at the rowers to paddle in cruise. Yeah.
Row.
Yeah, man. Real tough
A loud
job.
cone-shaped coxswain to you.
Thank you, Seth. Thank you very much.
Didn't need that last part.
No. Okay, we're done. We're out of time. You're listening to KILT AM, KILT FM HD2, Houston.
Oh, breaking news.
What?
Hey, take this, Lopez. We've got it. Oh.
What is it?
Vikings are going to sign Jeff Okuda. There you go.
Oh,
All right. That was a womp womp.
yeah. Way to start. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM HD2 Houston, an Odyssey Sports Station. This is where you come for discarded defensive back talk. Right here.
Yes, it is.
Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They are the great in the loop, and they start now.
This is how we will begin our engagement. 713-572-4610, the Jim Adler Texas Hammer text line.
The Texas Hammer!
Let me know your feelings on Jeff Okudah signing to the Minnesota Vikings. How disappointed are you? You know, how much will you miss him?
Disappointed.
Should we have an in memoriam? I know he's not dead, but I don't know what the best word of saying that is. I have a feeling we're not getting a ton of that. All right, you're in the loop, as you heard the man say. He did the roll call as well. John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig, hanging out with you. What is this today? A Tuesday?
Today would be Tuesday.
That's wild, man.
Yeah.
Tuesday. But that does mean that you will hear from our guy, B. Scott. He'll join us in the 11 o'clock.
It's been a minute.
It has. A little bit. Not that long. Only, 2 weeks?
Yeah.
That's a long time, man.
It is. It's a long time to not get your B. Scott fix. But, I mean, if you listen to Sports Radio 610, you've actually gotten more B. Scott than you bargained for the last
But you didn't hear the intro.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, the intro is key.
People do want that intro. Let's have a good day. How about that, fellas?
Let's have a great day.
Let's have a great day. And as I say that, I am here to poo-poo on your fun, I have a feeling. Let us know how you feel about things as well on the Mokaram Injury Lawyers live streams.
We keep it 100.
My bad. Both on YouTube and Twitch, because last night there was a huge occurrence in a game that I don't think anybody anticipated. Got a victory, an overtime victory over the Philadelphia 76ers. I mean, it was a wild comeback victory. In fact, the ties for the largest comeback in franchise history. Down 25 points at one point in this game.
To the Sixers.
To the Sixers. That's right. 144.
And B was playing though, right?
He was not. He was not.
What about Paul George?
No. He's actually out for the season now. Yeah. So he could go back to his podcast P coming back.
Okay. Maxey, was Maxey playing?
No, Tyrese Maxey was not playing either. I don't know what he's up to.
Man.
Yeah.
Houston legend.
Yeah.
Quentin Grimes.
Dude.
Decided to get out here and solidify his next paycheck with 46 points in this thing.
Yeah.
I mean, look, like I said, you were down 25 points at one point. I mean, this is the largest comeback from a deficit in the second half in franchise history, being down 25. There was various other instances in which this was like a special comeback for the Houston Rockets. But here, I would like to ask this question and pose it as this. Was that a scrappy victory, or was it an unflattering struggle? Because it seems like a lot of people are here for the scrappy victory on the YouTube. Again,
scrappy victory, huh?
Somebody said, "Let's talk Rockets. What a hell of a game!
Of course, Sean's
most exciting of the
Sean's
year."
Sean's going to raise his hand.
Yeah, Sean is here for scrappy.
I like the grit they showed.
Grit.
They showed grit and
grit.
Yeah. What kind of metal they showed?
I mean, they had to find a way to get themselves to overtime, and then they win it just a real scrappy. It's an unflattering struggle for me.
I'll put it this way: let's have a better day than I had a time going to sleep last night after watching that thing. I don't know what to think. Like seriously, I was infuriated. I felt like they got lucky. I was a little bit inspired by the way they played with the small lineup and came back. I was exhausted. It was awful.
When was the moment where you just got upset with this game?
Don't ask
About
me.
5 minutes in.
Yeah, I was like, don't ask me. Y'all see the text.
Yeah.
I was mad at the start.
About 5 minutes in.
And to be fair, there was reason to be mad. They lost the first quarter 44-28.
Yeah.
They gave up 78 points in the first half.
They checked out defensively.
And see, that was all bad. I think I was fine once they, tied the game, took the lead and all that stuff. I got upset once. I think it was Tari Eason who just got thrown. I think he got fouled out.
Yes.
And then got a technical foul on the way out.
That's right.
That's what set me over.
Take that with you. Add
I'm
that
just
bonus
like, bro,
technical.
you out the game, man.
Yeah.
How's you causing your team points?
Because he wanted to talk at Quentin Grimes, who was talking at him.
Yeah.
That was one of the frustrating things for me. And I mentioned this in our text, which was very, very hopping last night. And I'll take responsibility because y'all was just chilling, and I was just sitting there throwing up text where y'all felt like y'all had to respond back. I appreciate you doing that.
It was infuriating.
No, by the time I got to the game, I'm like, all right, I see what's going on here.
Them boys lost their heads. And That's one of the frustrating for me is just the idea that they could lose their head in a situation where they absolutely should be a lot better. But I mean, the first and foremost is just they did not look like they wanted to play in the first.
That's
half.
it. That was the infuriating thing. I just they checked out. They weren't into the game, and people were like, oh, and in fact, we just got a text along these same lines. Well, the Sixers couldn't miss, dude. They shot 63% at one point in the first half. That's not they can't miss. That's
Basketball Lopez coming through. Come on, Coach, what you got for me?
That's horrible defense. You can't give up 63% should be what your center makes, around the rim. That might be
which if I want to be a real jerk, I'll be having trouble making 63% from around the rim, but that's neither here nor there.
You can talk, they just couldn't miss. Why were they not missing anything? Wide open shots, lazy defense, not getting around screens, going over a screen when they should go under, going under a screen when they should go over, not closing in the corners, not closing at all in the lane. See, here's the thing. You talk about coaching, all right? So I'm not a great coach, but I play one.
Oh, there you go.
No.
Back when I used to coach.
How many times did you see the Sixers get to the lane and the Rockets defender was closing closer to the rim than closer to the player? Like when you close in the lane, you're supposed to go to the player.
Yeah.
Not let the player come to you. Otherwise, it's an easier shot. I mean, it was just so infuriating. But they won. So that's what I'm saying. Like I was just going back and forth. I don't know what to think of it.
I thought it was a good at making the game and all that stuff. I just got a little frustrated with. It seemed like people was losing their minds a little bit.
Yeah.
Where I'm like, man, y'all got to focus, man, because once you get in the playoffs, you can't do that type of stuff.
Yeah.
Otherwise, the series is over.
Right. I mean, it's interesting to see kind of the gamut of folks here on the text line. I mean, early on, we're like, hey, they're looking at the idea of 8-3-2. Don't blame the Rockets. The NBA, they were hitting every shot, right? They're going to the make or miss league level of this. And from the 8-3-2, Lopez, they hit 15 threes in the first half.
Yes.
Basically but yes, I don't think
I understand that.
I don't think that's one of those things where you go, well, make or miss league, because what Lopez is talking about there, I completely agree, is you were allowing them to have all those shots. Now, of course, like, again, 78 points doesn't happen by accident in this league, and I don't think you can just write that off. Like, yes, they were shooting at an above-average rate for themselves and for pretty much any team in the league, but that does not happen in a vacuum. And one of the things, and I will actually put this man out by name because I also have a lot of praise for him over the last couple of weeks, over the last month or so. Jalen Green really frustrated me in this game, and it's because he's been so much better as a player. Now, I will start this by mentioning he tweaked his ankle early in this game, and you could see him grimacing, and I could tell that was something that was stopping him. But I don't know if this was the reason why. He shut off a lot of times. Like, I'm talking about not keeping assignment, blow-bys consistently straight by him, and not closing out well. I thought that was, for him in particular, especially as a dude who had to be a leader in this game and being a lot of a creator at points in this game, which he did fairly well. 13 assists in this one. Like, I think that with all of that, the thing that frustrated me the most is like it's the effort, it's the attention to detail, it's the focus that this team loses at times. And that's been the frustration for me because that has been the calling card for the team. That is what Ime Udoka has set as the standard and set as the identity for this team. Is, look, we may not be the best shooters on volume or on efficiency. We may not even we may not necessarily be the tallest in all these aspects. And we may not have the best player necessarily. But one thing we're gonna do, we're gonna outwork you when it comes to rebounds. We're gonna defend our keisters off.
Well, that's
and those are things that they did not do all that well. Now they did rebound. Don't get me wrong, they did rebound in this game, but the defense was not. And it wasn't just we're getting beat. And even if it was, like, if you're getting beat by, and again, all credit to Quentin Marshall Grimes. He shouldn't be straight line driving past you guys.
Exactly.
Like, you should not. They should not be swinging the ball better than you swing the ball on offense. They should not look like the better offense when they're starting. Are you familiar with a Justin Edwards?
Yeah, exactly.
Do you know what a Jared Butler is? Have you heard of Ricky Council the fourth? Like, these are the starters for the Philadelphia
Not the third,
Sixers.
the fourth.
And look, there are games where wild things happen. And I understand that. This was one of those wild things games, but you aided and abetted it at every turn for at least the first half of basketball. And that was a deeply frustrating thing for me, especially for a team that currently sits to second, push into the playoffs, and really, this is part of who you are, and those are the things that you need to make sure that you have right, especially going and playing against better teams who will take advantage of that and not allow you to come back and beat them in a game.
And you mentioned playoffs, and that's why I'm so conflicted about this squad now. Just over the last 3 games, I said it yesterday, we talked about it. I was feeling pretty good about how they were kind of finding themselves a template, a path to how they can win games. But it still hinges on what they can do defensively. And then the other thing is the rotation got a little interesting last night.
Yeah.
And how does that play out now? What are other teams going to do to you when you try to go small? Other teams are going to be deeper and better around the rim with some bigger guys that can run and pass than the Sixers were last night. And that's how you got back in the game with the small lineup. And Sengun, your best player, sitting all this time.
Sengun goes out about midway through the third quarter and does not play again till the very last play in regulation. In fact, that play, which I want to talk about that here because we've been hard. We've been very hard. I won't go this far, though, from the 281 where they say Rockets are frauds. Yeah, I'm not doing all of that. But I will bring this up. When it came time, after you have Jabari Smith Jr. deciding to be like an aggressor and a really good player that I need to remember to come back to because I got to give Bari his praise. I thought he was incredible, and we'll circle back around to that. You get to a point where you are down 3 points at the free throw line. You make the first, and you're like you miss the second because you're down. You're down 2. There's not enough time.
3 seconds.
3 seconds on the clock. Jabari Smith Jr. at the free throw line. This happens.
Here's the miss. There's the putback. 131. Timeout Philly. 3.5 to go. Double big for life. It worked. They got the offensive rebound.
The only time in this game, mind you, where you had the double big lineup was you brought in Alperin and your guy.
Let me tell you something.
Steven Adams.
Steven Adams
to get rebounds.
Really made that play. If you go back and look at the replay, I would encourage people to do it. He hooked one dude that was closer to the rim under his arm and pushed the other guy. He took 2 players.
Wait, are you accusing him?
No.
Of holding?
No, it was perfect. It was beautiful. He is fast becoming just like, I love that guy. He took 2 players out, created the space for Sengun to just tap it back in with both hands. Both those guys were huge. That was an enormous play by both of them.
Yeah, let's hear Jabari Smith Jr. talking about how that play came together.
So Tate whispered to me, miss it. I looked at email to make sure. I'm like, what? He told me to miss it. Perfect miss, in my opinion. Hit the back rim, came right to Alfie. He came in ready to play. Didn't play much in regulation, but came in ready in overtime and won us the game.
And of course, that was Space City, Vanessa Richardson asking that. But it was beautiful to watch. One of my all-time key, rarely seen type plays.
That'll come back up for our question of the day.
But I'm still I went to bed last night and kind of thinking how do I feel about that? It was just so back and forth.
That was another thing to feel kind of conflicted on. When you have Alperin Sengun come in at the very end, very quickly establish the size disparity that he was able to provide, considering that, the Sixers were really small. In all of that game, you bring in Alperin and he boxes out cleanly his guy and gets an easy rebound. That one was one of the easier rebounds I've seen Alperin have to bring down.
Absolutely.
Puts it back up. And then in overtime proceeds to just put dudes into the basket with his size, which did raise the question, why did Alperin Sengun not make his way back into that game for a quarter and a half of basketball towards the end? Now, I think that some of the answer was they were leaning on the hot hand that was Jabari Smith Jr. for a period of time because he created a run. He was incredibly aggressive in a way that I love. There's a very clear night and day effect when Jabari Smith Jr. is aggressive with the basketball.
Yeah.
And sometimes where he's prioritized with the basketball, then where he's passive and maybe kind of asked to just kind of play the background. But I thought there was a point where that slowed down where I was like, okay, you can get Alperin back in now that you're not getting the full effect of just Jabari going mayhem, and you can get that size advantage. But I do wonder how much of that is a concern about his ability to defend on the perimeter and those types of things.
Yeah, no, it was a thought that I had as well. Jabari Smith Jr., the talent we know. I went back speaking to when I looked at plus minus, it's a yo-yo, man. I mean, it's just this month, he's gone minus 17, minus 7, plus 21, minus 9, plus 22. I mean, it's wild, and that speaks to what you're talking about.
On the text line from the 832, dogging Jalen Brent Green, but he's the one that got the steal to help go to overtime. He sure did, and that's the thing is, I don't think that we have to make this flat. Jalen Green in that game had some really phenomenal things. I think one of the things that I've really enjoyed about watching Jalen over the last few weeks at least, and maybe dating it back a little further, you're seeing his blinders come off as a guard. He came into this league as a scorer. And you can still see it within him. His ability to get to the rack is kind of incredible. His ability to kind of knock down tough shots is continuing to grow even. And you're seeing him find a little bit more of that peripheral vision when he gets downhill, knowing I am collapsing the defense. Yeah. I can kick this out. And you saw that in this game. There was, again, evidenced by 13 assists. You don't have to go very far to see that. But at the same time, I can talk about the fact that he was not giving good effort defensively to start in the first half.
Absolutely.
He came back around. And, of course, I also mentioned he did tweak his ankle. It was very evident. So I'm sure that factored in to some degree. But that's going to be hoop, especially if you're going to be one of the best players on this team. I'm not going to knock him for some of the natural things that he's going to have a little bit of a tough time with, but controlling your temperament, controlling the way that you try and go about this, I think that matters. And I was disappointed is probably more the way to say it. And it wasn't just him. He typified that because he was not alone out there. They didn't score 78. That was the thing that was disappointing. I feel like the good things in this game, which I want to continue talking about, because the Rockets get a win. They go to 7-0 on this stretch of games that they needed to win without Amen Thompson, who a lot of people are looking at as one of, if not the best player on this team, right? Like they did some really good things in this stretch, but I feel like the good things are things that the grittiness, the scrappiness, they're things that we've started to already establish for this team. The downsides here, those are the ones that I'm like, you can't carry those forward. Like those can't stick with you, and those are more concerning. Those weigh a little heavier with me than a grittiness that we already knew of this team that they'd established over months on this season thus far. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. They said, Reggie, he's also getting double team most games when you're talking about Jabari. Or not Jabari, rather. Are we talking Alperen there?
Jalen?
Or are we talking Jalen? Yeah. Or trapped off the pick and roll? Is that Jalen Green? Yeah, I think that there's absolutely credit to be given there, and he's finding ways to navigate those things. But I'm not going to pull punches here for him, because I think that these are places where clear, like, and I don't even know if that's a growth proposition. That's just one of those. You got to remain locked in, man. Yeah. Like if you want to win games, these are the things that really great players do. And if he has the capability of being a great player, those are the things you have to lock in on, especially against a team that had no business being in the game. But at the very least, you could say
got the dub.
Right, you got the dub. Right, the negative things showed, and those are things that they still need to address. But I'd rather you have to address those with the W in this instance. Than with the L. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. More, we'll circle back around to that because it was a rich game that I was hoping was not all that rich, but we got it regardless. But coming up next, the Texans signs yesterday that felt kind of big to me. Let's break those down next.
It's tourney time, H-Town, and we'll be out in Twin Peaks on Kirby to
better access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez.
It is what it is means nothing.
And Reggie Atatula.
And that, my friends, is a scoregami.
Always live, always local.
713, what's the damn number? 572-4610.
You're in the loop on Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, we're about to talk about this. So I'm about to talk about the signings that the Texans made yesterday. I thought they were interesting. I thought they actually kind of signaled some bigger things, at least to me personally. I'm interested to see what you think, Lopez, and what you think, listener. On the YouTube, obviously brought to you by the Mo Karam Injury Lawyers.
We keep it 100.
Thank you. Somebody said, did the Rockets play down or did the Sixers play up? Because those dudes couldn't miss. And I think in the first half, it was absolutely evident that the Rockets did play down while the Sixers played up. I don't think those things are mutually exclusive. Quentin Grimes was knocking down shots at an incredible rate. They were getting good looks because the Rockets were not playing good defense. And on top of that, there was many a time, and I texted you guys this during the game, Quentin Grimes is getting straight line drives and there's no help defense coming on the backside. Quentin Grimes is good. We saw him here in Houston playing for the Cougars, and he's solidifying himself a nice contract coming up. However, he's not so good. He's not so good where he should be blowing by your perimeter defenders and then not having anybody on the backside so he has easy layups. He's not that good. And so I think that, yes, we can talk about the fact that the Sixers played really well. I think that I am getting to a point, and maybe I'm too far ahead on this. I will acknowledge that if that's the case. I'm starting to put a little expectation on this team to at least, do some things consistently, have some things be your baseline. And that felt like that was below the baseline that I think is befitting the Rockets team right now.
Well, especially if that's your calling card. If you're trying to be a team that everything hinges on what you're doing on the defensive side of the court, you've got to be able to be more consistent with that.
Yeah, absolutely. And now the Rockets, obviously, one thing that's a game that in the past they would have lost. They answered the call. They get to halftime. Ime lets them know that's not acceptable defensively. They get out there and they find a way to claw their way back. They get on their horse, man. Like they start knocking down shots. They get to the good things and they find a way to get the win. Like I do have to give them that credit. But I'm trying to start to hold this team to a higher standard because they have a capability. They have the talent to be that kind of team.
Yeah.
But I do want to get to the Texans here because yesterday there was a couple of names that come down that are signings for the Texans. Not major ones, obviously. That's kind of been the way that the free agency period has gone for the Texans. They're not doing things where they're going out and making big splashes. But I thought that they really did some interesting things to bolster here. One of them is Jacob Johnson. Now, Jacob Johnson, 30-year-old, he's been around the league a little bit, bounced around some. But I don't even know how much this is about Jacob Johnson himself, but the idea that they brought in a dedicated fullback again, and we are out of the era of tight end doing fullback things.
Yes.
That the Texans, like fullback by tight end committee, the Texans, the experiment that they tried, that we're back to like a fullback experience. I think that that's good, obviously, just because I think that'll be more effective. But also, it feels like, again, we are moving towards a situation where the Texans are trying and hopefully will figure out how to run the ball consistently.
I think it's I'm not going to say it's huge, but I think it's a very telling signing. I think it tells us a lot about the as you just mentioned, how they're going to run the ball, but more about how they're going to run their offense, where they're going to hinge things. Jacob Johnson, a fullback, it changes the way that they approach blocking. I mean, that's relatively important. That's what we talked about all year last year. He's also a Nick Caley guy. Nick Caley coached him in New England, which we'll get back to that at noon. There's something interesting that I think people will find out that I can't put my finger on. But
we do not consider ourselves the Patriots South.
Save that.
Oh God.
Save that.
All right,
Figgy. But we'll talk about that at noon. No, I think it's very, very telling. I've been kind of talking about with you and Figgy and we've been kicking around. Their blocking scheme. Their approach, how they're going to change things, how Bobby Slowick was very rigid in some of the ways he did. Well, Nick Caley is changing that. They're going to be more power. They're going to be more. And so I think that's a very telling sign. I'm not going to say it's a big one, but because who knows how significant he's going to be, on a play-to-play basis. It's very telling.
Yeah. And I mean, I still remember the visceral feeling that I had. And of course, he's not Andrew Beck. We'll see how he ultimately factors in. But I remember the the visceral feeling that I had when Andrew Beck returned. Was that the Chiefs game, Week 16, where he came back, he played?
I'll take your word for it. I can't.
I'll have to double check my notes. But like where you actually see Andrew Beck in fullback, you're like, oh, well, there you go. That's already looking more effective than anything that you had seen from the run game prior to when you were using Andrew Beck. And I'm like, how much more if Nick Caley does have a better grasp on a run game that it feels like Bobby Slowick never really got a grasp on. Like I'm just excited for the prospect of an offense that can actually tote the rock. Am I jumping out too far? Possibly, because again, we ain't seen nothing from Nick Caley offensively. But I think that, yeah, man, just the idea that they're like, look, man, we're not playing around with this other stuff. We're getting back
that's what I'm talking
to the business of this. But I think maybe for me the bigger one, and I don't know about for you, the signing of cornerback Ronald Darby. Last year he was a Jaguars cornerback. I think he started 13 games, if memory serves me correctly. I really, really like this addition, even though like he had a little bit of a rough season last year. I was looking at some of his stats, and I think his passer rating against was something like a 123 there. But he still breaks on the ball really well. It just feels like maybe the speed is going a little for him.
It's the role that you especially have been talking about a lot. More depth at the cornerback position. Yes. We love the first two guys. It's kind of hard not to. But you've got some real question marks beyond that. Well, this guy is a veteran that's played a lot of football and can certainly step in and do that. And you look at the cornerback depth chart right now. Obviously, Jeff Okudah signed with who did he sign with?
With the Vikings. Where the Vikings, you talk about Patriots South. The Vikings trying to be Texans North, aren't they?
Yeah. They're doing a lot of that. But now you got some depth. Ronald Darby gives you exactly what you're looking for there.
Yeah, I think someone even put in the idea of. And I guess this is the general idea of cornerback depth anyways, I think that this gives you a little bit more opportunity to maybe, if you have situations where you don't feel like Petrie is great in coverage, have another player who, again, started a lot of games last year, have an opportunity to kind of slide them in coverage and handle some things, right? Because someone on the text line earlier today already mentioned it. I think I bring it up probably too often. But, like, you remember against the Cowboys when Jeff Okudah was in the slot? Kevontae Turpin gave him that 1-2 step like Ciara.
And that wasn't the only one either.
No, it wasn't, but it's the one that sticks in my mind. Yeah. And look, it's possible that Ronald Darby – because I mentioned Ronald Darby. Like, you are seeing a little bit of a deterioration of his game. He's 31 years of age. It's not like he's a spring chicken per se, and it was a 128. Passer rating against the most touchdowns that he's given up against in a little while, but he plays mostly. He's played mostly on the outside, but he can go. Seems like he's going down
and that's what you want. In that role,
yeah, it feels like when you get to that depth situation, I think that's 100% fine. Like I think he also was exposed more because he's playing with the Jags, and he was like they signed him last year as a guy to be an outside cornerback opposite a solid cornerback.
Yeah.
I don't think that he's going to be that consistently, but as a depth corner, I love this signing, and it starts to, again, like you mentioned, firm up a position that felt so woefully understaffed that you didn't really have an opportunity to do something. You didn't have as much of the flexibility that I think now Ronald Darby begins to give DeMeco Ryans in a defense that has already been monstrous for this team.
The other thing that it does is it puts a guy with that kind of experience and knowledge, like you said, it's still in his head, in the room. I mean, these guys are still young, and there's certainly some things that they can talk about and bounce around, and in particular down in distance situations, maybe he is the cover guy, as you talked about. When Petrie, might have some trouble in coverage.
Yeah, I mean, it's worth noting he was with the Ravens before, like in 2023. A passer rating against of 69.6. Yeah. So he's only a year removed from that. Now his playing time diminished as the season went along.
He got a very good
Jags.
contract with Jacksonville.
Yes, he did, and that's why they moved off from him. I guess they felt like there was a little bit of a decline there, and maybe it just wasn't fitting. And hey, I always have a little bit of concern where I see a guy who 2022 with the Broncos had a really good passer rating against. Now he didn't play all that much. He's had an injury then, ACL in 2022. But he bounced back. I mean, he played probably about 60% of the snaps there and had a good passer rating against and a good defense went to a bad defense in the Jags and played bad, but what happens if he's back in a good defense?
Yeah.
And I think that gives a little bit of coverage for the possibility of, and knock on wood, but injury, you were very fortunate to not have major injuries on the outside.
It could have gotten ugly fast.
You missed Kamari Lassiter for a little bit, and you already were over there hoping and praying that they weren't going to just target the left side of the field. So I think I'm really excited about this possibility because, again, this team feels like it's set up, and hopefully it's not so heavily to this case where it ends up being an issue, but it seems like it's set up for the defense to carry this thing forward, to be the point. And just giving yourself a little bit of padding, giving yourself a little bit of malleability, I think matters. And Ronald Darby, I don't think he's that by himself, but I do think he represents what is a little bit just better situating yourself to deal with the natural punches, the war of attrition that is a 17-game football season. Yeah. All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get to the question of the day. Jabari Smith Jr., I had my criticisms of the Rockets, but they managed to bring it back. And Jabari Smith Jr. and Alperen Sengun executed one of those fantastic, rarely seen events in sports. What is your favorite of those types of plays? What is your favorite rarely seen play in sports? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about that next.
All-Pro Sting is smiling on his way to the bank. Voices live. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, let's get into our question of the day. Inspired by Jabari Smith Jr. and Alperen Sengun pulling off one of those very rarely seen and even rarer to be seen it done properly in sports, which was the intentionally missed free throw and then put back when you need two, but you only have an opportunity to get one. Jabari Smith Jr. just perfectly kissed off the back iron. And
that was perfect.
What was also crazy about it is not that it was perfectly kissed off the back iron. Somehow it angled directly to that right block where Alperen was lined up.
Kind of toward the middle, though, and that's where Steven Adams came in. Like, you go back and watch the play. He took two guys out and cleared that whole space. It was good. It was a good play. It was executed. It was practiced. It was a practice play, you could tell.
Yeah, I mean, but even a practice play, like trying to get that to bounce perfectly.
Yeah, you still have to have.
So gorgeous, really gorgeous stuff. But that got us thinking, what are your favorite rarely seen plays in sports? Because that one was pretty, man. It doesn't always look that good.
That might be, maybe it's recency bias, but that might be my number one. Like to
intentionally miss free throw?
To be able to shoot the ball, hit the back iron or the front iron, however you want to play it, and get that rebound perfectly executed. That's a rarely seen play that's rarely pulled off. And for it to be pulled off like that, fantastic. If it's not that one,
I mean, it was beautiful because it really did validate the work that they put to come back, right? They didn't keep in their heads enough. They didn't keep their heads enough, as evidenced by a couple of ejections. One of those felt a little aggressive, but still, like a couple of ejections in this game. But at least that one capped off, and they were able to celebrate a game where they came back in a gritty fashion, as opposed to like fully existing in what you do not want to forget in what is it? Don't forget in victory what you would
never in defeat.
There we go.
That was a perfect example of it last night.
That's very much it. But shout out to the victory. But yes, what are the ones that come to mind for you, Lopez?
Well, I don't want to take them all, but I've got two or three that are at the very top of my list. That one is up there, maybe number one. The other one, they call it an Olympico, I think.
Yes, Olympico in soccer.
It's when in soccer you have a corner kick, and you don't hit it to anybody, you curve it right into the goal.
Yes.
You score a goal from the corner. That is, David Beckham was, Thierry Henry and David Beckham, probably the two best to ever do that. You have no shot. And it has to be executed perfectly, where you're on a corner kick and you just kick it up, curves, usually the far right post, boom. That gets you excited.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I feel like really you could just go for any like solid free kick that hits net, because it just, and being able to be that have that kind of dexterity with your feet, to be able to look, there's people that aren't that good with their hands, right? With the, like I can put the ball exactly where I need it, right? I mean, they out here with let me use my feet to put this within inches of where I need it to be. That's real wild stuff. Some things already coming in on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line.
The Texas Hammer.
Thank you, Jim, from the 281. Love a good Hail Mary. You don't have to make this too difficult. That's fair. From another 281, 2 immaculate innings in the same game, where you go, 3 batters, 3 strikeouts.
That happened with the Astros.
Yeah, that's very specific.
That's right. That's right. All right. The one. What was the one that came?
The other one that I love. I'm interested in you guys. Is, and I don't know why, because it's a goofy. Because you start using, okay, should they call an intentional safety here? You do the math on the score and the clock, and so you get in your own head, like, yeah, I'd do it. I'd kill a little clock and run the intentional safety, and then like the punter or the quarterback is running around there in circles in the end zone, waiting for guys to come hit him, killing clock. I love the intentional safety.
That's a good one. Figgy, is there one that comes to mind for you?
A couple of them. These are a little bit simple in basketball. When you about to go out of bounds and you throw the ball off of somebody.
Oh yeah, that's
one of those.
Mm-hmm.
That one.
Yes,
and you can be vicious with it.
Yeah, or even honestly, even when you're taking the ball out, we've seen this a couple times. Off the back, they come in. I love that type of stuff.
Oh, that's a great one. That happened recently in college. I forget which game I was watching. It's gorgeous.
And I just always feel for that person who was defending, because you got to feel like the dumbest boy in the world.
Yeah. Because you're not looking out for that.
Yeah, he hit it right off my back.
You trying to have your defensive assignment going on.
Yeah. Right, you're going so far with the defensive assignment that you're like, no, I need to turn and see all the various possibilities.
Like, dog, I didn't know we was the Harlem Globetrotters out here, man. Like, you out here joking around.
Yeah, I didn't realize I was playing against Hot Sauce and one mixtape. What's happening here? From the 210, they said their 8-year-old did the corner kick completely on accident to win her league scoring time. I bet that had to be. But she can't tell nobody. Just you got to act like you tried to do that,
yeah,
right?
Exactly.
Yeah. This is a little bit more simpler, but I kind of really like it. From 346, play like to see fly out to left field or right field and then just a laser. It's like anytime in baseball you get to see a dude just especially from the outfield, just laser one in. I think I was recently looking at a highlight. Was it Bo Jackson out there in like deep? It was either center or left center, and he just lines that thing right in there.
I love those. Those are good.
Man, like that. Those are great.
Who was that in baseball that act like they didn't get the ball? And or
was that J-Rod in Seattle?
Was it? I can't remember if it was Bregman or Correct. Somebody act like they caught the or they threw the ball to first or threw the ball to the pitcher, but they didn't.
Yeah.
And then they threw it to first because the guy was off the base.
How about Kyle Tucker getting intentionally caught run between third and home so they couldn't review the play before? Because like somebody scored in front of him, and then all of a sudden he came off the bat. Now that's a brilliant baseball savvy.
Nah, he in the sticks.
He was deep in the bag. Like he said, well, I'm going to get caught into this rundown because then the play before is already over. So brilliant.
I like when the pitcher act like they're about to pitch it, then just step off the base and catch somebody going.
How about this is one I don't like, but it is one that people might like. The fake spike.
I love the fake spike. I was going to bring that up. Yeah,
I don't like that one. That feels like cheating.
Hey man, keep your eyes
He
up.
about to spike the ball. Oh, it's a fake.
No, it's a pass.
It's a pass.
Actually, football. Like, there's a couple of ones in football. Like the one that I thought of, and it's just because we are now. Like, it is the ultimate indicator that we are in chaos territory, which is swinging gate. Right when you see the line come, half the linemen go this way, or like maybe the whole line goes out to the left and there's just a center, because in that moment immediately everybody's like, oh, okay, so we're not being serious anymore. Got it. Sure, I thought we were doing real important things right now, but now we got swinging gate going where we got linemen lined up over here, we got like two people over here, and y'all gonna actually snap the football. Oh, okay, cool, this is wild.
That's
very good.
Another one that your mind starts going nuts. You're like, okay, what are they gonna do with this? They're gonna snap it to the quarterback? They're gonna snap it to the
Unfortunately, some of them do snap it.
Yes,
and it's a disaster.
They get killed.
Yeah, how often, like, if you had to put a percentage on it, how many, or like, what's the percentage chances that like the swinging gate, when it's actually snapped, actually works out the way it's supposed to?
I don't think it ever worked.
Well, it had to at some point.
It works sometimes, and it rarely feels like a desperation call as well. Like when the swinging gate comes out, it's just like, oh, okay, so you're
playing around now.
We're just digging all the way deep in this. How about the triple play, unassisted or otherwise?
Triple play, unassisted is one of the most rare things ever.
Yeah, speaking of baseball, I like when somebody's still home. Just to me, I just think that's probably the most exciting thing in baseball. Somebody's still home right in front of the pitcher. And the other thing I was thinking about with football, I think the Chiefs did it this year, but the pitch back when Kelsey had caught the ball and he did a little pitch back.
Oh yeah,
to the receiver. Hook and lateral.
Yeah.
How do we feel about the hook and ladder?
The hook and lateral, you mean?
Hook and ladder, yes.
Yeah, this is where I'm going to be pedantic. It's a hook and lateral.
No.
Where's
the ladder? That, but the play was originally called, and you can go back and look it up. Tape. It was originally called the hook and ladder. I think Bobby Bowden came up with it.
Well, Bobby Bowden is wrong. I don't often get opportunities to say that. No, but it's a fantastic play.
Great play.
I love how the Chiefs did. I don't like the Chiefs, but I love how they just did that, man.
Nice strike him out, throw him out. Okay, from the 713. Oh, yeah, this one. Because this also gets a little bit of a feel of, okay, so we're not professionals anymore. This is Little League. Inside the park home run. Because it almost inevitably, it has to be one. Yeah. Either this dude is just the fastest boy in the world, or somebody in the outfield is going to look really, really stupid. Because it's just like you took a wrong route, or you out here doing yakety sacks in the outfield, and that's why this guy was able to touch all the bases on a ball inside the park.
I believe, I'm looking it up as I'm talking here, Jose Altuve's first home run was inside the park.
Oh, that sounds about right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I need to look at that one. From the 832, I know you trolling. They said the Mahomes fake slide. All right. Okay.
Get out of here.
All right. When the basketball gets stuck between the rim and the glass, that is affectionately called a wedgie.
Altuve, first home run was inside the park. You can win a bar bet with that.
There you go.
Yeah.
a little bit of a trivia for you.
Yeah.
Now, there you go. No look pass as well. I'm guessing they mean in football because in basketball we're starting to get kind of a.
Are they still doing that a lot?
That's true. Like we've kind of gotten out of the era of like flashy like hoop.
Yeah, I seen somebody post some Magic Johnson highlights the other day, and he was so cool. I'm like, I don't think nobody doing passes like that.
And on a sack fly. Oh, that's wild. That's really wild. I don't know.
Sack fly. Who did that?
Like tagging up and then going home. That's bold. That's audacious. Shout out to all the people doing bold and audacious things because those are the things that really make sports fun. All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, actually, before I go, someone is texting in. This is the second time. They said when the DB is going out of bounds in the air with an interception and throws it back, that's a great point. Or a
fumble or
something like, hey, the ball is going out. I'm going to tap this back in as I throw my body out of the area of play. Yeah, no, that works as well. All right, coming up next, let's go around the NFL where we should be joined on a Tuesday, as we often are, by Brandon Scott. We'll do that next.
It's been a week. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Atatula
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
on Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, we're about to go around the NFL with none other than Brandon K. Scott. Y'all might call him. Y'all might know him as B. Scott from Hiram Clark. You'll hear the music here in a little bit. B. Scott, how you living, brother?
Man, I am living good, especially after the Rockets basically played with my heart last night.
Yeah, they did.
Like, I'm talking about, eventually I got to the point where I was so frustrated where I was resigned to the fact that they were going to lose.
Oh, yeah, I started writing it down. Abysmal loss.
And not only that, even with the excitement of the comeback, later on in the night when I'm trying to just recall the different things that have happened over the night, I still had said that my girl had to correct me. I was like, yeah, the Rockets lost. She's like, no, they didn't. Because I think she lost. She had a bet that she lost. Jalen Green was supposed to dunk. She had a bet on a prop bet on a Jalen Green dunk. There's a play where he's like right there gliding and just lays it in. So we were more hung up on that, how Jalen Green cost us money, and I actually played so terribly for much of it.
Okay, so y'all heard B. Scott say that, right? That wasn't just me?
Yes.
Because I don't know.
I mean,
Guys being negative.
Look, I was glad that they won the game, and I've been talking about for like at least a week now how it was important for them to be the murderer in this murderer's row, or lack thereof murderer's row that they were going through in this schedule, right? All of these losing teams they were facing, and none of them probably worse than this specific version of the Sixers, right? Like, the Sixers are bad enough with the right guys out there, but as Figgy very eloquently laid it out earlier, you ain't had no Tyrese Maxey, obviously no Joel Embiid. You got the news earlier in the day that Paul George is being shut down for the year. So, like, Quentin Grimes and some guys, come on now. You can't. They were a 16.5-point favorite down, and I know this because of Tyler, because he had to bet. Down 16, or mentioned it at least, down 16 after the first quarter, as you pointed out earlier,
78 first half points.
What the hell?
78.
Dude, there's a play. we're supposed to be going around.
Yeah, I was like, look, I want to do this. But.
There's a play. Y'all were having a discussion about, like, was it good offense by the Sixers or bad offense by the Rockets, right?
Bad defense, yeah.
Or, I'm sorry, excuse me. Good offense by the Sixers or bad defense by the Rockets? Obviously, the answer is both.
Yeah.
But there is a play where Quentin Grimes misses a shot and rebounds his own miss and puts it back.
Yeah.
That happened, and I can't remember exactly what point in the game that was, but that happened last night, and that just goes that shouldn't happen on any level of basketball. Pee-wee, high school, whatever, pro-am.
Yeah, pro-am.
Whatever it is, that should never ever happen.
Yeah.
So anyway, as we go around here.
Yeah, just wanted a little bit of biographical information. I had to look that up real quick. Quentin Grimes is 6'4". Just wanted you to add that, sprinkle that on top.
I didn't even know he played for the Sixers, man.
Yeah.
He got traded from the Mavs.
Oh, he's been cooking over there since he got there.
Yes.
I'm like, is that Quentin? Is that H-Town's left?
Yeah.
H-Town's own.
That wasn't his only good game. He's made himself a lot of money.
No, absolutely. I've completely, we will get to around the NFL, I promise. Just let
this
me
is what happens when you bring a basketball guy in during the NBA season for around the NFL.
Yeah, we might need to make it around the NBA here soon. But yeah, just to sprinkle a little on top, the Mavericks traded Quentin Grimes for one of them Martin boys. I think it's Caleb Martin.
Ooh, and it's hard to tell them apart.
Caleb Martin, yeah. But I think Caleb is the good one. Have you heard my theory on this?
Yeah, there's always a good one.
There's always, especially with twins, but usually just with brothers, there's always a good one.
Oh yeah, the Morris twins. Marcus was the good one. Markeith not so much. The Lopez twins. Brooke is the good one, and Robin not so much. I hate to call them out like that, but
it's true. It's what it is.
Horace and Harvey Grant.
You know,
I just threw it.
So is Asir the bad twin?
Who?
Ooh,
Asir.
Oh, he just had a fantastic.
Oh, sorry,
he just had a fantastic.
They might actually both.
They might break it. They might break the mold.
They might both.
We'll
be
see
good.
how that goes.
How about that deep cut though, Lopez? I gave you a Horace and Harvey
That was pretty
Grant.
good. That was
I
impressive.
know you like that.
I saw the goggles and everything.
Manning.
Oh.
Manning.
Are we talking football Manning?
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's easy. What are you talking about? That's Payton, clearly. But yes, the stat that I was trying to get so I could get back to the NFL. Wow, this is crazy. Was his career high is like 16 points or something. And Quentin Grimes has usurped that 17 times since he's been traded to the Sixers in like the last month or so.
Yeah. Who won the trade?
Yeah, I think so.
The Mavericks are so down bad.
Yeah.
All right, let's now go around the NFL, and we start by, I guess, saluting again the Vikings for signing former first-round cornerback Jeff Okudah. I kind of just want to do this to get into talking about Ronald Darby and what the Texans have done, kind of figuring out the corner or like adding depth. Like, what were your thoughts just on Ronald Darby being added to this team?
So the biggest part about it is that is one of their strongest positions at the top.
Yes.
But where they have the least amount of depth. Mm-hmm. And I've been talking about Lopez. You and I talked about that quite a bit last year, even going into training camp and during training camp, and it revealed itself throughout the season. They lacked depth at that position, and I know Jeff Okudah was brought in.
We were counting on Okudah.
They look.
Yeah.
You were counting on Okudah, and Okudah played for you, and it wasn't
pretty.
It wasn't pretty. It wasn't great. So if that was your depth, and you're replacing it with Ronald Darby, who has been successful, hasn't been great, but probably in a much better and a much more suited role as a backup at this point in his career. I think you could do a lot worse than that, and I think it was important to do a lot better than what they had been doing at that position in terms of the depth. Like, and you guys were talking about it earlier, Reggie, when you mentioned it, like the war of attrition, just what you know, like Derek Stingley Jr. just got paid. But has some games last year. Like, it's gonna happen. And what's gonna happen when it does?
Yeah.
How are you gonna be prepared?
You don't want it to be ugly as it was with Okudah.
Yeah. No, hopefully it doesn't get that ugly. With all due respect to Jeff Okudah, again, the 1-2 step will never leave my mind. Obviously, we know around these parts, a little money got spread around. It was Derek Stingley Jr. getting his paycheck, his comeuppance, a 3-year, $90 million contract, damn near was 89 guaranteed, which I do wonder like what the creative reporting is on that, because we're kind of coming to understand that He still has year 4 of his contract, the 5th-year option picked up. So really, you have him for the next 5 years.
Yeah.
And I think
it's worth asking about. Like, I don't know if they'll ever tell, but like they did the exact same thing last year with Daniil Hunter. Although his deal was just a 2-year deal.
Yeah.
But he got all of it guaranteed except for the last $1 million.
Right.
Yeah.
I saw
like,
someone.
what do we do? I mean, there is a.
They just don't want to do it. They just they don't want to be the team that does fully guaranteed.
Yeah, I don't know. There might be a layer to pull back there or there that I just don't know about. But it is an interesting kind of anecdote with these because it's essentially guaranteed.
Right.
It's like, man, I'm gonna give you $90 million, but really only for sure 89. Like, all right,
Yeah.
bet. I'm gonna make that
I'll
work.
take it.
I saw some speculation that with the 2 years that you have coming up, if maybe they didn't account for those in this, where they're going, hey, it's actually like 68 guaranteed, and then you also add the guarantee that he's getting when it comes to his fourth
from the 5th-year option
or what have you.
Yeah.
Either way, like it seems like a really interesting deal. One of the things I was thinking about, I said that it was going to be the salary cap, except I do wonder if we have to view that differently because it'll be whatever percentage of the salary cap in 2027 when it goes into effect. And does that look closer to, kind of the 9.5% that cornerbacks have been getting?
Yeah.
But yeah, all of those were thoughts that I had. However, I also had thoughts as I looked around the NFL, which is what this segment is.
Right.
Man, the Dallas Cowboys, they got to have, I imagine Michael Parsons out here applying pressure. Yet another big-time defensive player getting huge money, and he's sitting here after having said he would rather get his deal done sooner rather than later, they're still out there not getting a deal done.
Yeah, but this is what they do, right? Like, it's weird, but it's what they do. Pay guys way after the fact. We saw it with Dak. We saw it with CeeDee Lamb. And they are just following along the trend of just not really understanding how this thing – I don't know if it's that they don't understand it or they don't care.
Yeah.
I'm really not sure what the thinking is or mentality is with the Cowboys. But, yeah, they stay getting in their own way, it seems like. Michael Parsons is going to get paid, so I don't understand. And we've known that since really said go, right? Michael Parsons immediately was like, there's a guy that's going to get a second contract.
He's going to get his.
And even though he's kind of a different kind of cat and a special particular kind of character, you still rather have that guy on your team. Like, let's not get it confused.
Yeah.
Like, maybe you would like to do without some of the other stuff, but you'll take it if he's going to play the way that dude plays. So you're going to pay him eventually. What are you waiting for?
Yeah, exactly.
It's weird. They've got a weird strategy over there. I do not know what they got going on.
Do they have a strategy?
Right. That part.
I mean, it's a strategy. Just feels really opposed that what it seems like is the strategy that the Texans are developing, which is get into it early and get it done to the point where you benefit from it. And I think that it seems like people are understanding that, including one, Justin James Watt, or actually,
I saw that.
He said he was going to switch. What did he say? Tell people his name?
He's going to be Joseph Jafari Watt.
That's right.
Likes it. Okay.
That's right. In honor of Lopez's newest grandchild.
Credit where it's due.
That was
right.
awesome.
Yeah.
That picture's getting blown up and put in the nursery.
Oh, man. That kid is solidified forever.
He's going to be king of the block.
Yeah, little J.J. Lopez is the man already.
Yeah.
How old is he now?
Not even a month.
Man.
Yeah.
Just a couple days into his life.
He won't have a clue who J.J. Watt is.
Oh, yes, he will.
Though.
Sean and I were talking about this. Of all the people who could have done something like that, J.J. Watt is going to be a star for generations. People are going to talk about J.J. Watt.
He won't
Hall
know.
of Famer. He's going to be on TV.
Yeah.
He's going to be like Jimmy Johnson or something.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, no, your grandkid won't know defensive, three-time defensive player of the year, J.J. Watt.
Mm-hmm.
But he'll know
TV man.
Celebrity J.J.
Yes,
Watt.
exactly.
Because now,
Like how I know Phil Sims. Like I hear he was playing quarterback.
exactly.
Or Boomer
Esiason. Yeah,
like
all of those
J.J.
guys.
Watt is going to be a star when he's 25 years old.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
For sure. He'll just be, because now you can just be famous for being famous.
Yeah.
And so he'll actually be famous for a reason, and we'll know it.
Mm-hmm.
But the kids will think that he's just famous for being famous.
Yeah.
That's one of those things that he's gonna have to hold and tell people that are older than him so that he can curry favor. I was named
the day after Watt wanted to change his name to mine.
That's right.
Here's the proof right here.
There you go.
Oh, he played football? I didn't know he played football.
Right.
Or like for growing up forever, I didn't really know who Ahmad Rashad was.
Oh, he was just on NBA Inside Stuff.
Oh, I was at least probably 12 or 13. I was probably 12 or 13 by the time I actually really. I watched it my whole life.
Yeah.
But I was like in middle school when I realized, there was a Ahmad Rashad before the the TV broadcaster. I didn't know. I just didn't know.
Shame on y'all. He was a stud.
Well, yes, we did. What you mean shame on? What you thought?
Born in '89.
We didn't even have.
I didn't know.
We didn't even have the internet
What
like
about
that.
John Madden?
Well, yeah, we found out eventually. For a long time, he was just tough acting to acting. Yeah. Right,
But,
like that's
no, that was easy to understand because he was on the games and he was such a like he gave you everything, like the color, but also the expertise. But it wasn't over your head. Like even as a little kid, you were kind of able to tell. Okay, John Madden is somebody.
What about O.J. Simpson?
Orenthal James? Yeah, no, he was. I mean, he was old enough. I think we don't consider how old O.J. was. Like he was famous for the wrong reasons in our era.
Yeah.
So
I didn't realize how good he was.
Same.
Like in his playing that, from USC to Buffalo. I did not realize how good he was.
Yeah.
To something else entirely, right? Some other things around the NFL. I've been looking at mock drafts. In fact, I think it's about time for us to do a mock draft check-in here soon. And we'll get to the Texans part of this. But one thing that I've been interested in, especially because of you, Lopez, this has been in some ways your pet cat. Jackson Dart has started getting some love as first round. On that idea of Jackson Dart as first-round quarterback, I mean, obviously, for a Texans perspective, the answer is yes. Right, because if that pushes another player closer to 25 where you don't have to use draft capital to trade
that's
up,
the biggest reason.
Give that to me. However, man, the NFL's so predictable because y'all will convince yourself that y'all want a quarterback just because he's a quarterback, even though I don't think he's that.
But to be fair, I've been high on him for a month, 2 months.
It is true.
He's really good. He's an NFL arm. He's all that. I think I prefer it now because of the Texans' reasons. Just go ahead and draft him.
Yeah, no, it's a no-brainer from a Texans perspective.
Yeah.
It's like, especially for any team that is not in the market for a quarterback. If you already got quarterback figured out, but you are in the market for something, like you're not just name whatever, you're not the Eagles or something that's just got an embarrassment of riches and like feels like you're in a good spot, like you got specific needs, then you want a quarterback to go in there and throw the algorithm off a little bit, and that's exactly what Jackson Dart could do. On top of the fact, and I do think it's worth noting, not just to make him the collateral here with the Texans, but I think Lopez raises a good point. He's kind of good. I don't think he's first round good.
No,
but I understand the desperation because we've been there, and I understand the idea of trying to take those swings and trying to figure it out. I wouldn't do it, but I do understand the logic in it.
But doesn't he feel real Will Levis-y?
Yes.
Oh no, he's better than Will Levis.
But
he's better than Will
I think he could be better than Will Levis, but I also think it's along the same lines of I don't think that. And then Will Levis ends up going with the top pick in the second round or next to the top of the second round, 33, I think it was. But either way, like it feels like you're forcing it a little bit. Because remember, we were talking about Will Levis being a top that day, before the draft, the day of the draft.
Some people thought he'd go like 2.
Yeah, they thought he'd go in the top 5, and so that is that. But we are reaching there. That is the thing that we do with the quarterbacks because of the desperation at the position.
Yeah, my thing about it is just it feels like all of a sudden out of nowhere we're doing this in a way that I feel like if teams felt so strongly about him that we would have had some of this a little bit earlier, especially with his.
Well, it's because of the offense.
His particular makeup.
100% is because.
You think it's because of
the offense he ran at Ole Miss?
But I can see him going in a late first. I can see somebody that
but that don't help me.
No, but in Kiffin's offense,
if somebody offer you, if somebody say, "Hey, let me get that number 25 pick," and you get a couple other things, I would listen.
No, but what I've been saying about Jackson Dart is his game, because the offense is going to turn off some NFL teams. But once they start digging into his talent and his game, I think that's when they start turning on him.
Yeah, no, he's a talented dude. He can spin it. He's a talented dude. I just, I think we probably stretched a little bit with all of them. Even Cam Ward, who I love. I don't know how many years that is exactly. I don't know how many years that guy is going to actually be the number 1 pick, if not for the desperation at the position and there being teams obviously in that position to draft him that need a quarterback.
100%. Like I agree with you there. But yeah, somebody said, do you think he's at Bo Nix level? And that actually highlighting in my Jackson Dart slander, I guess I'll call it that, which is sometimes it only depend on how good you are. What is the circumstance that you find yourself in?
Because Bo Nix far far outpaced or exceeded my expectations for him as a rookie.
Me
Like
too.
I did not think he would be that good. I thought he was. I liked him in college. I don't know. Maybe there was some bias because he was in college for so long.
Right, and that's the question that I always have is like, are you good or are you just older than everybody?
Yeah.
Because that's the thing that comes up. I mean, especially if you see it in youth sports. I mean, Lopez, I'm sure, where you see the kid, it's like, oh, he's just older than them.
Yeah.
Like that's like he's not actually like that much better than him developmentally.
Right.
What have you. All right. That's around the NFL, I guess, kind of, with a little bit of basketball on the front end. We'll get some more basketball, though. I mean, you got 3 hoop heads right here in the vicinity. We'll find a way to talk hoops, especially on a particular day like this after a game like what the Rockets put up. But coming up next, we got to get into the mind of one B. Scott. Let's get into B. Scott's thoughts.
All right, Low T Center right now. Let's go to lowtcenter.com. I'm looking.
Radio 610.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
You hear it? You know whose music that is? He's not turning heel like John Cena. His name is B. Scott. He's from Hiram Clark, and he joins us in the loop every Tuesday at 11. B. Scott, what's happening, man?
So we haven't had a chance to talk about the Laremy Tunsil thing together. I know y'all have, and I know I did with The Drive or with Stoerner, and a little bit yesterday with Ron the Show Hughley as he returned from Disney.
Yeah.
But we haven't had a chance to do it, and I've got a few things that I want to run by y'all that just like stand out to me. They did at the time, and they still do as I reflect on it, of like things that I'm wondering about what this move, trading Laremy Tunsil, that is, says about the Texans, either their intentions in this area or what it means for this particular player or for this area. Number one, I would start with Titus Howard. And really, you could, but what does trading Laremy Tunsil say? What are the Texans saying about their confidence in Titus Howard and Blake Fisher as a tackle tandem? And how do you feel about that? Like to go from Laremy Tunsil to two guys who have made most of their bones so far at right tackle, have played some left tackle, but neither for an extended period of time. You go from Laremy Tunsil to one of those guys. What does that say about their confidence level in those guys and how you feel about it?
Look, I think they're going to say that they're confident. Well, there's a big if here. If Titus Howard is in fact the predicted and presumed left tackle, I'm still not sure he is. I think it's trending that way, that they would make Titus Howard the left tackle, but I don't think it's a guarantee.
Yeah.
I think they're going to, so they'll tell you, yes, he looked like this, when he played, 4 games at one point. He had a 4-game stretch of playing.
Was that 23?
Yeah, 2021
rather.
2021.
Yeah.
So it's been 4. We're talking about like 4 years ago now. See, that's my thing.
His body
it's
has
like riding a bike.
His body has changed. He's been injured.
Yes.
Right? And I think that's the biggest thing is that he's been injured.
But they're going to say, that's our guy. I don't think even they know. They can't believe that 100%.
And I'm not sure that it says anything about those guys in particular, because one of the things that I was talking about, and I guess I'll just mock draft round up right quick. I looked at 3 different mock drafts this morning, and all of them had either Josh Simmons, who is a tackle from Ohio. One of the kind of questions that happens there, or trading up to 22 to get Kelvin Banks Jr.
Yeah.
Again, another tackle. Like, how much are we thinking that maybe they're looking at this as, and of course, I don't know that those mock drafts have any level of insight.
Yeah, because to be fair, mock drafts have been mocking tackles to the Texans for years.
Yeah,
when it was obvious they weren't going to take one. Now this is different because
they have a lot different.
This is a whole lot different. I want to just be clear about that. It is different, but they've been doing that a lot. But that's a good point, because if it doesn't say anything about, if it doesn't speak to the confidence they have in those guys, it speaks to the lack thereof, that they feel like you got 2 tackles who started at tackle on your team and you still feel like you got to go get another one. And, oh, hey, by the way, we got these voids at guard still. I know they went out and signed Laken Tomlinson, and I know, look, and Drew Scruggs has played some guard and Jared Pat, but they still have voids and needs to fill, very specific needs at those positions, and now have, if they don't have the confidence in Titus Howard and Blake Fisher, they have now created an issue that didn't necessarily exist going into this season.
Well, I mentioned this last week with Reggie and Figgy. Name a Texans offensive lineman or a future Texans offensive lineman in the draft. I'll leave it open in case they somehow pull off some sort of something to get a proven but name any offensive lineman currently on the roster or to be drafted. There's a question mark.
Yeah, everyone. Yeah, every single one. Yeah, if from like to a man. So how do you feel? Like I feel Howard can at least play some left tackle, but that's been the thing with Titus Howard. He can play some right tackle, he can play some left guard. He go out there and handle his own, but to me the gap there, and having not seen it since 2021, to me there's an issue. There's a question there.
Yeah.
So that's the first thing. Like, what is the residual effect on the tackle position? Also, if they're trying to remake, and I think a lot of us have gone with this theory that they're trying to remake the image of the offensive line, the identity, the attitude, the leadership, all of those things, some of the intangible stuff.
The swarminess,
if you will.
Yeah.
And Reggie, you mentioned earlier about them signing a fullback. So, file that away too. Is the run game going to get better? Like by subtracting somebody who I think maybe admittedly wasn't as good as they needed to be in the run game, as great as he was as a pass protector, does this now mean that the focus, now that you've changed the focus and the identity of the offensive line, does that mean that you are a grimier one, not just better protecting C.J. Stroud, which is a non-negotiable, but are you a better run-blocking team overall?
And that remains to be seen, because I think this follow-up question that I'll ask to your question is, how many of the guys that were on the offensive line last year that admittedly did not run block very well, we can talk about scheme or what have you, but that was the case, are going to then be on the offensive line again? I feel like you could probably reasonably say one of the centers, maybe, Blake Fish, 2 out of 5. Maybe Titus as well, 3 out of 5, whether it's a tackle or do you guys think there's any chance that he ends up playing guard next year?
I do. That was why, and I should have mentioned that. That's why it's such a weird, because they seem willing to play him just about anywhere. So what does that mean?
Well,
or is the answer to your question yes? Or is he their next man up at left tackle? What is the plan with Titus Howard now that they've pretty much identified that they can do anything with him?
All this is projection from the outside.
Sure.
They haven't said a dang thing about where Titus Howard's going to
And all of the theories are reasonable.
Yeah.
All of the theories are reasonable.
Yeah.
Maybe he goes back to right tackle and it's actually Blake Fisher who's the next man up. Or since he's the more experienced and highly paid, by the way, which is, let's mention that.
Yes, I have it up right here. $23 million on the cap this year, second only to Danielle Hunter, who only beats him out by probably about $600,000. And the question I had was all right, he kind of has to play. Well, he doesn't have to, but if he plays tackle, that cap hit feels a little bit better. And I was like, if he does play guard, you just saw them renegotiate a contract with Danico Autry. I would have thought that would be well in line, and maybe still is, with Titus if you were going to move him to guard.
That was a talking point at the end of the season. Like as soon as the season ended, it was like, okay, you're probably releasing Shaq Mason just when you're focusing on the offensive line.
Yeah.
Probably releasing. I don't think we had the Laremy Tunsil thing quite yet.
Absolutely.
But you're releasing Shaq Mason and you got to renegotiate or restructure Titus Howard's contract. Blake Fisher looks like he's going to be your right tackle. We don't really know what's happening with Titus Howard. Now though, he's an expensive right tackle. Fairly expensive. He could be, if he's any good and if he can play for you, he could be a bargain at left tackle, which to me is just an important,
or at least a reasonably priced,
if you talk about the difference from going from Laremy to him, I think it's a fairly decent, fairly priced deal, especially if he can play for you. So that's why that one has so many different layers of, hey, what happens with this guy who was drafted in the first round 6 years ago to play left tackle, but then almost immediately they went and traded multiple first round picks for a left tackle.
Right.
And then moved him, kind of yanked him around the offensive line.
The other thing is, I don't know how many of us, or from the outside looking in, would even be considering him as a left tackle if it wasn't for the contract. Like, the contract is kind of the reason that we kind of pigeonhole him. Well, he's got to play left tackle or right tackle or whatever.
Yeah.
But if he were lesser paid or reworked, we'd be kind of presuming he's going to be a guard.
I think I'm also, and maybe to a fault here, I'll admit this, holding on to a little bit of history, because I did see that flash, those 4 or 5, whatever, how many games it was in 2021, that brief spell there where he was pretty good at left tackle. And I know that's a small sample size. That was almost now 4 years ago. Will be 4 years ago once the season starts. But it did happen, and I remember it, in a lost year for the Texans by and large. Like, nobody's going to remember the 2021 Texans season but us who were unfortunately here to experience it. But it did happen. And so I'm like holding on to a little bit of that, and the fact that he was drafted as a left tackle and that they did pay him and he's shown himself to be somewhat flexible. It's an interesting property. Is this good for C.J. Stroud? That's the open question. I don't know. The whole thing, from the Tunsil trade to whatever they do with guard and free agency draft, all of that, all of it comes down to a central question of, is this good for C.J. Stroud? And I still haven't felt good about what the answer is to that.
Two-part answer. And this has been, and Lopez, you can attest, this has been my starting point or this has been my kind of thought process throughout most of this, to the point where I'm trying to check myself, like, is this just anxiety? Long-term, yes. Long-term, yes, it is good. It gives you an opportunity to really build an offensive line that is properly suited for what he does and what you want to do and getting things done and not going to be penalized and, going to be swarmy and all the things that you want to fit in culture. Short-term, I think if I'm being kind, that's incomplete. And if I am being harsh, it is a no. Yeah. Because, again, what did we start with? Any offensive lineman that you can foresee at this point, outside of maybe signing a free agent, and even then, right, well, what are we talking about? Cam Robinson at possibly tackle, Will Hernandez at guard. Maybe outside of those two guys, every offensive lineman you get comes with questions. Mm-hmm. You're going to put up a 5 offensive line question mark?
Right.
Or a 5 question mark
I keep going back to that. It's like they have to have an answer, at least 2 of these positions.
Yeah.
That you would hope. You really would.
Yeah, and I think they're going to. It looks like they might go with the theory of, hey, if we can just make it synchronized swimming, and we just need 5 guys who work well together and not one individual star that impresses you individually, but they're working well together, and we can make that work for C.J. Stroud. Now, that's, for me, it's a tough sell.
I want to take away the possibility of it. It's quite possible you get to a place and you're like, all 5 of these dudes, hand in glove, working on a string, and this is a better offensive line. The only thing I concern myself with, I see so many times in sports, us only consider the possibility of best case scenario. And best case scenario is, boom, you moved off money, you got a better offensive line, everything's, was it hunky-dory? Is that the
hunky-dory?
There we go.
This is a pie in the sky. It's a pie in the sky season. Like at this point in the offseason, you are trying to be optimistic. You are trying to see how this can work. You're trying to squint.
Does Titus Howard play the majority of games at left tackle?
Right now, based off of how it is right now, I'm going to say yes.
I will also say yes.
I'm going to say that's a no.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean, look, it remains to be seen. There's still opportunities in free agents, still some guys out there, and then, of course, the draft, NFL draft, still coming down the line. So there's plenty of time to see this come to fruition, and that's what I keep holding on to. Is like, I'm just going to push that anxiety until later. We'll deal with that at another time. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's go. Let's get into what's popping, including, are you excited to see this movie get a sequel? Do it next.
All-Pro Sting is smiling on his way to the bank. in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into What's Poppin' here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610 on this Tuesday. And, of course, I mentioned this Tuesday, and I will first start with something that's happening on Thursday. If you are NCAA tournament lover, which I imagine if you like sports, you probably are, or if you like gambling, or if you just like your personal interest. I feel like all those things can be.
Or all of the above.
Yeah, all of it sounds like fun.
Or, hey, do you like Twin Peaks? Do you like Eden? Do you like us?
Cold beer.
Cold beer, all those things. Well, Thursday.
Scenic views.
Scenic views, that's right.
I was going to bring that up, but I was like, do I really go lean all the way in? Yes, we lean all the way in. Thursday. Starting at 10 a.m., going all the way to 6, Sports Radio 610, broadcasting live at the Twin Peaks on Kirby. It's at Kirby and 59
and Kirby.
Yeah. That's right.
Right down the street.
That's right, from us. So come out, hang out with In the Loop, and then all the way into the drive, watching some basketball, which I know selfishly for me, I'd very much rather be in Twin Peaks than in this studio.
It's going to be going on, man.
A lot of scenic views, including the TVs and other things, you know?
Yeah, scenic views, more beer, more scenes.
I don't think I'm going to have beer, though.
Yeah, but see, I'm not on duty, so I'm just going to come and be a little bit of both. A little bit of a guy that's a part of the show, but also a guy that's not really working.
That's the best kind of way to do it.
Yeah. You know what?
That's so smart.
I think I'm going to take Thursday off.
Hey, wait, what?
Wait, hold on.
I'm just playing.
You know what? Now I'm going to take all right, that's a little much. All right. I saw well, first, let's
I'll
start
be
with
at Twin Peaks. Hello.
Lopez, you got 4 hours. Go.
Anyone there?
That's right. No, I'll be there. I just won't be working. That's what'll happen. Lance McCullers is pitching tonight, guys.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah.
Like, dude, I feel like it snuck up on us. We talked about it last week, the idea of, the live bullpen session versus some of those kind of middle infielder guys, Zach Short, Luis Guillorme. Man, I butchered that man's name. Went well, and that he would pitch maybe as early as next week, and then we just forgot about it.
Yeah.
It's next week, boys.
Next week is here.
It is next week. Lance McCullers, we're actually going to see him pitch in a baseball game. Like, what are the emotions for you, Phil?
It has been over 2 years.
Almost 3.
Almost 3
he hasn't
years.
pitched with the pitch clock, bro.
No.
It
was early November of 2022.
It was the World Series.
Yes.
And the Astros ain't been in the World Series in a couple of years.
People are talking about the window being like closing, and he coming back now after pitching in a World Series.
And so this is a big thing. I talked about this a little bit last week on the drive with Clint. Like, what if, and this is going back to your point earlier about it, is it optimism season? Do you force yourself into optimistic views sometimes? But I do think this is legit. What if it's not, man, he hasn't pitched in 3 years, but man, it took 3 years for him to get right. Like he was so wrong.
Mm-hmm.
It took 3 years for him to finally get right. And you do better be right? Like, and maybe he's not the same guy. And I think it's hard to ask or expect somebody to be the same guy after all of those surgeries and after all of that time off. It's just an unreasonable expectation. But it's not like he forgot how to pitch. The question is going to be, what does he have? Like, what does he have left in the tank to go with the fact that we know the guy knows how to pitch? We've seen that.
Yeah.
So if he is, 60, 70% of what he was, and I'm not actually saying what he is. I have no idea. We're going to see him tonight.
Yeah.
But if he is, what that does for the Astros is give them a certain level of pitching depth that I think is required to make a run, especially for a team that we're talking about is not favored in years that they were before. We're not even probably looking at them to make a run.
Yeah.
But if they are, it's going to be very important that they have the kind of pitching depth that Lance McCullers could theoretically provide.
I'm going to look at Lance McCullers this year as 100% found money if you get anything out of him at all. And the reason is, and I've mentioned this with the guys here a couple times, it's one thing if he was, a fastball slider, pitcher, that regained his fastball after 3 years, damn near 3 years. He's not. He is a curveball, movement, off speed. Now he has a fastball. Obviously, we were going crazy when he hit 91, the other day. But he is a movement type pitcher, and that's the hardest thing to get back. Your location.
Oh damn, he really is. I was looking at the arsenal. He really kind of goes 4 deep. Slider, curve, sinker. He both throws both of those above 20%.
Yeah. And I was new when he was
years ago.
It's newish.
Yeah.
That's my biggest concern, but also the reason that if you get anything out of him, it's found money, man, because that's the movement and location on a pitcher like him, and you just looked at the numbers, is the hardest thing to get back.
Yeah.
After a long layoff.
I'm excited about this.
No,
man.
yeah.
I know we got a lot of, pushback and resentment toward Lance because he's been injured over
Still
the last.
happening.
Mm-hmm.
But man, I guess I'm just partial to a lot of the guys that were on the team, on the original World Series team. They can almost do no wrong to me. Like I am a Lance McCullers guy, so I'm here for it.
Yeah,
I'm here and unapologetically rooting for Lance.
Going to be very, very insightful, I hope, in seeing him pitch. 5:05 p.m. Today, pitching against the Nationals, and this is televised. So God bless.
I think isn't it MLB Network? I think it's one of those.
Is it MLB Network? I thought it was Space City. I think it's Space City. Yeah, Space City Home Network is where you can catch that.
I got all of it, so I will be watching.
Go ahead and cycle around right quick and find it to watch Lance and just see. That's the thing is, I think that's probably where we need to look, right? What does the stuff look like, and does he have command of it? That'll be great. But yeah, I think what that will do is, if he comes back and he's healthy and he's usable, and then you get Luis Garcia back. I know Christian Javier is like maybe you talk about midway through the season, but that puts a lot less pressure on Hayden Wesneski to hit, on even Spencer Arrighetti to bring back that form that he had in the latter part of last season. Run a little bit less of that pressure there, and maybe you can even see some of those guys, within that glut of pitchers come into your pen and help solidify that. Good pitching means a ton in baseball.
He's all of a sudden your most experienced guy. I mean, you got Framber.
That's a great point.
But nobody has been around the block more than Lance McCullers. Not on this staff.
That's a great point. Are you a Happy Gilmore fan?
I'm not.
Okay.
I'm not necessarily. But I could be down though.
Lopez,
I enjoyed it. I'm not gonna say like, oh my gosh,
so I picked the wrong people to talk to.
No. I've seen it several times.
Yeah, no, same.
It has its moment.
The reason
Bob
I said
Barker, all that.
Yeah,
stuff.
I'm more of an Adam Sandler fan.
Just generally.
Adam Sandler is another one of those who can do, even when he does wrong, it's not wrong.
Yeah,
it works.
Fair.
No, don't get me wrong. I liked it, but it's not like, oh my gosh, Coming to America, good.
I am certain I've watched Happy Gilmore once. I do not remember a lot of it.
I've watched it several times, but just sort of like
the same
flipping.
Yeah, I'm more of a Waterboy.
Yes,
fair enough.
Adam Sandler.
Very fair. Very fair. With that being the case, I'm sure there's people listening that are Happy Gilmore fans. It feels like if you're a sports fan, you're going to find a decent amount of people in the fandom that enjoyed Happy Gilmore, which makes me wonder, are you down for this, a Happy Gilmore sequel?
Arnold, Jacko, Tiger, SpongeBob? What is that? What's with the beaver teeth? I haven't swung a cub in years. I'm a little intimidated. All these guys hit it big now. I don't know where to start. Come on, brother. Grip it and rip it. I guess I need to update my happy place to something a little more.
Yes. I think this could be one of those things that's bad and still enjoyable.
That's
okay.
probably
a guilty pleasure, if you will. I am intrigued.
This to me, I look at this as like a school reunion. When you watching it, just the kind of nostalgic type of feel to it. Just I don't know how great it's going to be. I don't know if it's even going to be good, but just be good seeing all the characters back and all that stuff.
I'm kind of in that place. I want to see it. I'm sure I'm gonna see it. But boy, looking at the trailer, they all look old, man. They look old.
But I think that's what they are. I feel like
it's a class reunion.
That's part of, exactly, to kind of the Figgy's point. I think that's the emotional driver that they're going for. They are trying to touch on nostalgia. Like, hey man, remember what these guys used to look like? This is what they look like now.
Yeah.
Which in a way is like, hey, remember how you used to be young?
Yeah.
Yeah. No.
And now you can kind of feel that. You can feel that with some of your favorite folks. I'm probably not going to. I'm always cautious of like the sequel, the decades later sequel.
Yeah.
Because I'm
curious if they're going to pull it off.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's it.
Can you pull it off?
It's just so easy to consume content now. Like what I'll likely do. This won't be appointment viewing for me, but what I do with a lot of things, I'll watch it like a year later.
Yeah,
after you've heard some of the reviews stuff.
I'm just like late on stuff sometimes. Like sometimes I just don't get around to it immediately, but eventually I do, and that's probably what I'll do.
That's fair.
I think I did the same thing with Ford. I was like, I'll get to it. And I got to it later on. And I enjoyed it. But I didn't have the FOMO like that.
I watched Top Gun maybe like 5 years ago for the first time.
The original Top Gun?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
have you seen Maverick?
I have seen Maverick.
It's better than the original.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I watched the original to prepare for Matt. Like, I'll do that too.
Yeah.
Like, if I watch a sequel and I haven't seen the first one, I'll go do the work.
Yeah.
Because it's not really work, you know? It's just, all right, let me just dedicate 6 hours of my time and get lost for a little while.
Yeah, absolutely.
I can do this.
One thing I will say real quick about Top Gun. Y'all ain't lie about like the scenes when it comes to these the flying scenes or whatever.
It's the best.
Incredible.
It's the absolute
Don't get me to talk about these other things. Y'all gonna be mad at me because y'all people love Top Gun.
Yeah.
Like the people that like Top Gun, there's no people that just like Top Gun.
Yeah.
Them people love Top Gun.
Yes.
And so
Swear by it.
Don't get me to slandering your favorite thing. Shout out to the 281. They're happy about it. And real quick before we go, we just got in the All-American selections in college basketball as we, move towards the NCAA tournament. LJ Cryer, 3rd team.
All right.
Okay.
All-American.
Yeah. Who's been balling?
I was a little afraid, though, because I was like, it feels like this season has kind of gone in trimesters where you had the Juwan Roberts trimester, you had the LJ Cryer trimester, and then you had the latter part, which was the Milos Uzan trimester. So I was almost wondering. It is a good thing, I think, for their prospects in this tournament, but I was wondering if the accolades wouldn't come because they didn't have a guy that was just bowling the entire year.
Yeah, but between Roberts and Cryer, those are guys that have been around long enough and have had success prior to where if you're voting and you see them playing well, he's playing well at the exact right time when everybody, I think, was paying more attention. You're like, oh, yeah, I know who LJ Cryer is, right? Like he's, from the Baylor history and now with U of A, just like, okay, that guy is a dude. He's kind of feels like he's easy to vote for if he's playing well.
Yeah.
You like him in the Final Four?
Yes. Yes. No, I think that Ron and I were talking about this yesterday. I think that their road is a little bit more difficult than Ron does. He thinks that it's the Midwest is a fairly decent part of the bracket, but I do like their chances. Like once I break it down in every matchup that could possibly be there, I'm still picking them to be in the Final Four. Now,
get by the second round. The second round's going to be tough.
Yeah, no, I think the second
Gonzaga
round,
or Georgia.
Gonzaga or Georgia's going to, and look, Ron has no respect for Gonzaga or Georgia. I think that's going to be tough. I still think that they're just better than those teams, but I think once they get to the Final Four, I feel like all of the other 1 seeds, are at the very least as good as they are.
Man, there's a lot of love for Florida right now.
I've got them in my Final Four.
I think it's a recency bias, but the recent work is pretty good. I think it's a fair recency bias. They've been damn good.
Really good.
They have been.
Yeah.
All right. I think tonight or either tonight. Yeah, I think tonight is the day where I'll actually dig into my bracket. But unfortunately, our time is just kind of go like that, don't it?
Is it already in the show list, man? I got work to do.
Yeah, I was like, we got to let you go and actually.
And we'll see you Thursday.
Things, but we will.
Yeah, I'll fall through. Yeah,
see you Thursday at the Twin Peaks from 10 all the way through 6. Twin Peaks 59 and Kirby as we'll watch a little hoop. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. And coming up, Matt M, not me though. Lopez is looking at things, especially with a new addition that happened yesterday. Are the Texans quietly relaunching Patriots South? His words, not mine. We'll talk about it next.
We do not consider ourselves the Patriots South.
It's been a week. KILT. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Hello, friends. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Salute to our guy, B. Scott, for joining us for an hour, as he always does. Wait, we saluting Jim Nance, too?
You said hello, friends.
Oh, that's true.
That's the first thing I thought about.
Yeah.
What's funny is I just said it, but
you said it like
that's
him
not
too.
why you said it?
No, it's not at all, but maybe it is. Like, maybe that's one of those things that just kind of burrows deep in the back of your mind. Yeah, subconsciously. And I just decided, well, I guess, no, but I was like, we're not quite Masters time or whatever.
It's Final Four time.
Yeah, that is true.
He's still doing
No,
that.
he's not. Remember? He's just showing up to give the MVP his tie, which is ridiculous.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, man. Like, just go away with this, man.
Damn. That turned real negative on Jim Nance real quick, which is funny. I'm completely not going where I'm supposed to go here. But that immediately makes me think of Kelvin Sampson in one of the interviews that he did recently where, like, he was talking about, I think it might have been when they clinched the Big 12 title, talking about, like, the University of Houston and how, the amount of pride that he has to coach there. And it was because he only came up with one, was Jim Nance. He was like, yeah, Jim Nance. And he was just really, I'll get you the audio.
Forget
here.
Carl Lewis.
Yeah, he didn't go to none of the other. I was like, there's other ones out there, and I know that sometimes you get yourself in the air at some points, and you're like, damn, I'm forgetting the other ones, but it's just funny to me that he was like, the one that I need to make sure to get off here, Jim Nance.
Yeah.
Shout out to Jim Nance. I know he's a show's favorite. All right. How about this? The Texans ad, we talked about this a little earlier. We added a couple of small additions that I feel like indicated some big things. One of those, Jacob Johnson, a fullback, so we're back in that business, thank God, at least for the time being, because I guess one thing you could say is last year they were in the fullback business until they cut Andrew Beck, right? But looks like they're back in the fullback business, and the fullback, Jacob Johnson, has Patriots ties.
He sure does.
And this brought something up for you.
It did. Now, here's the thing. We just kind of did, and we never do this, but B. Scott was around. We kind of did a practice segment during the last break.
That's not really what we were trying to do. It was just one of those things where we were interested in talking about it.
We started talking about this, and I right before we came back on air, I was telling Reggie, I don't even know if I feel like this is good or bad or indifferent. I really don't.
Okay.
And that's not good radio. You should have a strong opinion on things.
Now let's work through it. Why not?
Get off the fence.
Sometimes we need to talk our way through it.
Believe you, this is my fence.
And I'm very interested in what the listeners feel when I go through some of these things that I cobbled together overnight, last night and this morning. I didn't stay up all night, trust me, because of the Rockets. Anyway, are the Texans quiet?
We do not consider ourselves the Patriots South.
Okay, what you just heard was in January of 2021. Cal McNair went out of his way to say we're not Patriots South. Okay?
Big ups, Cal.
Big ups to Cal. That was, Jack Easterby was still here, and that was, I believe, at Nick Casario's introductory press conference. That's why he said we do not consider ourselves Patriots South.
Let me just speak generally before we get into those types of specific.
But they've kind of been distancing themselves successfully, by the way. A lot of people don't talk about Patriots South anymore when they mention the Texans.
But you are not a lot of people.
But I am not a lot of people, and certain things that have happened here recently got me thinking. And again, you tell me how you feel about this.
I will.
Good, bad, or indifferent. 713-572-4610. So when he said that, Jack Easterby was still here. Nick Caserio came in. Nick, keep this in mind. Jack Easterby was still here more than a year into Nick Caserio's tenure here.
Okay.
So
I'm a people person.
They were gone.
Get out of here.
So he was still here. But then Jack Easterby goes away. Okay. So we're thinking they're distancing themselves from Patriots South. Let me go through some names here that have either been kept or hired or very recently hired by Nick Caserio and the Texans. You may not know the name Frank Edgerly.
Who?
Frank Edgerly.
Okay.
Senior Director, these are high-level positions, Senior Director of Football Research and Game Management. 7 years with just that promotion, Executive Director of Player Personnel. 9 years with the Patriots.
Okay.
DJ Debick, Director of Pro Scouting. 6 years with the Patriots and went to John Carroll University. Steve Cargile, Senior personnel executive, assistant director of pro scouting, 13 years with the Patriots. Nick Caley, recently hired.
Offensive coordinator.
Offensive coordinator.
Got you.
John Carroll University, and a former Patriots tight end coach. Shane Vereen, player personnel guy, not real high, but nevertheless.
He played for the Patriots.
Played for the Patriots.
Okay.
All right. Frank Ross, who was a holdover.
Yeah, he's been here.
John Carroll University also. That's three from John Carroll.
That's the football school, man.
Sure. Well, it is for Nick Caserio and also coached at the Patriots. I'll throw out Ben McDaniels.
Thank you.
But the McDaniels name has some Patriots.
Yeah, I was definitely. I'm glad you did that.
Hey, his brother definitely made a call.
Association, I'll put it.
His brother definitely made a call.
I was ready to object.
Cole Popovich kept him on.
Sure.
Patriots, coach for the Patriots from 2015 to 2020.
Yeah, we just heard Rob Ninkovich call him a great offensive line coach.
Jerry Shaplinsky, senior offensive assistant and pass game, I don't know if it's coordinator or something along those lines. John Carroll University,
sure,
and the Patriots. And then, of course, they just signed Jacob Johnson as a fullback, who was a fullback for, you guessed it, the Patriots.
Okay.
All right. That's 11 connections.
Sure.
Not counting Nick Caserio, which is 12, also a John Carroll guy. And frankly, I go back and forth. Part of me is like, all right, it's kind of funny to me because like you're distancing yourselves from the Patriots South comment, and yet you're becoming more Patriots South in recent years.
But I think it's worth asking the question, if we're going to the comment that was made in 2021, early 2021, what was the point? What was the underlying message of distancing yourself from the Patriots? And I think that the context matters there.
Yeah.
Right? Because in that instance, maybe you're distancing yourself from what?
It was the combination of Easterby being a train wreck and bringing in Nick Caserio, a John Carroll guy and a Patriots guy.
I also think, too, it was from the years past of just having Bill O'Brien.
Bill O'Brien, yep.
Yeah, and he's a Patriots guy. He brung in all of his guys.
Yeah.
So I think it was just that way of trying to stay away from it.
Right, and then they got away from it, and they're certainly not talking about it.
Yeah.
But now they're getting back to it even more than ever.
Well, I'm not inclined
Is that a bad thing?
I don't know. That's where
I feel like to me, I don't look at it as a bad thing because I felt like they did try. I guess, was it 2 years ago, they briefly kind of got away from it a little bit.
Well, that's what you were talking about.
Yeah, and I feel like this is more – I think that we have to understand that coaching in particular and honestly hiring practices in general in America are fairly insidious, right? If you have a general manager at the top who has that tie, right, and when you talk about all the front office ones, yes, it makes sense that the people that he has worked with, the people that understand workflow, that understand the way that he wants to do things, that you're going to bring in people that you're
people he
with.
trusts.
Right.
At the same, go ahead, finish.
So there's there. I think the place where you're feeling this return somewhat to a Patriots South is just you've hired an offensive coordinator in Nick Caley. Although to be fair, he has not necessarily added too much to the staff. And in theory, you want that same thing. You want him to bring in folks that he has a familiarity with. And he really hasn't done a lot of that. It's really just Jerry Shaplinsky, and then the upgrading of Cole Popovich, who was the assistant coach. But you imagine there's some level of connectivity there as well. I mean, outside of that, like it just feels like, you're going to hire people that you have a level of familiarity with. And honestly, I could make the argument that maybe they're not. Maybe they need to be more in some ways, because I think that might have been one of the issues in your last, Nick Caley's predecessor in that offensive coordinator position, and Bobby Slowick, is that he didn't bring in anybody with him. And it did get to a point on the back end of his tenure where we're finding out that maybe everything wasn't all smooth in the interpersonal parts of it. Maybe not necessarily just like the interpersonal, but at least as it related to getting, receiving ideas from each other and working together to implement them in a way that's cohesive on the field offensively. And maybe that happens a little bit better if an offensive coordinator is able to mold their staff a little bit to more what they want. And if they're doing that, they're going to, again, pull from the people that they are comfortable with and that they've worked with in various places oftentimes.
I get the lean as well. But at the same time, I think you and I had this discussion in a previous break. Like if you're not really giving yourself every opportunity to look at the entire spectrum of coaches or people you hire, just in life in general. If you're just looking at this group of people, you're kind of selling yourself short, or you're not giving yourself as many opportunities to find maybe a guy that isn't in your circle that can really be good. 5 John Carroll guys.
Sure.
That on the one hand, it's a comfort level.
They invented football, man.
It's a trust, as you pointed out. But on the other, it's like, are you really expanding all the opportunities you have to maybe increase and improve your organization?
Do you have concern that they haven't cast their net wide enough?
I think I do that in life in general. I've talked about it on this show. Like, if I'm hiring just out of this 100 people, I'm forgetting that there might be 700 people else that are going to be better for me, and better for our organization.
Do you feel like they did that with the Bobby Slowick hiring, though? Like
they did. No, and
they
that's
tried
right. That's right.
The Shanahan, the Kubiak offense.
Right.
And last year they felt like that didn't work, so let's go back to what I used to do.
But that leads to another question I have for you guys, and I'm curious in our listeners as well. Clearly, DeMeco Ryans had a huge influence on Bobby Slowick getting here. They were friends, very good friends, coached together, kind of grew up in the coaching circles together. Clearly, that was a DeMeco Ryans joint. I shouldn't say that. This doesn't feel
like he said it was his hire. That was his hire. Now.
This doesn't feel like one. This feels like a Nick Caserio influenced, let's go, okay, we tried that. Now let's go back to the Patriot way, Patriots South.
Like I'm
just saying what it feels like.
Yeah,
I hear what you're saying here.
Could it be a thing though? Because DeMeco did bring Bobby Slowick in, and he let Bobby Slowick do what Bobby Slowick wanted to do
to his own detriment.
Yeah. So do you
to some extent, he didn't bring in a staff though.
Yeah, no, I get that, but he tried Slowick, trusted Slowick, didn't spend a lot of time with the offense.
Yeah, So it seemed like maybe DeMeco did hire Nick Caley. Maybe that was his guy. And he's letting the same thing kind of happen with that a little bit. Just kind of do your own thing.
But that I think,
which is the Patriots type of staff, I guess.
And we talked about this at the point of the hiring of Nick Caley. But even before that, when we found out they were going to retain the staff, that is a point of kind of concern for me. Is just is this going to smoothly? Are they going to smoothly assimilate to what they're doing? Is this going to congeal in a way that works well? And is everybody going to be able to implement the perspective and the goal that the man at the top of the offense, in this instance, Nick Caley, has for what you're doing? Because I think the MO within this is not necessarily that it's just Well, I guess maybe it comes back to like Patriots guys, but that it feels like you're bringing in another offense coordinator that I'm not going to say he did not have free reign, because I has not been able to fully dig his tentacles into. This is how we're going to do things. And maybe that's also part and parcel of hiring another guy who's a first-time offensive coordinator, where they have not been able to have as much time going around and working with various other people and like, okay, well, I know this person can do that because I worked with them there as in A, and then I worked with this person in X, and you could build a larger staff. Maybe that's ultimately what's happening.
I think that's it. I think if they hired like an experienced play caller or offensive coordinator, they would have brought their guys in.
Right.
So
largely.
Yeah. I don't think Nick Caserio probably would have picked everybody on his own staff.
But to be fair, even a lot of times in those situations when an offensive coordinator comes in, they'll start doing interviews and be influenced and hire someone out of their circle.
Sure.
Look at who else stayed here. Gerard Johnson had no connection with Slowick whatsoever.
Sure.
Had no connection with Nick Caley whatsoever. He's on both staffs. Like he's an example of one of those guys that said, he's not in my circle, but we like him or whatever. We're impressed by him and we're going to keep him.
Interesting. So I guess the question I would ask, let's assume that you are right that this ends up in a Patriots South place, which again, I think one of the things I wanted to circle back around to is just, okay, what was the harm of being Patriots South? And that's why I asked up top, because I think that was very particularly about Bill O'Brien, Jack Easterby, that era, and distancing yourself. That's not the same concern. So if you had to pinpoint something that you go, this is a concern that I would have in them becoming Patriots South, what would it be?
Not expanding their horizons and giving themselves on the offensive coaching staff. You got the offensive coordinator. You've got one of the quarterback senior offensive assistants. You got the offensive player personnel guy, all in that little circle. Not completely. I just mentioned some others. The running backs coach is not in that circle. Quarterbacks coach, not in that circle. It's just, again, that's why I came into this. I think it'll be a fun discussion, an interesting discussion, because I frankly don't know where I land on it. I don't necessarily think it's bad, but I think you're sort of limiting yourself.
Do you feel like it could work, though?
Let's fingers crossed, baby.
Yeah,
fingers crossed.
That's the only thing as I come back to is again you're trying to marry a lot of things, and this kind of comes back to the mentality on the offensive line. You're trying to marry a lot of different guys who are going to have some question marks. You need to get them up to speed quickly. You're also doing that with the offensive staff. There's a lot of things, a lot of moving parts with this offense very quickly with a team that wants to be able to win now, and they're in a place where they want to open up that championship contending window. So I think that's a fair point. But other than that, I don't know that I'm concerned about like the Patriots South of it with them bringing this in. But we'll watch the space. And at this point, like the idea of casting a wide net, it feels like you got Nick Caley. Like you have him for a year, maybe two, in a reasonable kind of perspective as a young guy who might become hot. Or worst case scenario, knock on wood, if it does not go well.
Yeah.
Right. So I think you got a little time before you end up back at that place where you're taking another swing at this. I imagine. So I'm interested to see how they're able to bring the stakes. They're not like insane, but the stakes aren't on the floor by any means.
And last thing, real quick, part of me also doesn't blame Nick Caserio, because by no means is like his job on the line if this doesn't work, but the narrative will change, so he's going to go with his comfort level,
Interesting. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get to our lunchtime confessions, which are presented by the Men's Clinic. Next.
It's turning time, H-Town.
Texans play here.
Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610. Watch this.
Well, it happened again. It happened again, Figgy.
What, the movie you watched?
No, not that.
How do you, that'd be funny if that was the answer.
Intentional.
How do you make that mistake twice?
Yeah, that would have been intentional.
What would be the movie that you would have to study? Because it couldn't have been Honora again.
No.
Like, what would be the movie that you'd have to stumble on and be like, damn, they did this here too?
What movie is like heavy like that? Like, especially out of the chute.
I'm trying to think.
Yeah.
I can't recall.
I don't know, but that would have been definitely. I would have called myself out on that one. No, I had no idea that the Major League Baseball season started last night.
That's right. Well,
started last night. This morning.
Did you watch it?
Well, it's funny you say that. I went to the bathroom like I want to do in the middle of the night. Something, as I was getting back to bed, my phone flashed. The light came on. I'm like, what the heck is that? Who's texting me now? It's 2 a.m. It's like, Dodgers 2, you know? It was an update on the game. I was like, oh, my God, that's right. The baseball season has begun. This is not a good idea. Go play over there in exhibition. You can play your starters. They do that in the NFL when they go international on preseason.
I think this is a great idea.
To play a regular
season like
game, 2 weeks or 10 days or whatever it is.
Yeah, why not?
Before the season begins?
Well, this is the best way to get it done so that you can actually travel back in a time where...
Well, I understand that part, but just make it an exhibion. They played them. This is a major league season has begun.
It was the Dodgers versus who?
The Cubs. Mm-hmm. Mind you, your boy, Kyle Tucker, 0 for 4 in this one.
Mm-hmm.
So, that counted.
That's what I'm saying.
That's right.
Hey, man, the good people of Japan, like, especially baseball is one of the sports that's really good about its international kind of presence.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like it's good. It is good for baseball to have that continued international presence, especially Japan, rather. That is probably like the second
easily
the second nation in the world that has that loves baseball in the same way
Mm-hmm.
as these United States. So like I feel like it's good. Hey man, take a little bit of that real
throws you
that
off,
real base.
man.
Yeah, but that's the thing is like, hey, we got 162 of these things per team. We can export a nice 3-game series out that way. Like that's not the worst thing in the world. I'm good with it. I like it.
I am not.
These are my confessions.
I was watching some of Ronald Darby last night. Obviously, the Texans signed cornerback Ronald Darby to be a backup, to be a little bit of a depth cornerback. And I was just like, let me see what he was looking like. Played 13 games last year with the Jaguars. And so I was looking at, in order to try and save myself a little bit of work, I was looking at just the targets, like the passes that were targeted to him. And I got to a place where they were playing against the Indianapolis Colts. Of course, he was, that's in division. And this game was one that was quarterbacked by Joe Flacco. And I found out within 2-3 plays, watching a Joe Flacco quarterback game is not worth a damn thing. I was like, oh yeah, it reminded me. There are some quarterbacks that I absolutely despise watching. And Joe Flacco is now in there. Because watching him play quarterback made me mad. And I didn't even watch the game.
It's a great success story. He is.
I was like, why?
He was comeback player of the year, man.
Okay, if you say so.
He was borderline elite. Or do you forget that?
See, the elite conversations were annoyed the hell out of me.
Hey, you see, he got up off the couch and got the Browns into the playoffs.
They actually created a rule for him. Like, you actually have to not just sit out. You have to, come back from something.
Yeah, so there had to be some affliction besides you just being bad. Joe Flacco, it was so terrible. It was so terrible watching him throw the football. I was like, I'm not learning anything about Ronald Darby because the ball's not getting to the wide receiver.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to hate on Joe Flacco. I don't even know if that's technically a confession. No, it is.
It is.
I hate Joe Flacco now. That's the confession. I didn't realize I did, but I do.
Okay.
These are my confessions.
I got to confess, I want to go to the rodeo just so I could get that burger from Trill Burger.
Oh, it's making the rounds all over. Yeah.
Like, I don't want to walk around. I don't want to do this, do that, play any games. I want to go to the rodeo just for that, get my food, and go home.
It'd be an expensive burger.
Man, I might have to pay the park.
Yeah.
Oh, that's even more expensive.
Yeah,
pay to get in.
Pay to get in.
Mm-hmm.
And buy the burger, which is probably super expensive, too.
Yep.
22.
Yep. And then,
is that what it is?
Mm-hmm. I found out yesterday. Oh. I also our guy Osita was out there. Mm-hmm. I asked him how much it cost. I also asked him how it was. He was like, "It's cool," and I was like, oh, "Okay,
it's cool,"
which makes it feel like I don't think that's exact words, but that was the basic premise of his response. And I was like, "Okay, so that sounds like it was good, but maybe not rodeo for $22."
Yeah. I think it was 30, at least 30, maybe 50 parking. And what is it to get in?
Well, he got the pass. He good on that.
I got the pass.
You have the pass.
Yeah, I got the season pass, but. Yeah, man, because I actually had this burger when I was the one time I was there.
Well, you've already had it.
Yeah, but I want it again.
Okay. So I guess I should have asked you because you've actually had it.
I thought it was pretty good. Now I got it for free.
See, that changes the.
So maybe that changed, but I had that.
That makes it better.
Yeah, and I had the I think the Trill Tenders. Mm-hmm. It was a spicy Trill Tenders.
You was eating good.
All about
it's pretty good, man. Shout out to my man Nick Surfield.
All right, shout out to Nick Surfield. He need to be my man too. Hey, Nick Surfield. Help
I'm like, yo, my man.
My man.
Yeah. But.
Also, shout out to my man Seth Payne, who said he will not stand for this Joe Flacco slander. And just because I know he's not in my direct vicinity, what you gonna do about it, Seth? What you gonna do about it?
I'm telling you, man.
He gonna come up in the studio,
and I will be a lot more amenable to his thought process in that.
You know what?
instance.
You're right, Seth.
My bad, Seth. You know what? Hey,
we can just agree to disagree.
Yeah, dap me up. My bad. I was wrong. Dap me up.
Love me some Joe Flacco.
I wasn't familiar with your game.
That's right.
These are my confessions.
All right, so I don't want to say this because I love the guy so much, but I'm getting really nervous about Jose Altuve in left field.
Really?
By the way, lineup has come out for tonight's game.
Okay, I was waiting on that.
Jose Altuve in left field.
It's happening.
And,
this is the thing.
Lance McCullers on the mound. I'll just go through it. Perez, third base. Alvarez, DH. This is pretty much a major league lineup. Payne is short. Destiny catcher, Dubon second base, and McCormick in right field. So no Cam Smith in right field, Myers in center. But that catch that we were sitting at Figgy's house, and I think you said, "Hey, Altuve made a catch." I said, "Cool," and I looked at the video, and he did that very unnecessary jump.
That's right.
Did catch the ball. And I went, I don't know if I feel good about that catch. I mean, he caught it.
Wait, hold on. Can you go back like one more sentence? You said he did what?
He jumped.
No, but
unnecessary.
Before that?
Unnecessary.
No. The sentence before. There you go. There you go. You good.
How far back do you want me to go?
Like you good there. Yeah, that's all you needed.
No, he did catch the ball. Okay, how good do you feel about Jose Altuve? How comfortable are you right now?
So his bat's gonna be in the lineup, right?
Yes, it is.
And that's cool.
Yeah.
No, I'm fine with it. Like we've seen the growth, and he looks like he could be like slightly below average outlet left fielder. And if that's the start, as he gets some of the tips and tricks, because obviously playing any position in baseball, you start to learn like the nuances of it and some of those things. And one of the things I did love, and I can't remember who wrote this, so I feel really bad not being able to give the proper attribution. But I was reading something about these Astros, and one of the things that was evident was just he is so like hungry and thirsty for like the knowledge from various outfielders. Okay, what's happening here, and how do you play this particular park, and like I believe in his professionalism to help carry him over some of the. I mean, you can.
And I'm a little nervous.
I have saved my nerves for other places with this team right now. I am utilizing my nerve bucks in different places in the Astros concern store right now.
The real question is, how many inside the park home runs will Jose Altuve give up?
Give up? Well, that's why I'm nervous, because I had
to. He might have a little situation in left field.
I got to think about
somebody rounding them bases.
Yeah. Oh no, I just thought of, because earlier we were talking about like the plays that rarely happen that you like in sports, and that made me think: is Jose Altuve going to be like the reason that an inside the park homer happens at some point?
Yeah, because he might be fumbling around out there, and then you got to throw it to third or whatever.
Myers got to come running from center field.
See, just don't do that. See, that's my thing. I won't be that worried, because I came in with the expectation that it was not going to be like pure gold or what have you. So as long as he don't do that where he quits on a ball and Jake Myers has to come clean it up, I think I'll be fine.
I think my issue, I'm not scared of him like missing the ball or anything. I'm worried about him like if the game is tied and somebody is at third. That's
called
nervous. Can he punch them out?
That's called being nervous. That's what my confession. I'm getting a little nervous.
These are my confessions.
Guys, I think. I heard the music drop out. I was like, we done? No, I want to get this in.
Yeah.
That's my bad. I was leaning too heavily on the music. There's hope for the NBA, guys. That's my confession.
There's hope for the NBA.
There's hope for the NBA.
How so?
And I say that because this happened a few nights back.
Doncic on the move. Draws violation on Doncic.
Wow, I haven't seen one of those called in years. And you know what's crazy about this? You see this every single night. That is 100% the right call.
That's right.
That is the right call. You just don't see it called consistently enough.
That's right, Richard Johnson.
So why'd they call it?
We got a carrying call.
So why'd they call it?
And look, maybe the why they called it is because they trying to hate on Luka Doncic. I don't know.
Yeah.
But it made me happy. It made my basketball curmudgeon heart a little happy to see someone actually get called for a carry. And there's a little hope. There's hope. There's just a little kernel in my heart. That was planted.
Very small kernel.
That maybe, just maybe, we gonna get these boys on all these damn carries.
It's a seed.
And if we could get these boys on all these damn carries, I could be happy.
The ratings about to go up now.
Yeah.
Like can we stop the carrying? That's all. That's all I need. If we can stop the carrying, I'm gonna watch basketball anyways. I'm a sicko. Yeah. But it just made me happy to see. Oh man, we actually calling carrying.
Call the carrying.
God bless it.
I was pissed off last.
Palming, as they say.
Yeah. See, I'll never call it palming. Feels like I'm saying I'm a basketball curmudgeon. Palming feels like you was watching it back in '67.
Exactly.
Right. You watched it before they figured out the key. Yeah.
Okay.
You were seeing them go and pick the ball out of the peach basket. Yeah. That's why you call it palming. I call it carrying.
And I like this text. John turned on striptease and showgirls and was shocked.
What?
Appalled.
What? What is it, Monsters Ball?
Yeah.
No, let's watch. Hey, let's watch P Valley. It's a show called P Valley that I heard about.
Radio 610 coming up next. You know what? I have something down, but I kind of want to do this more. We were a little negative on the Rockets' comeback victory over the Philadelphia 76ers. Can we go back and just appreciate the good parts of this? The
Absolutely.
Rockets getting a clinch and Jabari Smith Jr., like the difference that we see when he's aggressive. I want to talk about that next.
All right, let's talk about D&M Auto Leasing. With D&M Auto Leasing,
the McCullers Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, before we talk about that Rockets victory that happened last night at the Toyota Center over the spicy, the playing over their heads Philadelphia 76ers.
Quinn Grimes and the Pips.
That's a great way of putting it. I want to alert people, if you are not on the McCullers Injury Lawyers live stream on YouTube.
We keep it 100.
Thank you. Sports Radio 610 on YouTube. I have a little added incentive, and maybe he'll try and fight me for this. I feel like I'm just trying to draw the ire of him today. I don't know if that's a smart thing to do.
That is not a smart thing to do.
Seth Payne. So in that YouTube chat and talk to him.
Dap him up.
Yeah, go ask him.
What are we doing here? Seth Payne's just sitting at home, listening to In the Loop.
That's right.
Commenting occasionally, and now you want him to answer questions on the.
I mean, you don't have to, but I feel like
it's just a simple "What's up?" Sometimes you just drop in the chat and be like, "What's up, y'all?"
He looks like he's having a good conversation with the folks in the chat as of right now. I'm just alerting more people to the possibility of maybe having a chat with one of their favorite, if not their favorite, Sports Radio 610 hosts, none other than Seth.
We got to do that more often.
Zaza Payne.
We got to do that more often. Just jump in the chat.
True.
It's like walking in the bar.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what's up, y'all?
Hey, man.
Speaking of bars, by the way, you could walk in the bar on Thursday.
Yeah, man.
Watch some NCAA tournament and hang out with your homeboys from 10 all the way through 6 p.m. at the Twin Peaks on 59 and Kirby. We'll be there.
Mm-hmm.
in all caps, Seth Payne types out, "Why are people frightened?" Because you're a large human being, sir. Because you're a large human being.
Haven't had a meltdown in years, he says. All right.
That's like the thing in baseball where you can either view that as, he's gone cold or he's due.
He's due.
That's a possibility. Someone who felt like I think that they were due, in my estimation, Jabari Smith Jr. Jabari Smith, in returning from his injury, has been playing really interestingly. And one thing I've noticed in his play, at least me personally, and you tell me if you agree, John, and you're watching him, I feel like there's two Jabaris. Within him, there's two Wolves.
100%.
Within him, there's two Wolves.
There were two yesterday.
Yes, and I feel like within him, the two Wolves are a passive Jabari and an aggressive Jabari. And I think that I am so intrigued by this because I think there's questions to be had about their rotation in general off of this. Like, where does he start? Does he come off the bench? Like, do you find actions for him? Because he's typically, and I think Ryan Hollins on Space City Home Network on the post game mentioned this yesterday, and I thought it was really interesting that he vocalized it, which is he typically plays the background. I always tend to compare this to, and I probably should find a more modern or a different comparison point. When the Miami Heat came together with the big three, with LeBron, Dwayne Wade, and Chris Bosh. Chris Bosh had to play the backseat. Like he had been, from Dallas, went to Toronto, played incredible. He had been the man. And in bringing three of the man together, one of those dudes couldn't be the man no more. And that ended up being Chris Bosh. So he just kind of had to get his in the flow of things. That's kind of where Jabari is. Like, just do the dirty work, find offense when you get it, and that's cool. And I think that and sometimes leads to him being and playing a good soldier, being in a good role, being a little passive, right? I've seen, though, when he's aggressive, he has knocked down shots better when he's aggressive. Like, he has demonstrated an ability that looks a lot more Auburn than we've seen him here at the NBA level, as evidenced by a fantastic game that he played yesterday, where he was the engine, he was the catalyst for the comeback run. When you saw that in the third quarter and early in the fourth, post-ups directly getting to him because of the size difference, but even more. And so I'm kind of interested in that, and one, have you noticed the same thing? And two, what do you do to try and garner more of that? Because it feels like those are the types of things that you want to harness if you want to make the Rockets the best version of themselves.
It's funny because just yesterday I said there were two Jabaris, so I went back and looked, a couple of things that I bookmarked. In the first half, I saw a tweet that said, "Sorry guys, the Jabari Smith Jr. experiment is over." In the second half, different person. Anybody who disrespected Jabari Smith, let me know. That's like even yesterday.
Right.
There were
come outside. We ain't gonna jump you.
Yeah, exactly. Even yesterday, it was back and forth. I think your point is a very good one. I think that's ultimately what he has to be. I don't know if we can go, as far as Chris Bosh, who was excellent in that role.
That's right.
And embraced it. But that has to be it. You call a play if he has a hot hand, and that's it, right? He's otherwise going to be like the ball gets to him. He finishes. He does makes some big plays. Whether it's in a half quarter or fast break, et cetera. I don't feel, and it's kind of weird though, because you really don't have, and we've talked about this, like the end of game guy. But I think he's not necessarily the one that you go to first.
No,
right?
I don't think so. But it is nice to know that he can have that. I mean, we've always kind of known that he's had that. And maybe this is my fault. Like, I don't view him as number 3 pick Jabari Smith Jr. But I think some people do still view him in that box of, hey, you were a number 3 pick. In some to try and make some level of bust case or what have you, which I think is way out of line. But I mean, I was 11 of 17, 5 of 7 from deep, 30 points in that game. That was pivotal. That was instrumental. That was tied for most scoring on the Rockets with Jalen Green, who was not nearly as efficient, although he had a lot more of the responsibility of creating and such. So I just found that to be really interesting, and I think that pairs kind of nicely with earlier in the program. A texter on the Jim out of the Texas Hammer text line.
The Texas Hammer!
Thank you, Jim. Said that they actually went as far as they thought Fred VanVleet should come out of the starting lineup to be able to retain Jabari.
That would be a no. That would be a no from me. So what is it?
What do you mean?
Starting lineup. VanVleet's going to play.
Fred's got to be there.
Yeah, that's it.
Last night withstanding where he fouls out and kind of loses. Well, not fouls out. He gets thrown out for what was a flagrant 2 on.
Was that a flagrant? Was it?
It's tough because my man went charging down the field. He looked like a safety. He looked like a safety who went out there and wanted to be on. You remember Jacked Up?
Yeah.
What was that? The early aughts.
Yeah.
You got jacked up. He looked like he was trying to get on that
live action.
But at the same time, you slow that thing down and you see that he made a play on the basketball. So I don't know. I definitely don't think I would have gone flagrant 2.
Yeah, not flagrant 2.
I mean, I think maybe flagrant 1.
Yeah, the old school in me is just a hard foul.
Yeah.
But I know we're not there.
Yeah.
So I understand that 1, but 2. Well, I'm like
he kind of lost his head a little bit after not getting the foul on the other end on a 3. He is one of the dudes that's like such a calming force in keeping these guys keeping their head together most of the time.
I think saw what it was like without him.
That's a huge part. And then I think the idea of him not starting is because you don't necessarily see the assist numbers always being super high, but he organizes this to a place where I think the assists come if you had hockey assists, you would see a lot more of those numbers. I think that he probably still starts. The tough part about it is I think Amen. I was in a place, remember, where I was like, I think he comes off the bench, but what I've seen from their perimeter defense makes it feel like Amen is super necessary a little bit more than you've seen him. I don't know. I don't envy Ime Udoka having to make this decision, and I think it speaks to the dilemma that they've had this whole time. A lot of talented dudes, but a lot of them kind of on the same level, and you can't fit 7 dudes through a 5-dude door, if that makes sense, right? Like you have a lot of guys that you need to find a way to fit into these various places, and it's not an easy jigsaw puzzle to construct.
I think part of the answer is what kind of lineup are you going to have on the floor when you make hay? Last night they went small, and that was big time. But you're playing without Şengün, and you got to have him in the rotation. I think it's almost like a feel type thing in terms of the opponent. But not all opponents are going to be the Sixers. Even though they were obviously on for the majority of the game last night, I think a lot of teams are going to be able to adjust to what you're throwing at them, and maybe that's where Jabari Smith gets his in those types of situations.
At the risk of taking off I feel like we already did this in the first segment, but I was very excited to see that, them find the hot hand, ride the hot hand, find various good things within their offense and accept the challenge when you looked up and you were like, hey, this is not the type of basketball that we want to play. But I'm still so deeply frustrated by the fact that it felt like not just that the Sixers were having a great night, which they were not, the Rockets were not playing with their head. And it feels like, yes, even if we want to say that the Sixers were just hot, I feel like the way that you combat that as a team is just make sure that you're playing smart basketball. And there was a lot of times, whether it's Tari Eason, 1, fouling out, but then 2, picking up a technical foul on his way out because he can't stay calm. Whether it's getting that kind of frustration foul that you could say Fred got after he should have gotten a foul called on a three that ultimately gets elevated to a flagrant and he gets thrown out. Dylan Brooks fouling out because he's playing super aggressive on the perimeter on a foul call that they had called fairly consistently on the perimeter. There was a number of times, in fact, where Tari and Dylan got fouls in the backcourt because they, the ball got turned over or a rebound was made by the Sixers, and they're here trying to poke at the basketball instead of
from behind.
Right. I think that there was a lot of places, and that's on top of just them not working for the best shot in the first half or not. You mentioned the idea of navigating screens properly. There was a lot of times where it felt like they weren't playing with their heads. And I think that's part of the maturation is you go from just we are a talented team to we are a smart team, and they're still kind of riding that line. This time felt like they were below that line in the game they should have won.
And be consistently smart on the defensive end. That to me was the most frustrating part. Obviously, Jabari late, certainly in overtime to get it. But the defensive side, I mean, what was the final score?
144, 137.
Yeah. I know it was overtime, but man, the defensive side was just 78 points in the first half, 44 points in the first quarter. That's the stuff that should just be a constant. And clearly, then the offense can kind of take care of itself, like I said, with whatever the best matchup is in that game.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, is this the year that Jeremy Pena puts it all together? We'll talk about it next.
It's been a week of free agency. HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Is this the year that Jeremy Payne puts it all together? All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610, and I was kind of, you know what, disappointed in myself is the way that I'll say it. I was going to try and soft pedal this in some way, shape, or form, but why would I do that? I was disappointed in myself. Let me be honest, because
it's kind of fallen through the cracks.
It has a little bit. Yeah. I've been so infatuated. I've allowed the Cams kind of take me away. I mean, obviously, you have all the various moving things when you talk about Altuve going to left field. You've got whatever's happening in right field. Is Chaz McCormick finding himself? Well, he's getting on base, but the bat's not quite there. Lance McCullers is starting. He's throwing baseballs in a actual baseball game, at least spring training game today, 5:05. There's a lot of various things going on. I had not looked over in the general shortstop area with Jeremy Pena.
Yeah, those numbers are looking pretty good.
Jeremy Pena, in spring training this year, has a batting average of .444 and an OPS of 1.259.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, hey, what?
Yeah.
And this is it with 27 at bats, and of course, like you always ask, like who is he hitting against? Really good quality if you look at the statistic that Baseball Reference gives you. Now, of course, the always ever-present caveat that you have to throw in there, the context that's necessary, is that it is indeed spring training. We've seen dudes have great spring trainings and not produce well. We've seen dudes not have great spring trainings and produce well.
Mm-hmm.
But this has been the thing that you were concerned about with Jeremy Pena, right, is the idea of does that bat come along? And at least in spring training, that man has 3 homers, 8 RBIs. He's stolen a base as well. Now, he hasn't walked, which is a little...
I thought he had, maybe not. I thought I saw...
He hasn't walked.
Yeah.
But, I mean, getting on base, I mean, obviously he's batting well. That's the on-base percentage bringing high and, like, showing some power. For Jeremy Pena, that, like, the bat, we hadn't really seen that outside of that World Series run. And that's been the thing that you've kind of been like, hey, if this can come along, are you willing to... And maybe this is too far to be like, hey, are you ready to believe that this is a thing? But do you think this is the year that he could put this together offensively and pair it with what is usually a very, very good defensive output to where you're no longer looking at Jeremy Pena as maybe some level of easy out in the bottom third of the lineup?
Like it's truly, and talk about slipping through the cracks. I mean, it's truly one of the most important, things that we want to see in 2025. We know what he did as a rookie, and that's always referenced, and that was the apex, that was the high point. And then, of course, slumped a little bit for really, an entire season's worth of games, and he's just been up and down. The thing about his spring that is interesting to me is it's head spinning and it's impressive, but I don't think it changes what the narrative is with Jeremy Pena. Can he prolong it? Can he stay consistent? Because he's been the king of being up for long stretches and then down for longer stretches.
Sure.
And so I mean that's everything that's everyone in baseball to a smaller degree. But the better players can sort of mitigate that, get through some things, make the adjustment. So that's the story for me with Jeremy Pena. Can you go make those slumps not a month and a half but maybe a week?
Right.
And that's the key thing. That's why it's awesome to see. But you want to see it in the regular season, more extensively.
And the thing that kind of hurts me personally is that I can't really answer what is probably one of the bigger questions, right? When you talk about a guy like that, it helps you consistency is not having a hole in your bat. If a pitcher knows when they are actually looking at some level of dossier on you, when they're looking at the game plan on you, which you don't imagine that you have nearly as much of in spring training, what is the thing that you pop up with Jeremy Pena? Throwing that slider at him, right?
Any breaking ball, especially away.
I don't have, I mean, without having as much of this, this spring training on television and, especially without, for me personally, having some of the advanced, kind of tracking on a lot of these games at Cacti Park out there in West Palm Beach, I don't get as much of the information on, hey, can we break this down to what it looks like on some of those outside breaking balls and what is he doing there? So I can't really answer that, which that feels like that's going to be really telling. But yeah, I mean, at the very least, there's a level of encouragement that you're finding at least over a 27 at-bat span, you're finding you're finding power, you're finding contact. As of right now, I'm going to be I am now taking this as an opportunity to tune in a little bit closer to Jeremy Pena and the last week or so of spring training before we get to what is rapidly approaching, which is opening day on March 27th.
Talk about important. Because when you look at, we're trying to get updates on Christian Walker. Apparently, he's coming along pretty well ahead of schedule. Obviously Dubon at second, Brendan Rodgers. You're not exactly sure what you're going to get out of those on a day-to-day basis. So when you talk about you're going to get, you have a question at first base in terms of when's he going to be back. Second base, you don't know what the production is going to be on an everyday. Obviously, there's a competition in right field. Maybe McCormick ends up there. You need Jeremy Pena toward the top of the lineup and creating runs and getting on base and stealing bases. I've always felt that he needs to steal more bases.
Well, he's doing a little bit of that in spring as well. So and then that's fair. Like especially if you're getting on base, let's see you try and maximize offensive output by also getting extra bags. I can see that for sure. But yeah, I'm very intrigued to see what he looks like, what he continues to look like. But I just wanted to recognize I'd been missing out on that. I had not been paying attention to the fantastic spring that Jeremy Pena had been having.
He's having a great spring. He's tearing it up, and he's one of those guys that's not just like trying to work things. He's trying to just get in a groove for the season.
Yeah, for sure. And it looks groovy. From 281, they said, I'll say this again, Jeremy Pena has to hit in the 2-hole behind Altuve in front of Alvarez. Well, right now,
but he has to be able to.
Right.
That's the thing. That's where ideally I would want him to. Top of the lineup, right there, what you're just talking about. Because then everybody, bump down. You have a 6 or 7 hitter that can drive in runs.
Yeah,
right.
Right now that spot is Isaac Paredes. That's where they're kind of putting him. In fact, he's hitting second today, isn't he?
I believe he
against
is
the Nationals.
Yeah, I believe he is. So, I think what the Texters tack on. If you can get him doing that, that's the perfect place for him. Because also, the moving. Playing the conga line on the base paths. Maybe, with his speed, adding an extra base or stealing a base or whatever it may be. This is ideal. The top of the lineup is pretty much, they have Pena batting cleanup, actually. It's Altuve, Paredes, Jordan DH, and then Pena.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Another thing I'll be watching today when the Astros take on the Nationals. So that's one guy who's having a great spring. The other one we all know, number 31 now, Cam Smith.
You know what? He wore 90 the other day.
So maybe that was just for the spring breakout.
Yeah, I made note of that. Remember he changed his number to 31, and we're all hey.
That was just for the spring breakout.
Yeah.
Okay.
He wore 90.
All right. Well, okay. That walks me back.
Yeah.
But as we continue to try and suss out if the Astros will actually have that man break camp with the club, or at least how quickly he'll make it up to the majors. Area 45, PC, Sean Bijani, they had on Bob Nightingale, a frequent guest of theirs last night. And this was Bob talking about the Cam Smith situation, and he likens it to another rookie in baseball.
Let me ask you, because this is picking up more and more steam. Today there was a report from Will Kunkel here in Houston on Fox 26 that he heard there's a good –
You know what? All you have to do is look at the San Diego Padres from a year ago. Jackson Merrill had not played center field since maybe Little League. He was a shortstop. So they say, you know what? We don't need a shortstop. We need a center fielder. So he started playing in spring training, and he should have won Rookie of the Year. Unbelievable year. So if you're good athlete.
Yeah, it can. And so he also talked about that he expects him to be making their major league roster.
Well, let's take that to cut number 2 here. This is talking about is Cam making the opening day roster.
Oh, it is. But like you said, Jackson Merrill, I think he only had, I want to say 37 games above A-ball and did that. So it can be done. And, teams like to move guys quicker up now. Before, you better spend 4, 5, 6 years in the minor leagues. That's not the case anymore. So, obviously, if they do this, and I hear the same thing they will, you're going to have the mental fortitude to be able to do it. And they must know that, hey, if he can't cut it, if they have to send him back to the minor leagues, he can handle it.
That's been my one big point with Cam Smith more than anything.
Look at you showing a little bit of reservation on that.
No, he has the mental makeup.
Oh, okay.
No, he has the mental makeup. He's a different kind of, just listen to anybody from the Astros talking about him, about the not just maturity, you hear that a lot, but being able to handle things and let things go and being able to be a professional and understand that. I don't anticipate, even if he struggles early, for it to get to him. People talk about, well, you don't want to ruin him. You're not going to ruin Cam Smith. You're not going to do it. That's just not going to happen to this guy.
One thing I do think about, though, with like bringing guys up early is I wonder if it's actually kind of more about changing the framing and the. Mm-hmm. I do think that sometimes when, like, take for instance someone like a Shea Whitcomb or a DeZenzo,
mm-hmm.
I do wonder if you get to a place where, because those guys come up earlier than they probably would have in a perfect situation, mm-hmm. in a vacuum, then however they play. Without, even though we know the context, we may not always keep it front of mind in the ways that we talk about them. And then all of a sudden, they are viewed as maybe less than they probably would be if they had been given the normal time to develop. I do wonder if, and I don't know how much that factors in with Cam, particularly because he seems to be such a special mm-hmm. level player. But I do wonder if you bring him up too early and that kind of unnecessarily skews the perspectives on a player that will be really good. And I could think of, like, I've seen this with various players in the league, mm-hmm. At various times where they come up early and they're still young, but they're viewed, that
mm-hmm.
clock ticks differently in our head because of that time when they were in the majors when they probably should have been in AAA or what have you.
Yeah, I mean, but how long does that last? I mean, he's the type of guy that I think, can certainly respond to a bad stretch early. I think if you do bring, this is the other thing. If you do start him on the major league roster, he's going to be getting at bats every day. They've been on the record. They want to get both those guys a lot of at bats every day. So he's going to have his chances, his opportunities to break out of it. And not like if he has a prolonged bad stretch, a bad year or sub par year, well then maybe. But I don't see him. I just don't see it.
We'll continue to watch that as well. Someone said from the 281, think Cam Smith playing college baseball gave him a little bit more competition than coming straight from high school to the majors. Yeah, I mean, that's typically the idea is that college players have a little more seasoning, a little bit more preparedness to.
He's played in big games.
He has, but the tough thing about it is, talking to people that played baseball and such, they view college baseball, even at the highest levels of college baseball, as akin to maybe like high A.
Yeah.
Right? Like that's still relatively far off from what you would expect in the majors, and he has not that many games in the minors. So we'll continue to see, man. I'm super intrigued by this, but now I have another thing that I'm super intrigued by, which is seeing what Jeremy Pena is looking like as we continue to move.
Yeah. No, I look, I have a lot of confidence in him as a player that can withstand any bad stretch.
Did your eyes just perk up because Mel Kiper's latest mock draft has Jackson Dart going 9th overall to the Saints?
Hey, I was Jackson Dart when Jackson Dart wasn't cool.
Look at you. You really selling that. All right, real quick before we go, kind of baseball this thing out. You're familiar with Tim Kirkjian?
Of course.
One of the best in the baseball, man.
He's a good friend.
One of the best in the game.
Yeah.
I found this little clip of him showing just how much of a baseball nerd he is. And now I kind of want to do this with other sports. But this is what apparently he does, or at least did one time, when he was just trying to pass a little time.
I was coming home on an airplane last night, and when I wasn't watching Bridesmaids, I decided to come up with the all-car team. So let's see if I can do this by memory. Your mean Mercedes Al Sorrento is at first.
Yeah.
Damian Rolls is at second. Royce Lewis is at shortstop. But you have to say those right together. Rolls Royce. Otherwise, I really don't have...
Rolls Royce for the double play.
I don't have a shortstop. There was a guy named John Dodge. Never heard of him. He played a million years ago. He's our third baseman. Ichiro Suzuki.
Good one.
Ruben Sierra.
Yep.
Austin Martin. And we got a pretty good pitching staff.
You got a minivan in the outfield.
Right. Whitey Ford, Tim Hudson, Brad Lincoln, John Bentley, and just for you, Ranger Suarez. So I just came up with a 15-man team with things after names. This is what I did on an airplane last night in a middle seat.
God bless him. That's awesome.
Is there anything that you
I'm trying to think like what would be the all whatever team that you would? I know you thought of one.
No, I didn't, because I was like, I don't think I can even get to that place.
Yeah, but only Tim Kirchin will. He and very few others could do that.
And salute to his son, Jeff. I used to work with his son up in Cleveland.
Really?
Yep.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Was he also as much of a baseball dork?
Yeah.
Tim is like the Tom Hanks of baseball writers.
Everybody love him.
The nicest guy in the world.
Everybody love him.
His son was pretty cool. Had their own morning show.
Absolutely the nicest.
Super
guy.
cool.
Yeah.
Very nice. All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio.
His son sound just like him too. Got that same vocal cord.
He does sound like him. He does. All right. Coming up next, it's about the time where we hand this over to Figgy Fig for the mixtape. What you got for us?
Yeah, so today is, every day is Awkward Moments Day.
Wow.
So I got a list of 8 awkward scenarios. I want to see how awkward they are and share some of your awkward moments too. 713-572-4610.
All right. Get your awkward moments in. It's time for awkward moment time in the mixtape. We'll do it next.
It's tourney time, H-Town.
factor. Sports Radio 610.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is Figgy's Mixtape in the loop. Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Tuesday. Happy Tuesday to everyone out there, and happy National Awkward Moments Day. This day was supposed to encourage you to not be so embarrassed, because things like that happen to everybody once in a while, right?
Oh, okay. No question about that.
Yeah, so a recent poll looked at various awkward situations, and on a scale of 1 to 10, over a third of the people gave all of these, I guess, at least a 7. So I'm going to go through this list.
Okay.
Right? So number 1 on the list is gossiping about somebody over text, and then realize you text that person you gossiping about.
Yeah.
That's got to be number 1.
Didn't that start a whole NFL lawsuit, right? Isn't that the Brian Flores?
Yeah.
Hey, congratulations, Brian, on the job.
Yeah.
What you mean? I ain't
had the interview yet.
oh, my bad. Wrong Brian.
Yeah.
My bad, dog.
And it was something worse than that, to be honest.
Yeah.
Like, that one's just a congratulations. I just hit the wrong Some of them be talking like, it's funny. None of my family listen to this show, by the way, so I could say this. But I did have somebody in my family who was talking to somebody else in my family like a dog, like text them like a dog, but then realize they texted to them, to the person they was talking like a dog to.
That's a lot.
I'm like, oh man.
I think we've all done levels of that, but maybe not like to the extreme, But
I did something like that.
You can
once.
cover it a lot of times.
I did something like that one time. It was a boss I was working with, and for some reason she was in a bad mood. So I tried to text my other coworker like, "Hey, it seems like she's not in the best of moods, so let's just clean up the boss." And she was, so that made things worse. But I could have said something worse than that.
Yeah.
But the one that I remember is I texted, "When is this going to end?" at an all staff meeting. And the person conducting the meeting was on that thread. I thought it was another thread, but I covered it. They didn't know until now.
Yeah, I feel like once you say this publicly, on
several years ago, we're good.
Yeah. So the second one on this list, and Lopez kind of went through this a little bit. Watching the movie with your parents, and there's a sex scene.
Oh boy. Well, it was.
Well, you kind of dodged the bullet.
It was not that, but still awkward. Because we're like, get to the movie part. We get the sex part. We get it. We understand. Now the movie.
Third on this list is clogging the toilet, like at somebody else's house, and you can't find a
That's not awkward at all.
When you Dumb and Dumber it?
Not awkward at all.
Yes, it is too.
See, it's because y'all out here acting like y'all got to pretend like you don't poop.
Yes, but it's embarrassing.
That's not your fault.
Yes, it is. You did it.
You
literally did it.
It actually is your fault.
No, it's not. Look,
if you clogged the toilet up, that's your fault.
Yes, it's
not always.
You're saying you wouldn't be embarrassed?
No.
Yes, you would.
I'd be like, say, bro.
Yeah.
Where your plunge at? Or
that's embarrassing. That's awkward and embarrassing.
Hey man, the toilets be getting backed up. Hey, what if it's their toilet? What if their toilet just don't be moving weight like that?
Still embarrassing. It's their fault.
Bro. So you gonna blame their toilet on your mess?
Yeah. I call BS on this.
What,
you wouldn't be embarrassed?
No, sincerely, no.
Everyone else would be.
And that's what I'm saying. I don't think that y'all need to be. I think y'all need to find a little freedom, the freedom that comes from a little book that everybody typically reads. It's called Everybody Poops.
Well, we all know that. Still embarrassing.
You might be the only person in America that ain't embarrassed.
And if that's the case, God bless it.
That's why I made this list.
Yes.
For a reason. I guess people be really embarrassed about
now,
this.
like if something crazy came out that made it clog up, and I don't know what that would have to be. I'm like, nah, man, like, hey, use the restroom and it just didn't go down. Where is the plunger? Can we make this happen?
What about this one? We went through this with Zoom meetings and real meetings in person, telling the joke and nobody laughs.
Oh man. Yes.
That's about tough. The one person that's trying to be funny and they say a joke and nobody laughs.
Yeah, that's as awkward as anything because everybody is just behind your back doing the texting. They'll go back to the gossiping on the text. Like,
yeah, they go back to number one.
Look at this bleeping guy.
What's the best play? What's the best play in that instance when a joke don't go over? Just let it go.
I think you just
gotta acknowledge it.
Take the L, man.
Yeah. Sometimes you just gotta take the L. But honestly, even the person that didn't even tell a joke, sometimes that's awkward. Like I would be awkward.
Yeah.
And I didn't even tell a joke or don't even know the guy.
Secondhand, yeah.
Yeah, that's secondhand embarrassment right there. Tripping and falling or stumbling in public. That's not really too embarrassing. That's not too. Is that awkward?
Yeah.
That's more awkward than.
Yep, 100%.
I don't know what you're doing right
100%.
now. I don't know what you're doing right now.
100%. Like I'm, and you could tell I'm not trying to do a bit.
No,
right? You can tell.
I believe
you are dead serious.
I believe you're serious. I also believe you're crazy.
Like there, and it's funny because there's not actually shame in tripping either, right? I don't think there's shame in using the bathroom. I don't think there's shame in tripping. However, for some reason, it is just the idea that you can't walk.
Yeah. No. Now that is true. It is one of the more unique and interesting phenomena in society and in culture that people laugh. Like somebody trips and falls and people just laugh.
As long as they're okay. Falling is funny. I don't make the rules. Falling is just funny.
Yeah. What about this one? Asking someone for money because they haven't paid you back.
See, that's the bad awkward. That's tough.
Yeah, that's hard.
Yeah.
That is.
There's funny awkward or I'm embarrassed awkward. That's like you might be ending a relationship awkward.
Yeah.
You know?
And then you don't want to end it over $40.
Yeah, where's my money, man?
Yeah.
Yeah, but also that's supreme disrespect. If I see you out here spending money, but you ain't got it back to me.
Right. No, I get it.
What does that say? What are you saying about me?
Yeah.
But now you're going to end this relationship over $40.
Right. That's the bad awkward.
Well, that's why for me, and I know not everybody has it within them to do this, and honestly, to be fair, it's why I don't lend a lot of money. But if I lend money out, it's because I don't expect necessarily for it to come back. So if it does come back, it's cool, and if not,
that's a good philosophy.
It is what it is.
No,
that's a good approach.
That's exactly what I do. Like I wouldn't give nobody my rent money or anything
Absolutely
like
not.
that. But if it's something I can afford to,
sure,
I'll go that far.
That's the best approach.
I think I'm having a thermostat moment right now on the Jim out of the Texas Hammer text line. Y'all trying to cook me right now. What
they cook you over the
from the 281? I think every single person listening just lost trust in Reggie. There's no way you walk away from a clogged toilet like a hero in an action movie walking away from an explosion. I ain't say I was walking away from the toilet. I'm just saying I'm willing to own that.
Yeah.
But like, hey man, the toilet just clogged. What? I'm just gonna leave it there?
But you got to feel awkward though.
Nah, man.
Like I'm not saying you ain't gonna say nothing.
The feeling you gotta have a feeling.
You gonna come out there with your chest all open, like
hey,
baby.
Where's the plunger? I clogged your toilet.
But I guess that's because that is one of those.
You gonna feel a little embarrassed a little bit.
Nah, I just used the restroom. It's the toilet that didn't do what it's supposed to do. So it's more like I feel kind of sorry that your toilet not doing what it's supposed to do in this moment. That's really more of it. Me personally, I just did what I would normally do.
What about this one? Forgetting somebody's name.
Why are you talking about me like that?
No, I'm talking about myself.
I do that so. Hey, man, what's going on?
Yeah, I feel bad about it. This is one where I would be lying if I said I wasn't embarrassed, but I try not to be embarrassed by it. And I very much give people grace on the other end. I'm like, you ain't got to remember my name. That's fine.
Yeah.
But I just try and be honest about it because honestly, trying to like find out and then finding yourself in a place where now they know that you have not been knowing and you've been lying. I'm just like, sorry, I forgot your name. What was that again? Like, I try and just be there.
I try to be slick. I do hey, have you met Reggie? So I can remember.
It really mess you up. Hey, what's up, man?
Yeah.
What's your go-to filler when you're just like, damn, I don't got the name in me?
That's why I say, hey, what's up, man?
Just man.
Yeah.
I have no feel. I don't know where to go.
I love the people that go over the top where they start calling you like big dog and chief and stuff. What's happening, big dog?
Hey,
what's up,
cowboy?
boss?
Hey, cowboy.
Yeah, what's up, boss? It's funny that actually happened to me when I was at the rodeo. I was at the Bun B cons. I was just sitting there minding my business. Some lady came up. Hey, what's up? And she started hugging me. How you been? I'm sorry I didn't get the chance to see you. I'm like, yeah. Walked away. I'm like, I don't know who the hell that was.
No idea.
And still to this day, I have no idea who
that's happened.
And she got me too because she's like, yeah, I don't be on Facebook no more. And then I'm like, Facebook. Who do I talk to on Facebook? I'm like, I have no idea who this person. Took a picture and everything.
You know what's the best part? I like to think that like an hour later she was looking at it. She's like, "Wait, that's not who I was talking to."
Yeah, that could have happened.
That's what I was thinking too.
That could happen.
I'm like, man, I'm probably the wrong person.
So she probably had an awkward moment herself where she's like, "Damn, I had no idea who that was."
Yeah, another awkward moment. And this one, I relate to this personally. Hearing a recording of your own voice.
Not anymore.
I hate that, man.
When I was younger,
I can't listen to none of my music.
Really?
I can't, like this segment, I will podcast this segment, but I can't listen to this segment because of my voice.
When I was younger, I was like that, but now it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I hate when people say, "Oh, play your music," and they listen to my leave the room. I can't be around.
I probably shouldn't say this out loud, but you might be surprised to find out I actually love the sound of my voice.
Okay, then.
Hey, listen to me. Yeah, listen to myself.
And I recognize all of the undertones and currents of that. I get it. They're right. It's fair. Yeah. But I do love the sound of my own voice.
I love my voice. I love clogging up people's toilets, man.
I ain't say I loved it. I just said
I'm not shame in my game,
I'm not going to be ashamed about it because I just use the restroom.
Yeah.
Now, here's the thing. I will try and make sure that I get that thing fixed up, though. Like, I will take that person. Where's the plunger? What's on it? Can we make sure that? Do we need to get into? Do I need to take off the back and actually do we need to mess with the stopper or whatever?
Yeah.
No, I will make sure we get it fixed.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to be upset about it.
I would still feel awkward,
yes,
man.
You are correct, Figgy. You are correct.
I think a lot of people are correct.
Y'all need to release that shame, ladies and gentlemen. Everybody poops.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, happy awkward day, man.
Okay.
We gotta send a special rest in peace to Forever 21.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, they out the game?
Remember that store that's in the mall?
Yeah.
They've been in the mall. They've been around for actually, I want to say about 40 years.
Mm-hmm.
I think they've been around for about 40 years. But so Forever 21 has filed for bankruptcy for the second time in 6 years.
Wow.
This time they are closing all of their stores.
So Forever 21 is out of business at age 40.
Yep.
Kind of like Britney Spears.
All right.
Oh man, so they the Britney Spears of the.
All right.
Yeah.
I was like, where did
I was waiting on it. Yeah, I ain't know how awkward it was.
I don't try to hide it, boys. I don't try to hide it.
Yeah, so they're gonna be out the game, and apparently, I think what really got them out the game is the online apps and the Temus and the Sheins and stuff like that, where they pretty much had some of the same clothes but way cheaper.
Yeah,
and I guess ain't nobody been going in the stores like that, man.
Well, I didn't do my part, unfortunately. It might be a shock, but I've never really shopped at Forever 21.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Sound about accurate. I don't think they got Fisher shirts in there.
That's right.
Right. But so look, I know it's a sad day for the ladies, especially the young teenagers who will go in there.
I guess not Forever 21 then.
Yep. You want to hear some people arguing over church Bible verses and all that stuff?
Who doesn't?
So apparently I think this was First Take.
It was indeed. It was.
It was First Take, and Shannon Sharp pretty much went off on Kendrick Perkins, and they brought up the book of Job.
Stephen A., before you go, I want to ask Perk one thing.
Lift your camera up first before you say something. Lift the camera up so
Stephen
you
A.,
get
give me 1 second, Stephen A. Let me ask you this, Perk. What did you say when Doc Rivers was crying when y'all was in Boston about other teams getting all those calls?
Doc Rivers was never crying.
Just stop it, Perk. Lord have mercy. That's all Doc Rivers does.
Doc Rivers was never crying. The devil's a lie and the truth ain't nowhere near it.
Perk, you go to church, Perk. You go to church. What did the devil tell the Lord about Job? He said, of course he gonna praise you. You give him everything. Remove the hedge and he'll cuss his very maker. If they started getting files called against them, of course they gonna complain. Stop playing with me, Perk.
Shannon, I did go to church. I was the world's tallest altar boy.
So you know the story of Job.
I know it.
What did he say?
I know.
What did the Lord tell the devil? He said you could do everything but take his life. He took his kids. He took his sheep. He took his livestock. What did he do? Even his wife said, why don't you curse this man and get out of this misery?
See, this is how I know First Take not real. They should have put an organ behind there.
Oh, yeah.
Just let him really go to church. I only just now, this is the third time I'm listening to that clip. I only just now realized that the undercurrent of all of that from Beaumont, the pride of Beaumont, Texas, Kendrick Perkins was, but you're not tall as me, though.
That's right.
Because the first thing he said was like, lift your camera up so you can see me at eye level. And I was like, damn. Shannon Sharpe is 6'2". I didn't realize you could get jokes off at a 6'2" person's expense.
Yeah, lift your camera up, shorty.
Yeah. Yeah, but that was Shannon Sharpe. And real quick, I'll get y'all out of here on this. On a funny note. So, Jay Farrell, I would say Jay Farrell is probably one of my personal favorite impersonators.
Mm-hmm.
So he used to be on SNL and famously impersonated Stephen A. Smith. Remember that?
Yeah.
Mario Chalmers.
Yeah, he did it a couple times.
Mario Chalmers.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah, so I want you to try to figure out who got mad at him for impersonating them.
Do any celebrities ever get mad
Of
at
course
your
they
impressions?
do. Well, one person did get mad, and that was Shannon Sharpe. And he said, when you first did me, you know, I was really offended. Hey, yo.
Oh,
I was very offended. Wait a second. Paul. Hey, look, hey, man, don't start it. When you first impersonated me, I want to get technical with words, vernacular. When you first impersonated me, I didn't feel like you really had locked into the character. I said, do I really sound like that? And I was like, you do sound like that. But then, Jay Farrell, what you did was you did your homework, you went to school, you went to class, and you really started embodying the character because, listen, look, we know you talented. We know you talented, but sometimes when you just half-ass an impression, we can tell because you're so good at it.
That was solid.
I thought that was pretty good.
That was solid.
That was really good.
Like, if I tried to nitpick, I could maybe say that there's just a little bit less bass than you need, but other than that, like, it was
maybe he couldn't go there.
on.
Yeah, nah, he's pretty good, man.
Mm-hmm.
He's pretty good, man. Salute to Jay Farrell.
Shout out. Somebody said Mike Tyson almost knocked out Jamie Foxx for impersonating him in front of him. That's from Gus and Katie. Yeah. You got to be careful with impersonations.
Yeah.
People got to see it as flattering. Otherwise, you know, it could be seen as mocking. And that's
this too, because
100%.
if it's like a big time celebrity, then I can see them getting offended over it. But if it's a smaller celebrity or reporter or somebody like that, they might appreciate it.
Oh, for sure.
That you like Stephen A. appreciated Jay Farrell for doing the whole skit on him, pretty much on SNL.
There you go. That's a mixtape every weekday, 1:20 p.m. right here in the Loop at the Figgy Fig on social media. If you see something that's mixtape worthy, dang, you done already crumpled up. He crumpled up.
I'm doing the Tony reality. Throw the paper at the camera.
That's right. We're about done with this program. One more to go. Coming up next, let's see what's happening with the fellas of the Drive. We'll do that next.
All-Pro Sting is smiling on his way to the
Auto Parts.
Thank you, Figgy. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yep, In the Loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Been a fun show. Much appreciation to our guy B. Scott for dropping in for an hour. And then also for Seth Payne hanging out in the YouTube for a good long bit, chopping it up with various listeners. Always a pleasure to be in the presence of one Seth Payne. All right, we're getting ready to hand it off to the fellas of the drive. And I actually wanted to kind of talk about something that happened yesterday on the drive. Clint handled a little bit of charity golf duty. So Ron the Show Hughley brought up an interesting thought process that I wanted to run by you. As it pertains to Derek Stingley picking up that 3-year, $90 million extension, we've come to kind of understand it as putting him under team control, if you want to view it that way, or under contract with the team for 5 years from here on. And that makes, if you depending on how you want to view the contract, you can maybe get yourself to a place where the average annual value over the 5 years is a lot more palatable, ends up looking like 22.5 thereabouts with a little extra change on top of that. $1 million a year, which again is a lot different than I guess the 30. Not that I think they were all that upset paying the 30, but Show brought up a perspective where he goes, do you think that teams might be getting to a place where they look at kind of that dominant shutdown corner and they go, maybe it's not as worthwhile, not as valuable to pay as high for those kind of players, considering how far offense has advanced to a place where those guys can maybe be schemed out of their effect and impact on a game?
Boy, and you just played it for me, and we were just kind of kicking it around. I disagree. I don't think they're going to that play. And to be fair to Show, he said, I'm just asking. Do you think? It's not like he's like, cornerbacks are not as important as they used to be or anything.
Because
just he didn't go there.
Right, off of the raw raw numbers, it looks like, man, the Texans not only reset the market, but they jumped up to do it, which would kind of display a more than and even the strength of a really strong cornerback compared to, in games where you can still see against the best, we're talking about maybe not entirely shutting them out, but maybe slowing them down.
Yeah, look, I disagree with the premise of the question, only because, like, I personally, just my general feeling for years and now and probably in the future is outside of quarterback, in order, the two most important positions on the field are left tackle and cornerback. If you can,
you didn't even go pass catcher or pass rusher?
Yeah, no, I think cornerback and then pass rushers in there as well, because and he alluded to it. You can take away a whole third of the field, and if the opposing offensive coordinator can adjust to that and still exploit you, is what he was saying. Tip of the cap, tip of the cap, because the example that I'm thinking of is, Travis Kelce destroyed the Texans. That wasn't Derek Stingley's fault. That was directly on Azeez Al-Shaair and anybody in coverage, any linebacker in coverage.
Yeah, no, I know you wanted to put it at Azeez, didn't you?
Still there. You see?
Yeah,
still
I knew
there.
it. Yeah.
Mentioned him by name. No, but you get my point. Like,
yeah, no, I hear you.
That,
for sure.
That wasn't Derek Stingley's fault.
Right, it's one of 11.
They went to Kelce that much because that third of the field was very difficult to take advantage of. So no, I think it's. I think it's one of the best things the Texans have done is get ahead of this and lock up that guy.
Right, and 832. I don't view Ron as hating in that instance. They said, why didn't they bring it up when his guy got paid? I'm a Duffy of the Chiefs. Trent McDuffie actually probably here soon will be get paid, and probably more because of the courtesy that the Texans and Derek Stingley did in setting the market high again. I think I fall a lot more in line with you. I don't know that, and of course, again, question that Show puts up, but I come back to the idea of the offense versus defense is this chess match of wills, this chess match of tactics and such. And being able to take away a certain amount of things is something. Like, who is frequently regarded as the best coach of all time is Bill Belichick.
What did he do? His entire philosophy.
One of the things that we got to, and it was kind of a shorthand because I don't think it was actually fair to fully acknowledge this as the game plan, but we kind of used this as a shorthand when we were going into matchups that the Patriots were going into, which was, what are they going to do? They're going to try and take away what you do best. And sometimes, what you had available to you in the defensive secondary allowed you to get to a place where you could have a double team on the opponent's best wide receiver, and then have your a one-up matchup with one of your better cornerbacks in taking away a secondary wide receiver to where you're pushing them to their third highest preference option of attacking you. Yeah. Which again, I mean, you may not be able to fully stop it, but at least now you're slowing it down, and hopefully you can then counter that with something stronger on your side. So, look, it just feels like you're going to have to pay more just generally for the labor. This is more a revenue share thing for me. Of assets matters in this, right? We've seen that with running backs, where teams are like, I can find somewhat near commensurate value for cheaper, where I don't have to pay special. But those special cornerbacks, they're not as readily available, and I think that the highest end of it, you do see a distinct value in that. So I think that the Texans did a great job in this, in securing Derek Stingley. I think the question that comes up for a lot of people is health, and it'll be interesting to see how that continues to be there.
Fine, yeah.
But I appreciated the thought. Like, it's a very interesting conversation on how teams continue to team build, because those are the perspectives that you hope that in the buildings, particularly with the Texans, that they are also having questions about, because you don't want to be a team that is, not innovating, and then you see the rest of the league find a way where they allocate their assets better. But I think that this was smart allocation.
No, I agree. Now, let me shift gears on you real quick, because Brian McTaggart is tweeting this just 8 minutes ago. I don't know how this makes me feel. I'm curious how it makes you feel. Lance McCullers is going to throw 1 inning today.
No, it makes sense. When was the last time he threw an inning in a game?
Yeah, 1 inning though.
3 years ago. Yeah, go ahead and we can slow play. He's not going to start the season.
Yeah,
he's not pitching in the first week of the season. He might not pitch till third, fourth week of the season. Like, this is
I don't know.
Slow ramp.
It just hit me funny.
What's your favorite phrase? Ramp up.
You're not gonna take away my joy.
He is. He's trying to. He's trying to. And I'm here to combat it, brother. Like
We're all excited.
This is the ramp up.
Yeah. No. That's one of the terms I'm
talking about. This is the real ramp up. You wanted him to go from live BP to 4 innings?
No, 2.
Damn, Lance gets on the mound, and now John
why can't you be happy? What about your life makes you not want to be happy right now?
This is Lance, where we were reporting, hey man, he's throwing off flat dirt,
92 miles an hour,
flat ground, baby, flat ground, man. Lance, come on, man.
I'm not saying I don't like it. I'm saying it just hit me funny. That's why I wanted to bring it to the class. Like, it's just like 1 inning. Really?
If they'd have said Lance has got 1 batter today, I would have been like, step into right. Here we go.
Yeah, that would have been a little bit.
Here we go.
I don't know if I'd have done that.
I don't know. 1 batter kind of wild.
He has not pitched since what was somebody gave a stat yesterday?
Since 2022.
No, he's not had to deal with
World
the pitch
Series.
clock.
Yeah. Yes, correct.
Yeah.
Shout out to Team Mill was big on that one. Yeah.
They'd have said 1 batter. They said, Lance, man, we ready to put you in a game to face players against other teams.
Yeah,
last time he's going against somebody from another team. He was in there. Was he? I don't even think he made it to.
No, he didn't make it to the 4th inning.
Abreu's Florida League.
Yeah.
What was it? What we call Abreu's League?
Gulf Coast. Was that what it was?
Man, I can't remember Abreu. We had a fun name for Abreu's little Florida. What was it Florida Gulf Coast League? Yeah, man. Y'all better let Lance. Yeah, man. Lance is on a mound.
Yeah, buddy.
In a uniform against players on another team. Crazy.
Now, here's the thing where I feel kind of weird is I'm kind of hoping for maximum. I want to see him go 20 pitches, which is kind of a jerk because that means it would not be going all that well. But I just want to see a lot of it, and I think that's probably where you are.
Is it on TV tonight?
It is 5:05 on Space City Home Network versus the Nats.
Yeah, we got to make sure it's on in here too.
100%.
Well, watch it fast.
I got to see this.
You get an inning. Don't look down.
I'm with Ron. All I need is an inning. 9 pitches.
I don't know about the watch it fast.
Oh, now there's a story.
Not if it's the old Lance.
Yeah.
Old Lance takes his time.
Yeah, he does.
Old Lance He'll fill up the pitches in there.
It'd be like Lance to go up there and strike out 3 in 9 pitches and then tell us how he felt a little tingle in his elbow.
All right, okay. All right, so I need to stop this now.
He wouldn't tell us. He would downplay it.
A little tingle in the forearm, boys.
He would downplay
And the Astros are going to call it a bruise.
Yeah, right.
Hey, y'all better
Dana
take
Brown
all that
and Joe
bad.
Espada are going to disagree.
Yeah.
I don't like any of that bad juju y'all just put out.
I'm so happy. Lance has made me happy as hell.
Hey, you boys excited about Thursday?
Yeah, man.
I didn't realize we was going to get out there.
Little Twin Peaks.
Little doubleheader.
College basketball in March, you know.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Party.
I'm gonna be so
59 and Kirby, y'all come on through and hang with us now. Make your plans now, damn it.
Yeah.
And the best part about it is the Cougar game will span right just on that borderline between our shows.
You're talking about Houston.
They start at 1.
I thought you ran into something this weekend in the Cougar game. I thought you came around.
Those are the
Hey, Red, when I Thursday, Friday.
I thought those
ran into a Gladys out there. Didn't
Cougars tipped off at 7 o'clock every Thursday night.
I thought it was going to be a Twin Peaks reunion.
Hey, well, there you go. Come on.
Yeah.
Hell, everybody else does it.
You mean
bring their cheerleaders back.
You mean Doreen?
Had him a
That'd be a hell
rose
of a
out
deal.
there.
That'd be a hell of a deal.
That would be some
The
special.
requirement, you got to be removed 5 years removed from your last day at Twin Peaks. You're coming back to work.
I take it.
Little TP reunion.
I'm not gonna lie, I'd be a little concerned with the clientele. Who's showing up specifically for that?
You'd be knee deep in 59. Kirby.
Everybody can't be Belichick.
That sounds like a promotion waiting to happen.
That's what I thought was happening there. The promotion you need to know is that these fellas about to get going. Let's get out the way. Lopez, we need to get you off the air. You was wilding today. But we're done. Leave you with the fine fellas. The full proper drive coming up. All right, you listen to KILT AM, KILT FM, HD2 Houston and Odyssey Sports Station. And right now, the drive is live.
That's right. The drive is live in the building. We're all back rolling together as we said yesterday. Clint was out on the links for a good cause or having a good time.
It was rough outing yesterday, Ron. Yeah, rough outing, man. It was. I tell you, I played Saturday over in Lake Charles, and I hit the ball as good as I've ever hit it before. It was so good, Ron, that I knew better to get confident. And I told many people my golf game came back down to earth, and it was embarrassing at times. It was embarrassing at times. I'm not gonna lie.
Really,
but I had a good time. It was a great time. A lot. Anytime you're rubbing elbows with Warren Moon, Ed Too Tall Jones, Earl Campbell eased on by in his chair. I'm sitting there eating breakfast. He eased on by. Hey, big fella, how you doing? Put the old fist out there, old fist bump on the way by.
There you go. You didn't turn him down?
Look, no, hell no. I tell you what I did. About ran over Jim Crane though. I was checking out that grill. You know, you walk kind of away from the buffet and you look at the food, kind of see what's out there before you fill your plate up. And you don't.
Head on a swivel, Jim.
Hey man, I turned around to get back to that front line. You know, I saw the end of it. And I turned around to get back, quick step. Turned around, Crane had to duck me, right there.
Damn, man, Crane is always. I give it to him. He's always out amongst the people.
Oh,
like we was at that Houston Sports Awards. He was just standing in line trying to get wine, and I'm like, what are you doing? Why are you standing in line like I am?
Man of the people, baby.
Yes.
By the way, he did tell me yesterday he listens, by the way.
Does he?
Yeah.
Hey, Jimbo.
So you boys do a good job. Well, he said from time to time.
Yeah, he don't. Yeah.
So just for the record, he said we did a good job. So I assume he listens.
Top show in the city. I don't know why he wouldn't.
That's right.
Appreciate you, Jimbo. Nobody probably calls him that. But hey, as Clint
he
said,
look like a Jimbo.
No, he doesn't.
What's the other?
He looks like a James.
What else is Jim short for?
There's James.
Jimmy.
Jimothy.
He definitely don't look like a Jimmy.
Yeah, it's more of a James.
Jim. Yeah. Jimmy. When I hear a Jimmy, outside of Jimmy Johnson, when I hear a Jimmy, I think of like a mechanic.
Uncle Bunny Jimmy.
Like somebody that works with their hands.
I can only think of the old lawn dart. The old
Yellowstone has completely changed my view of the name Jimmy.
Jimmy.
Uncle Bunny Jimmy. Get your Buckle Bunny.
Did he work with his hands? That sounds like somebody that works with his hands.
Hands of leather.
Yeah. That's what when I hear Jimmy's.
He I don't think he was an auto mechanic, but he was definitely blue collar.
Blue collar.
He was definitely a grinder.
Dealing with Jimmy's dumbass.
No doubt.
Yeah. All right. Someone decided to type in James Robert Crane. Is that his full name? So he's just
the third. Yeah.
So he's Jimmy Bobby Crane the third.
I don't know if he's the third.
James. He looks like a James. That's probably
Jimmy Bobby.
Pretty solid. I mean,
Jimbo Bobo.
He about ran into somebody a little heavier than him yesterday that was in a hurry to get back to the front of that buffet line.
Now, you think you would have taken him down to the ground if y'all had connected?
John Singleton was there?
No question.
He's kind of sturdy. You don't think he?
No, he didn't.
You're certain he's not staying on his feet.
He was not. When he dodged me, he took his right foot and had to step to his left, so he's kind of cross-legged, and he just ducked under me. And Biggio's walking behind him, and Biggio goes, "Oh, don't run over the boss now." I said, "Yeah."
Way to be looking out there, Craig.
I said, "You Dave, Craig."
Way to be on the lookout, Mr. 3000.
Hey, how old is Jim? Jim may be still feeling effects from that step. I saw him later. His hip might be.
He came out on the course later when we talked a little radio right there. By the way, he thinks the Astros are going to be better than people think, just for the record.
Love that. He's 71 years old.
He was still in a good place.
Spring chicken.
I mean, I guess we saw Belichick. So Belichick's 73 and he lifts people.
Y'all
so
remember,
maybe Jim
y'all
Crane
remember old Bud Norris?
Bud Norris? I remember old Bud.
Oh, the old pitcher, huh?
Yeah. Career loser.
Nice, Ron.
Career loser. He said that. That's not how I'm introduced. That's how he introduced himself.
Oh, okay. I was going to say.
First, Did you know this? First Astros win in the American League.
Bud Norris?
Bud Norris. Yep.
I remember Bud with the Orioles.
Let me tell you what. Bud was pretty solid on the bump. But I'm going to tell you what. His ability on the bump, it's rivaled by his ability on that tee box. Bud is a scratch golfer. If anybody out there, you run into Bud, I know he's going to be around these parts. He lives in Austin now. He doesn't live around these parts anymore. But if you meet him on a golf course, and he strikes me as he's got a real, let me think here. He was on his best behavior yesterday. But he's got a real Pat McAfee.
Really?
Trash talk. So if he tries to hustle you on a golf course around
that's what the whites used to do.
Don't fall for it. I'm gonna tell you, odds are you can't keep up. I mean, Ron, I'd say 350 off the box a couple times.
Really, that's almost as what Sean Bijani was doing to Tyler.
This isn't just scratch golf. That's like dude's really good with his irons and can really putt. No, this is like, I mean, it's. If for one day can keep up with damn near anybody out there.
Wow!
You think he could play on the senior tour? Like if you stuck him on the senior tour?
In talking to him, he said there's no way he could do it 4 days in a row. But for one day, one day, absolutely, 100%. I mean, it is nasty. It's one of them. I mean, John Daly and a couple guys that I've played with before are the only guys that I've ever played with that just like sheer just power when they hit the balls like blows my mind, and he's up there with anybody I've ever played with.
Big Bud Norris, there you go.
Big Bud, that's it, Big Bud.
Well, Bud, if you're still around, you can come out with us, as Clint said to the fellas in the crosstalk. Come out with us. We will be live Thursday, Twin Peaks, right here off Kirby, one of our favorite spots. The little March Madness. We're gonna party. We'll kick this thing off. In the Loop will be there.
Yep.
We will be there as well. As if you missed it, Reggie said the Houston Cougs, they will be playing while we're there. So you all need to come on out. Listen, you school by giving myself a pink eye to get out. You can find a way to ditch work for this precious day. Thursday is a great day.
Still one of your most absurd stories. I forget about that.
Whatever.
Gave myself pink eye, got out of school.
I had to have a multiple day event. I know it had to be something that was like a headache I couldn't get out of.
And that was back nowadays with them kids, Ron, they always say your kid has to be fever, no fever for 24 hours.
Yeah.
So they always get 2 days. Back then, as soon as that old thermometer went down, they'd shove you back in school, didn't they?
Teresa sent me in there at 100. And don't tell them to call me. But no, you can get out there Thursday. Come hang out with us. We'll be at Twin Peaks. And I'll be honest with you. Of course, the damn committee, the NCAA committee, as we're looking at the very Final Four ball game.
Hold on, so.
And I saw it brewing. I was keeping a list there of teams that I felt like were locks to get into the tournament. And I knew Kansas was going to be a 7 seed. And then it started to come about, and I said, yep, this is going to be Arkansas. This is going to be Kansas, Arkansas.
How good is God, man?
And if anybody has been following me during this college basketball season, I've been closer to, I can't wait for this thing to be over. My thought process, I was kind of both sides of the fence. Obviously, I'm a diehard fan, so I can't just not root for my team. But there was going to be a part of me going in, somebody in this, so we could just flush these last 2 seasons down the toilet.
Boy Ron?
But then they put Arkansas in front of me. And then
I'm pumped for this, man.
It can't be you and Linda. That's it. Like it can't be Arkansas. So hey, Rick Pitino can come out of his coffin and beat Kansas. That whatever Omaha.
Hogs are winners.
But of all teams, there are 2 teams that could have shown up down there, in which I would not have been halfway rooting for them to beat Kansas, along with the other fan bases. That's Missouri. And then it's Arkansas.
Hey, I'm gonna get Mama can't. I don't even know if she's realized it yet.
Jayhawks are going down.
She doesn't know how to operate to where she's that far in advance yet. We got to let her know.
But it's going. So I mean, I feel
what time is that game?
It's right. I feel like we might as well stay and watch it.
Hey, show.
Over there, watch that with y'all.
I
just want to witness.
Look, honestly, that's how much I don't care about.
I hate that for you, man.
Because you know this is a game where the season can end. I can't generally watch this around people unless I'm there.
That's true.
And I have that lack of belief in this team that I'll watch it, and I'll watch it at Twin Peaks in front of
Usually I play this music around this time of year, and you literally visibly light up. In the last 2 days, I hit it this first note, and you just
Arkansas is the only Arkansas and Missouri is the only scenario in which I would not have been halfway rooting for just kill us.
I'm glad
shoot us.
I'm glad we could get you back into pocket with your team, man. I'm glad my Hogs could do that. Now, how do you feel about the game?
I don't. I think Kansas has the ability to lose to anybody that is anywhere within striking distance of their talent. And they already played an exhibition game before the season.
Y'all didn't have y'all's guys though.
It didn't matter. They already played an exhibition game, and Arkansas, when they're playing well, they play hard, and they play a lot harder. Now, sometimes they can struggle shooting, but they play harder.
Y'all know I love Arkansas.
I don't know. If it at all is tight, and there's any level of toughness that needs to be shown, I would lean towards Arkansas. If I'm just giving, because Kansas is
That's kind of what happened last time your Jayhawks bumped up against my Razorbacks in football. It just, of late, it just happens.
And it is right, isn't it?
Tyler, who you taking?
Took a number 1 seed out from me.
Man, I hate to tell you, Dirty Red, but I got the Jayhawks on my bracket. I got the Jayhawks winning.
I wouldn't hold my breath.
You gonna start out losing, huh?
Seriously, if Kansas gets down,
Rod is so serious.
I'm saying if Kansas gets down by more than 6, It's over.
Angry at this season.
Like at any point of the game, if it's 16-10, timeout, Arkansas, it's just going up 16-10, it's over.
Jayhawks are going down.
It's over. But you can come watch it. Many of you, you enjoy to see me in misery, so come up to Twin Peaks. You may have the potential to see me in pure anger. Those bastards.
Hey, come on. It's gonna be a good time, man. Win, lose, or draw. I'm gonna be in a good mood either way it goes. I mean, the bar is pretty low for me right now. I don't even know. Did we get Boogie Flam back? If we got Boogie Flam back, y'all may be in trouble.
He's coming back. They don't know how much.
They just don't know when yet.
How much he's gonna play, but yeah, he's coming back. He kicked our ass in that exhibition game.
He's a different animal, man.
We'll see. But no, it'll be a fun time. Are we going to do this again this year?
What are we doing?
You remember last year that day we did the parlay. We did the 5-game parlay, and then we gave it back to the listeners.
You know I'm Dan.
That was
I mean, we can always do one on Thursday, a couple games in the loop and a couple games that happened with ours, and
yeah, we could. Yeah,
I like it. Let's run it back.
What did we do? We did 5 games. We did 4 or 5 games.
I want to say it was a 4-legger.
4-legger. Let's do that. Try to get, because what we did last year, we did a 4-legger, and it came down to the wire on a couple of games. And I forgot who was it that had that massive comeback to get us.
I can't remember.
I feel like
I do remember there being some big ass comeback. I have no idea who.
It was a team in red. It was like a mid-major team. I can't remember who it was. Like a UNLV or San Diego State. Somebody like that came in. They were just getting their ass kicked in the last 7 minutes. They came in and covered that damn spread. But yeah, man, we won a little cash, and then we bought all the listeners drinks.
Gave it back to the people, man.
I came up to Twin Peaks. We got to do it again. We'll do it again this year. I had to look at this puppy, these first round of matchups, see if we can put something together, see if we can get a dub. That was fun. All right, big day today as we continue. The drive is back. A good time, and I want to get your thoughts, Clint, because you were out yesterday as no surprise, but the Texans took care of one of their best, and that is their only All-Pro this year, Derek Stingley Jr. He got paid. He now is the highest paid corner in the history of the sport. Get your thoughts on that. We'll discuss all of that coming up as we continue live right here on The Drive.
So we had a couple people over at the house this weekend, and I'll be dang if they didn't walk in and immediately notice the color and of the paint in our dining room, pretty much all white.
Free agency is here, and we've got you covered. Mark Vandermeer and John Harris have the latest on every potential Texan signing. Every night from 6 to 7, right here on Houston's Sports Leader.
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back as The Drive is back at it. What were you saying during the break, Tyler? About Derek Stingley Jr.?
Yes, we just got word from the fine folks over at NRG Stadium with the Houston Texans that you, the beautiful people of Houston, you'll be able to hear from the fella himself, Derek Stingley Jr., tomorrow during In the Loop about 12:30 p.m. Central Time.
I like the way you said tomorrow.
Tomorrow
you'll be able to see that Joker.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, tomorrow. No, that'd be big. We kind of heard maybe there may be something there. You can hear that on In the Loop as he said there. And you weren't here for that. Derek Stingley Jr., again, not surprised. And I said this yesterday. I like the way, especially in moments like this, the Texans are doing business comparative, let's say, like teams like the Cowboys, who, when they get a player that you know your ass is going to sign. Like, you know you're going to sign. And the Texans, they get out in front of it, I mean, quick. The minute they can sign him, they do it. Your thoughts on Derek Stingley Jr. being the highest paid corner in NFL history now?
Love it. No surprise whatsoever. Absolutely love it. Love the decision. Now I think it's I don't know if it's changing with time or what, but I think it's a little, the conversation around the dollars is a little bit blown out of proportion based on what I've heard. I know it's a $30 million a year deal, but if you tack it on to the 2 years that are remaining and what you get Derek Stingley's service at over the next 5 years is a hair above what J.C. Horn got in Carolina. It's not $5 million a year more. J.C. Horn signed a 4-year deal with 1 year left on his contract, and if you average it out, it's 20-some-odd million. And then if you look at the way Derek Stingley's unfolds here, it's slightly more, or maybe $1.5 million more per year. It's not $5 million more per year. So a little bit. When I first saw it, I was like, "Whoa, what the hell is this?" But then when you start doing the math, and you start seeing kind of how these, I guess, the new age deals are coming so early. It really averages out. The player gets his guaranteed money, and overall the team spreads it over 5 years. It's a win-win. So I love it. I've always been a fan of Derek Stingley, the player. The injuries were a concern. He appears to have nipped that in the bud for the most part, which put him in a position for this. And then on the backside of that, I'm gonna tell you, like I was blown away with Derek Stingley when we had him in a post-game press conference this year. We had him, me and Sean had him one-on-one immediately following the game. And, Ron, it was immediately clear how cerebral of a player he is. Like, this is not just the most physically demanding position, what I believe in sports. You're chasing around 4'3" to 4'5", 4'6" guys, and you have no idea where they're going, and you're tasked to follow them. That's and backpedal half the time. Like it is the most physically demanding position in all of sports, I believe. He's not only great at that. When he lines up inside, when he's talking about leverage, when he's talking about quarterback tendencies, when he's talking about wide receiver tendencies, it's clear this guy is not just next level physically, this guy's next level mentally as well. And other than the day that he cold-cocked old Dalton Schultz in spring training, he is a level-headed dude that is even keel, that you can depend on, and has a knack for making big plays in the biggest moments of games. And so this is, if anybody's ever going to get a top-of-the-market deal, to me, this one right here is as blatantly obvious as you're going to get.
Yeah, no, The only thing here of late was the injuries. I said earlier, I said yesterday, there was some earliness. Maybe you could really look at it now that we've seen him play more of like Lovey putting him in just situations that just didn't really show his skill set as much.
It's really about the 69.
But in the last year and a half, there is an argument and a discussion that he's been the best corner in the game. Won the Defensive Player of the Year award at the same position, but I think there's an argument that Derek Stingley has been that, and now I think the best part about it is, sometimes, and we did this last year, and I thought it was fair. Like, all right, hey, Nico, are we really sure that Nico is a guy that is a top 10 receiver? Are we really sure of that? Now, some of you will say, your question, I think it was a fair thing to wonder after a year, like, will we really see that? And we got to see that. The great thing about this for Texans fans is this is a deal of, it's just if he stays healthy. Like, this isn't a situation of, hey, man, are we sure we have the goods? Are we sure we have a great player? Or, boy, you need him to really take a huge step to really meet this. No, you know what you have. Like, you have a great player, and the only thing that prevents him right now to be a great player is his health. And as you said, that hasn't been a problem. He went this full year without having any issues, which was an issue before. Yeah. So I think that's a thing that as you said, no brainer, makes it easy you know what you have.
Yeah, to me though, but I do want to go back to what I said earlier about the cerebral aspect of this thing, the mental aspect of this thing, and just from the organization's perspective, right? Is you got to take a snapshot of the moment that we're talking about when he's asked against the Miami Dolphins to shadow. Let's go back to when he was asked after Amari Cooper went for 200 plus right here at NRG Stadium 1 week, and then 2 weeks later you play him in the playoffs and he shadows him. And you keep him out of the box score, right? And then you look to Tyreek Hill this year against the Miami Dolphins, and the ability to shadow is one thing. The ability to shadow and say, hey, my man is as good as yours physically is one thing. But and I'm thinking from the coach's perspective and the organization's perspective now, when you now have a player that has the ability, the mental capacity to go over and know the quarterback's tendencies. Tua's not going to throw the ball deep down the field to a slot receiver. When I'm looking at Tyreek Hill, his tendencies are based on tape and percentages that he's going to run an out route once he gets beyond. If he outside releases and he gets to 16, 18 yards, he's going to run an out route. If he's not looking back for the ball, it's not a go route. He's going to run an out route, and then you jump it and pick it. Like the ability to process all of that. In that moment, I'm not saying there's not other guys in the league that can do it, but I will tell you there's not many that can, that have that level of that physical skill set along with that mental capability. If you're the organization, it's one of them like, hey man, the risk that is the injuries early on in the career because of what this guy can do in these particular situations. So. Yeah, Ron. I'm A-OK with it. Love it.
Oh yeah.
It's a sweet deal. It's a sweet. To be honest with you, it's a sweet deal for the Texans as well to be able to spread money over 5 years. Right. I mean that's the sweet part of this is he gets his guaranteed money, which is really all a player's looking for in that second contract is just a huge amount of guaranteed money. He gets that. He gets it early. Right, he doesn't have to play the fourth and fifth year with no guarantee. He's playing the fourth and fifth year with a back-end guarantee that's through the roof, and then the team gets the luxury of spreading it out over those 5 years.
You think this is how the Texans are going to do business with their guys, or do you think this is just Nico and Stingley have just been certain cases? Like, do you expect as soon as Will is able to get rolling, he gets a deal? Yes. As soon as CJ is able to get a deal, he gets a deal. As soon as Petrie is somebody that's another.
Yeah, no, I think Will does. I I think Will does 100%. I think it depends on how CJ plays this year. And I don't know if Petrie's even on that level. But like you said, Petrie would be more of a guy that comes along and has a really good year this year than he's on that Nico level of like, hey, you got one really, really bang-up good year. Do you want to give him that extension?
Because they even did it with Titus, right? Like they
moved early.
They which I get it. It's like, hey, man, because what they've done now is you don't have to worry about having to go over Sauce Gardner, Trent McDuffie, or having to go over whoever, right? Those guys haven't been signed yet.
Right.
They go ahead and knock that thing out. I wonder, is that their plan of attack on how they do business, or is it just certain guys? So
it's definitely the polar opposite of what Jerry's doing in Dallas, which is a good thing.
I don't have time to have a bad time.
He said we gonna wait till Hendrickson gets his deal first, so he's gonna let
them all get a deal.
Mike said him out. Micah said,
Micah Parsons.
I sit back and chill too.
Yeah, Mike ought to shut the hell up, right, and just sit there and say, "Hey, no, Jerry. Hey, take your time, Jerry.
What else you want next?
Take your time, Pods."
Micah probably lost his mind when he went out there and saw that. Oh yeah, Jamar, get that thing, Chase. All right, coming up as we continue here, the Rockets. They pulled off an improbable win last night, but what's that? Were you impressed by that, or how did you feel about the Rockets win against those players in those 76ers jerseys? Quentin Grimes, I got to tell you, I don't know what the hell's gotten into you. We'll talk about the Rockets coming up next.
The spot to watch college basketball, baby. It is Twin Peaks without a doubt, whether you
diversity of thought, that diversity of culture, that independent spirit is just unrivaled. You can have the assurance that we're going to continue to be progressive when it comes to meeting yours and your family's health needs.
Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas, a division of Healthcare Service Corporation, a mutual legal reserve company.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
One more. There's the miss. There's the putback. Clock. Another look at it.
This is why these situations are special. You couldn't get a better miss from Jabari Smith Jr. He is the player of the game so far. He has that come off nice and soft. He doesn't hit it too hard. It's soft, and Şengün catches it, keeps it high.
I know Tyler liked that highlight.
Tyler, man.
I don't know what it means not to hit it too hard. You know what I mean? You know what I mean?
This makes a lot of sense.
I don't know if that came out like you wanted it to.
This makes.
I think you might have butchered that one.
This makes a lot of sense. Tyler made reference multiple times. I want to go ahead and I want to play this. You mind if I play this?
Set the tone for the segment. A little Rockets talk, a big moment last night's game.
I play this highlight for it. I'm like, oh no, go ahead.
He over communicated.
Yeah,
big moment in the 25-point comeback.
Hey, I'll be damned if this wasn't getting played on the drive today.
Damn, Tyler.
There ain't no way in hell that wouldn't. Here, play it again, Tyler. Let's hear
I
that.
can?
Let me fully appreciate it,
because there wasn't no way this wasn't getting played today.
One more. There's the miss. There's the putback. 131. The clock. Another look at it.
This is why these situations are special. You couldn't get a better miss from Jabari Smith Jr. He is the player of the game so far. He has that come off nice and soft. He doesn't hit it too hard.
Boner alert.
This is for Grady Dick comments. All right.
You got a point.
Right? Isn't that him?
I got dick in the face, Craig.
Yeah, I'm not real sure that he didn't do this one on purpose.
See if he's okay.
That sounded pretty calculated. You had time to think about that. You knew exactly what the Rockets were trying to do.
I don't think in any way he did. I don't think in any way he did this on purpose. You can hear it. Like he is like that was too much of a moment where it was like, oh damn, that just happened. Like it just hit him for him to come up with that came off soft. But he seems to go there, and Lord knows Tyler won't miss it. If you're wondering.
He doesn't hit it too hard.
It came off soft. But no, real talk. 713-572-4610. Those of you on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch as well. What was your thoughts about that game yesterday?
Which half?
Yesterday we went in there and we looked at it and we said, damn, they're a 16.5-point favorite in this game. Then we ran down the list as we saw Paul George was announced out for the season right before the game started. Then you look down, they literally had every single person damn near of note sitting down. No Embiid, no Maxey, no Eric Gordon, no Paul George, no anybody.
Let's go, Rocket.
Literally anybody on their team except for Quentin Grimes, the Woodlands own Quentin Grimes, who went for 46 last night. I don't know if the hell's gotten into him. They were down 25. I remember Brandon and Tyler text the team who has a 16.5-point favorite in this game is down 16 already in the first quarter. They're down by 25, and they are in need of Quentin Grimes losing his mind with just an awful turnover. Awful turnover. He had a timeout. He could have dribbled. He could have done whatever he wanted to. Instead, he tried to fit a bullet pass for some reason, and then Jalen Green picks it off. And then they foul Jabari, and then they have to have Steven Adams and Şengün come in and shove two gentlemen who are 6'7", trying to box them out under the rim, and they tie this thing up. And then, of course, they take care of business in overtime. What's your thoughts about that game last night for the Rockets? They do win their 7th in a row against another bad team, but what's your thoughts about that?
Boy, I got several. First of all, I don't know how they could have avoided getting in the hole that they were in. I mean, all the no names for Philadelphia, they made 15 threes in the first half. And it wasn't just Steph Curry getting hot. It was 3 or 4 different guys so it's like you want to say, well, why didn't you D him up? Well, hell, it was 3 or 4 different guys sitting out there. You can't, I guess you probably could, but like that was just an unbelievable streak of shooting from the Philadelphia 76ers watching that. Didn't really shock me given how Philadelphia played. Now, the fact that the Rockets were able to dig out of that hole in the second half, I mean, the fact they were able to go on a 35-11 run to end the third quarter and tie that thing up before the fourth happened, before the fourth even got there, that's the wild part for me. I mean, like sitting there at halftime, I'm going, there's no way they continue. All of these guys continue to knock down threes at the rate they're knocking down threes. But, damn, that's it was down 21 at half, right? So I thought it was just kind of one of those nights that they dug the hole, but it was one to talk about given how they climbed out of the hole. And I'm gonna tell you, man, for me, the story about last night is Jabari Smith. I mean, down the stretch, like the different and I know he made a three and Şengün came in and played good, and you mentioned Green played well down the stretch. But Jabari, it seemed like he was involved with damn near every single critical play down the stretch on both ends of the floor. Whether he was knocking down a three, or he was getting a rebound, or he was peeling off his man on defense and getting a block there late. I mean, it was just like Jabari Smith. It was his night, man. That was fun to watch from his perspective.
Yeah, I'm sorry, you just can't be down 25 to that Sixers lineup. That was just like, what the hell's going on? Like that Rockets, I know they shot the ball well. That Rockets defense and Ben Thompson was there, but damn, you just can't get down 25 to Quentin Grimes. And just, good God.
I think their immaturity showed up in a big way. Throughout that game,
I want to say you're immature. Like, to this person who just texted in, they fouled Van Fleet on that three before his BS flagrant two. First off, nothing that you're saying is accurate. Okay, that was a flop among flops from Fred, and I love Fred. That was a flop among flops. Fred tried to stick both his legs out and make himself. Like, you ain't going to make a jump shot when you're trying to make yourself fall to the ground midair in the shot to sell a call. And then he went back and just took the guy out on the that's gonna get you run. I'm sorry. If you want to call him soft, like, there are two things. What him and Rudy Gobert did last night are going to get you ejected. Mm-hmm. All right, both of those things. That wasn't a BS flagrant two. That's a flagrant two. All right? And when you say immaturity, I want to say immaturity, but damn it, Fred, you can't be the one to go down there and do that.
Well, Tari Eason, too, in that game last night.
Well, yeah, Tari got himself. He went ahead and did his thing. I expected, but Fred, you you can't just go decapitate a guy.
Come on, Fred.
There. And I know some people are going to say, oh, they did that in the night. No, they didn't. His ass would have got run in 96 too.
Fred lost his head.
Fred lost it, and that's why Fred went ahead and walked that thing right on back. Right, there wasn't a lot of argument there. But
damn it, Fred.
I'll say this: you can tell that they work on that a lot. So I will give them that. I'm not gonna lie to you. This is a team that is right now the 2 seed in the West. That just can't happen to the 76ers, especially moving forward. But at the end of the game, you could clearly see one team was ready and prepared at the end of the game over the other. Now, some of that might have been, the Rockets had guys who actually have played a lot at the end of the game, but you could tell that miss, and then those two get down there they've worked on that before, and they did that flawlessly.
Well, the defense in the second half, at least the midway through the third quarter and the fourth quarter and overtime, was absolutely tremendous. I mean, even with I thought the adjustments at halftime or again, I don't know if it was halftime or not, but maybe it was at least in the third quarter, the adjustment to overextend and not give them easy threes was obvious. So whether that's the team just adjusting and giving more effort and playing defense, or if that's Ime Udoka pushing the guys out and telling them to extend, I don't know, but it was significantly better in the second half. Look, I agree with your overall point of you can't get outplayed by that team in a half of basketball. I just believe it's magnified because of the way they shot threes. They had dudes. I mean, I didn't even look at it at the end of the first half. But how many did anybody on the court not have a three? At least one, not 2 threes. I mean, it was
Sixers. You're saying?
Yeah, it was wild how they. I mean, just every time I looked up there's a different guy throwing up a three. And so anyway, I think they would have been down either way it goes. But the 21-point difference came because of a team got hot. And it wasn't just one guy; it was 5 guys. And so I don't know. To me, again, down the stretch, I mean, to be able to do that is wild. To be able to play that level of defense, now they ain't gonna help you in a 7-game stretch because you'll run out of gas after 2 games.
Yeah.
You can't depend on that all the time. But it was impressive.
Yeah, I mean, it's a natural thing of like, hey man, we're gonna come out here and we're playing against this team that ain't got nobody out here. I mean, they were playing G League guys,
yeah.
right there. But like kick rocks. I mean, I love you. It's the NBA. You're not going to blow every bad team. I'm not asking you. I'm asking you not to get down by 20-5.
By the way,
in the first quarter, to the 76ers to Quentin Grimes, and I mean, there are guys that I swear before God, there are guys on that Sixers team that was playing last night. The last time I saw them was in college basketball, and I'm not saying those guys are rookies. Like some of those guys, the last time I saw that one kid was when he was playing at Baylor and winning the national championship during COVID. I'm not the other guy who had 21 last night from I forgot his name.
One of the kids that hit 2 threes, a big, tall, light-skinned kid. Hell, he was an undrafted free agent.
I'm just like I understand you're not going to blow out everybody. And you can't get down by 25 to those 7. Come on now. You can't get down with Jalen Green and Şengün and Smith and everybody on the floor, but 25 to them. Yes, now that is a fair thing.
Jared Butler balling.
All right, I'm going to say this, Jared. That's who it was, Jared Butler. Jared Butler from Baylor. I had not seen him since Baylor. All right, coming up, I'm going to make mention of this every single day that we are on the air until it changes, because this is how people get fired. We'll discuss that coming up next. But before we do that, fellas out there, you've heard me talk a lot about the men's clinic.
HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The QB.
I feel like I want to mention this every day. Currently, until something changes, Clint, Tyler, the people, welcome into the drive.
What if I told you?
Well, I like that. What if I told you that the starting offensive line for the Houston Texans is at left tackle, Titus Howard. At left guard, the Duke Blue Devil, Laken Tomlinson. At center, the fighting Sean Pendergast, Jarrett Patterson. At right guard, old Juice Scruggs.
Oh, my God.
And at right tackle, another fighting Sean Pendergast, Blake Fisher. That is the Texans starting offensive line. I feel like there is need to make mention of that on a daily basis until that changes, Clint, because I just refuse, as I said yesterday, to believe that this will be the lineup. But it is as of right now. I know there is the draft, but it feels like even if it just comes from the Clint, and I look at this group right here, and I think about everything that C.J. Stroud went through last year and how a lot of what he went through last year, Clint, affected his game and affected his step back, as we talked about. This group of five, if it does not work, that's the kind of stuff that gets people losing jobs. Like we saw what got Bobby Slowick his job lost. This is the type of thing, if it doesn't work, because this is directly tied to the person you're going to have to give big money to, and the person that your organization is hoping can be the big reason why you make it to a place they've never been. This is kind of this group of five. That's the kind of thing that gets people losing their jobs.
Yeah, I think there's layers here for me, Ron. This is one. I said it last week. I think if this is the offensive line that Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans start the season with in front of C.J. Stroud, I think it's borderline criminal to the young quarterback. I think the words ring hollow of Coach D'Amico Ryans, really, and everybody, Nick and Nick and all everybody involved, that says we've got to fix this protection from the inside out. When I look at offensive linemen, what do you like about offensive linemen, Coach? Well, I look at their ability to pass protect. Like everything that this organization should do, and everything that is going to allow them to give C.J. Stroud the best chance to be the best version of C.J. Stroud, they have not done up front. They ship out Laremy Tunsil. In my mind and my thought is, okay, you ship out Laremy Tunsil to fix the interior offensive line, to free up money to fix the interior offensive line, to change the culture and dynamic, if you will, in the O-line. I don't care what any of them say, by the way. I don't care if it's Laremy. I know he talked. I don't care if it's Nick and D'Amico. I don't care if it's other offensive linemen. The whole pitch about, it was a money play, y'all can miss me with that, right? The reality of it is they needed to change this thing drastically. You free up the money with Laremy. It's the only way getting rid of Laremy Tunsil makes sense. And I'm the first one that told you, like, hey, I think you got to get out of the Laremy Tunsil business. Like, I don't. Getting rid of Laremy Tunsil, the only way it makes sense is, hey, I got a guy I got two tackles that I believe can play. I just hired an offensive coordinator that can help those two tackles if they do on the weekends when we're playing teams at the edge are too much and we need a little help. I got that figured out, and I freed up some money to take care of the interior offensive line. And this is what you do. None of it makes sense if this is the offensive line you put in front of C.J. Stroud. None of it is even fair to C.J. Stroud if this is the offensive line you start to.
It can't be.
Agreed.
Agreed. It just can't be. And just as I said before, I believe that they are going to make more changes than I think some people want to believe. And they did. Hell, I got up out of here. Shaq Mason's gone. Kenyon Green then got traded. And Laremy Tunsil's bounced up out of here. And to me, the whole focus of everything is you talked about. The whole point you made was, it's criminal to who?
CJ.
The whole focus and conversation was about, we got to protect our quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
We got to protect our quarterback. And the only thing that scares me, Clint, is I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility that in their minds they think, with Nick Caley's offense and with our new O-line coach who we feel good about, that those things will take us from being as poor as we were last year and fix things to this year. That's the thing that makes me nervous, because I do think Tomlinson is an improvement over any of the guards they had last year, but it's not like they brought in like with the Bears. Like, it's not like that. Like, I mean, he's better, but but Clint, what he got $4 million. I mean, that kind of shows you a little bit of what he is, right? He got $4 million. So, but I do think he is better. But I am not taking it off the table that in their mindset, Clint, that they view it is more of a, if we can coach them better and scheme them better, then they will be able to hold it. And as we just look up at the screen, breaking news, Garrett Bradbury agrees to a 2-year deal with the Patriots. He was a center. What did he goes? He get 3.8 guaranteed, up to $12 million.
2-year deal
is worth in a 2-year deal. Now listen, I don't know that he would have been a great fix either. He's kind of struggled a bit with Minnesota as well. But it's just another option that is potentially off the board. But that I don't think that'll be the case. I've got to believe they are not sitting here saying Juice Scruggs and Jarrett Patterson were like they're going to be on the interior. I don't think that is going to be the case, but I wouldn't be surprised if their thought process is, this is our 5, and if we could coach them up better, that will fix the issues that we had last year. And I don't know that I love that thought process, but I don't take that all away. You think there's no way? How do we
that Nick Caley can bring to the game for you to think this offensive line and his presence minus Laremy Tunsil is going to be that much of an improvement? It don't make football sense. Look, I mean, I'm not saying that they may not do it and end up with this offensive line, but you can't tell me they ain't losing sleep over it. You can't tell me right now that D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio are tucked in nice and tight and comfortable in bed every night with this offensive line. You just can't tell me. You can't tell me. There's no way on God's green earth that they're sleeping good at night with thinking this is the best they can do with the offensive line.
No, I don't think they're sleeping good at night, but clearly,
I mean, look, I think it's easy.
Clearly, Clint, they chose this above going outside and getting some of the.
Well, yeah, but two things can be true. Two things can be true. I mean, they can. D'Amico Ryans can say, "Damn it, I'm going to spend all the money and make all the right decisions and keep guys and have me a defense that I can just lock guys down, and we're going to see if we can't piece this offensive thing together."
Ooh.
We just. I mean, what? How else do you look at what? With the exception of paying C.J. Stroud, Nico Collins early, and Joe Mixon. What else have they done offensively?
They gave Christian Kirk $16 million.
Well, we don't know what the hell that's going to look like. I mean, it didn't do anything for Jacksonville when he was their second best guy. I mean, we don't like this. This is that's what I'm saying. Like this is not. This is we're going to task our offense and C.J. Stroud to do more with less. Even because here's the deal: this offensive line will be better. Even this offensive line, they will be better than last year. But last year, we're talking about one of the highest paid and one of the worst performing offensive lines in all of the NFL. Right? This offensive line, assuming they can communicate, assuming that Cole Popovich is a tad bit better and can keep the dynamic in the room, assuming Nick Caley can keep Dalton Schultz from having to block true defense edge rushers in this league, they're going to be better. But I don't think that better gets you there. Like I don't think that being slightly better on the offensive side of the football on the offensive line, I don't think that gets you there.
Do you
like I think this is, I don't care how good the defense is in Houston, and I think it's going to be really good with DeMeco Ryans. This football team is only going as far as C.J. Stroud takes it.
I'm just basing even off of what you just said there. I'm basing this off of what they said. We can't have our quarterback getting hit like that. We can't have our guy. We cannot. DeMeco said that right at the year end at this group and say to myself, this group will be one that prevents CJ from running all over the place again. Or get
agreed.
Especially then when you slide in Dalton Schultz.
Yeah.
And Stover and Brevin Jordan if he gets used more. Like I look at the Titus Howard, Tomlinson, Patterson, Scruggs, Blake Fisher. I don't look at that group and get a sense to say, even if you're saying slightly better, that this is a group that will prevent C.J. Stroud from taking the level of hits that they talked about they don't want.
Well, now I think the level of hits can be better fairly easily. Like I think
with CJ himself?
Yes, I think if CJ plays a different brand of football from week 1 to week 17, where he's getting the football out, he is protecting the offensive line. I think they will be better. Nick Caley will be better. CJ Stroud will be better. But it does nothing for you when you're opposite Lamar Jackson. It does nothing for you when you're opposite Pat Mahomes. It does nothing for you when you're opposite Josh Allen, when you're opposite Joe Burrow. It does nothing for you in those circumstances. Are you better, let's say, 12 or 13 of the 17 games out of the year? Sure. But when in the moments where you need your O-line to hold up just a little bit longer, when you need CJ to be able to hold the football a little bit longer, these guys, particularly the interior, and Blake Fisher, Titus Howard. But the other four, like I don't think you're going to be able to hold the football, even in one-on-one situations, not even pressure situations. I don't think you're going to be able to hold the football. So yeah,
but you think this offensive line will be better next year?
I think if the overall offense, C.J. Stroud and Nick Caley, I think if they play a brand of football that is designed, play called, and executed to protect the offensive line, I think their numbers will be significantly better than last year. But I think it's fool's gold. I don't think that you look up when you got playoff caliber teams opposite you and you were in that much better form. Are you overall in a better position where C.J. Stroud's not getting hit as much and you're not breaking sack records and all this kind of stuff? Yes. But are these guys right here going to be the difference makers and are going to be an improvement over what you had last year when you got Kansas City's defense over there and their defensive play caller over there dialing up heat? When you've got Minnesota, their defense over there dialing up heat the way that they did last year, you're still going to struggle against better teams that'll bring pressure, and these guys aren't going to stop the bleed.
Yeah. Someone texted in, who out there is going to bring some optimism to this take? I told you off the top, the optimism for this, for me is that this can't be the finished product. That's the optimism to me, because this is I don't know what to bring you to. Someone, Champ Slice said, are we having Patterson and Scruggs, one at center, one at guard? So no, this is not to me what you think knocking the door down, not an optimistic view of an offensive line.
Let me. I had to look this up. Optimism, hopefulness, and confidence about the future or the successful outcome of something. You watched this organization spend as much, if not more, money than anybody and draft capital on the offensive line, and it was one of the worst in the league. Now they've gotten rid of the one of the best pass protectors in the game, recouped a bunch of money, spent that money elsewhere, brought in a bunch of bargain guys on the offensive line, shuffled the deck a little bit of guys that struggled last year. Where in the hell do you find optimism in that? They brought in the assistant offensive line coach for one of the worst offensive lines in the league last year. Where do you find optimism in that? They brought in a tight end coach that's never called plays. How can you be hopeful and confident to any degree that that's going to, like, the history, the moves that were made on the offensive side of the football by Nick Caserio going into last year? What, how do you want somebody? You want somebody to sit here and lie to you about being confident? It's just, it may work out, guys. It may work out. I hope it does. But the reality of it is, I mean, bringing optimism to every Texans conversation is to it. You still don't have number 2 wide receiver. You still ain't got a backup running back that brings anything to the table. That's not my opinion. That's the team's opinion. They wouldn't put Dameon Pierce on the field last year. You had Dare Ogunbowale as your third down back. He's a special team. He's a $2 million a year guy, special teams guy. I mean, what do you want?
I like Christian Kirk as a number 2 receiver. But coming up, Mel Kiper Jr. puts out his latest mock 3 draft. If you haven't heard where the Texans are going, this would be an interesting selection. And we know of some of the quarterbacks, but this damn Jackson Dart rise, this is big time. He wasn't even a first rounder a month ago. And now wait till you hear where Mel has him. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Orchard.
Sports Radio 610.
The Houston Texans are on the clock.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
You know, there are some dreams I have, like run a 40 under 5.
Oh, you got sweet feet, bro. You could do that.
What'd you just say?
You can give me a 4.9.
Like,
wait, who?
Tyler, it's not like
you think
that's not a
nice in 98?
That's not a nice friend thing to do. There's never been a time in my life I can go.
I'm trying to build
40.
you up.
No, it's not building up. I can't, and I never have been able to run a 40 under 5. I said dreams. I said it myself.
Oh,
you don't
okay,
have to.
You know,
I said
he's
I've
a
got,
dreamer.
There's some dreams. I wish I could run, like the feeling of just getting out there and seeing 4 something pop up. The feeling of like being able to dunk, which these are things.
Now that one I can relate to.
Like on a goal, like
I can't anymore.
A 10-foot.
Yeah, like just come around and just
with ease.
Right?
Yeah.
Like
There's
some dreams, right? To do.
Put them on somebody's back.
Yeah,
back
like
of their neck.
Yeah, hey, just some dreams. Another one, man, secretly, that like things that you know you're never going to be able to do. I wish I could participate in a mariachi band like the one we were just hearing. I would like. I wish.
Why couldn't you?
I wish I had that in my bag. There is not one place in the band that I could have. Not any of the instruments, not any of the singing. I wish I could. I wish I had some of that in me.
It is a really cool get up, a really cool vibe.
I could do the outfit. I don't even know if I pull that off.
Well, here's the thing is, I think when you look like, I wonder, I've never done the research. I feel like in order to,
I know it. Yep.
Like that ain't something you just one day at 22 decide, hey, I'm musically inclined. I can play a couple instruments. Let me jump into that. I feel
whatever
like
you say your mind to,
I
man.
feel like to do it authentically, you got to come up with it.
It is true.
No, my daughter's never going to play for the Texans. No matter how much she puts her mind to it, she's not going to.
I mean, it's realistic that
point.
any of us, if we put our minds to it, we could be in a mariachi band.
I don't know.
No, I know. You're right. I think.
You ever seen a mariachi man with a Caucasian or an African American man in it? Just generally speaking, have you ever seen one of those? I don't know if we can pull it off. Let's start there.
Jack Black as
let's start with the very obvious, okay?
At that point, I don't even think they call it a mariachi band anymore. I think they call it a band.
Jack Black did it in Nacho Libre.
Like he said. I don't know. I don't know the rules.
At the party.
The mariachi rules, but I think part of it is
when you watch
some level of Latin descent.
When you go out there and you see them, they seem to be making people so happy.
No question.
I know I light up around them.
Every damn time, all the time.
I see a mariachi band, I start smiling.
I'm going to tell you, even when they put you on the spot and they come to your table in a restaurant, it still makes you smile. It ain't like, when some people bring like somebody tells them it's your birthday and the waiters and waitresses come over there and surround your table and make a bunch of noise. That has borderline pissed me off a time or two.
Has it?
Mariachi has never. I mean, that you can't help but smile on that. Now, maybe it's the margarita. But.
Yeah, like whenever, like we're at when we're at NRG and then those fellas come out in them red get-ups.
Oh, yeah.
They give me, I just can't help it. Like I have been stopped before going back to go get my prime rib. Stopped in my tracks. About to go get a nice thing of prime rib, stopped in my tracks. To finish that off. And every time, John Lopez is right there to tell me, best thing they do here in NRG. I do. Tyler, you're not, I don't think you got it either.
Los Texans.
Oh, man. Like I don't even want a singing part. If I could just get in the outfit and just.
Let's start with getting the outfit. Get in the outfit and just stand at the end over there. Give it a step.
We have our idea for this next Halloween party.
Is there a tambourine in there?
I'll be an alternate, just like just in case.
An alternate.
On the side.
The guy sitting over on the sofa just in case somebody goes down
with an ankle or anything. Like
Is there a tambourine in a mariachi? I feel like
there can be.
I feel like there should be. I think you can do that, Ron.
I learned how to play the tambourine at Baytown Christian Academy.
But I want to make sure.
Did you go to BCA?
I did. For a little bit.
I'll be dang.
Math and Jesus.
I didn't know that.
I see the instruments.
I knew Jesus was good at math, but I didn't know
Till about third grade. The record.
All right. Well, I promise you this time. I'll tell you who Mel Kiper has the Texans taken at pick 25. And I'll be honest with you, I don't love it at all, but I guess it makes sense. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, Coshada Casino Resort, y'all. You may have seen them popping up on your social media feed. You may have seen them. Obviously, you've heard about them right here.
Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 4/15/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires purchase of single line Gold Unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
According to the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, Paul Wall's son is in a mariachi band. I would like to see the proof of that.
What a diverse family.
What a damn reaction.
I mean, that is a lot of culture in that old Wall family.
And he's, by the way, as a side note, now we'll get to Mel Kiper. Man, Paul's really aging, isn't he? I mean, he's gracefully, but
yeah, I see what you're saying.
And I'm with him because I refuse. I'm going to be that person. I'm not going to dye anything. Whenever the gray comes, I'm just going to let it roll in the way that Paul does. But like you look at Paul, you're like, damn, man, Paul is aging.
Yeah.
It's the same guy sitting sideways.
Old Paul is
hey, look,
seasoned.
And I'm one of them. There's a lot of people in this city and in this state, man, that Paul Wall aging is it really brings you back. I mean, it brings you not what am I looking for? It really kicks you into reality. Like,
yeah,
man, you're like, damn, how old am I?
I mean,
Paul's
yeah.
looking like that.
If Paul's great,
he looks good. He looks good.
Hey, he does. Yes.
You know what else Paul Wall does really well?
Raps.
Well, okay, we all understand that. Would you?
What else?
The lowest hanging fruit of low hanging fruit.
I like getting answers right, man.
I hate when people.
I'm addicted to being right.
Answer rhetorical questions.
Sorry, tell me what else the Iceman is great at.
The only thing is, I wish you would have kept throwing more at cutting, cooking, doing great. Picking out colors,
flossing out on them roads.
He's aged his I don't want to say accent. What is it? His slang. His what am I looking for?
His
vernacular.
Yeah, all of that. Whatever word we're looking for that encapsulates all that.
His dictation.
It is a much like if you pictured back in the day like Paul Wall, older, a little bit more in the business side of things, and making a business out of his rap game. This is what you get.
That's not the Paul Wall we got anymore.
Correct. That one in the middle may be right there. That one may be.
That one right there. Yeah, that's Paul now, man.
Well, that beard's gray, ain't it?
And it's gray. And he is.
I see you, Paul.
I don't give a damn. I don't. Yeah, go ahead, man. Do your thing, man. I appreciate it, man. I like the thought. All right. Before I do get to where Mel Kiper has the Texans going at the 25th pick right now. The early part of his draft, he's got 3 quarterbacks in that top 10. Cam Ward going 1 to Tennessee in the division. I think there's more traction to that. At first, it felt like that pick could be, with the right price, something that Tennessee would give up. But the more you hear is they're really starting to like Cam Ward. Then he has Shedeur Sanders, who, Clint, by the way, Mel went off on a tangent today about why he believes Shedeur and has thought it for a while. Everybody talks about what he can't do, but the things that he can do. And now the rise is Jackson Dart from Ole Miss, a player you could not have been more against potentially being a top 10 pick. Hell, I think all the way up until maybe a couple months ago. But Jackson Dart going 9 to Kellen Moore and the Saints. I know we'll get to the Texans, but that Jackson Dart, man, I don't know. Maybe I need to watch more of Jackson Dart. That feels like a mistake. Jackson Dart at 9 feels like a mistake because instead of the top 10 quarterbacks, still like those are guys that you feel like he doesn't feel anywhere. And I was not big on J.J. McCarthy coming out, but he feels like lower than that.
He can't play dead in a horror movie.
Right now. So that to me is interesting at 9 in the top 10, Jackson.
Yeah, look, the Jackson Dart thing is I was completely wrong. I mean, I wouldn't say at the moment I don't feel like I was wrong. It was, 2 years ago I saw him play at Arkansas in person. I'm like, there's no way. This kid is even in today, he's not a good enough athlete to be as undersized and less wow factor with his arm. He was more of just a backyard baller that was tough, that was, could get it done with his legs at that level when need be. The arm, everything was still very difficult for him. Where I was wrong was I should have let him develop, should have let him mature some, because there's no doubt about it. Watching him this year, he's significantly better. Now, he's still, and you got to take this however you will, because this guy was a top 10 pick as well, but he's more Baker Mayfield than he is, the Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, C.J. Stroud. He's more of that than he is the surefire, bigger-bodied, better athlete guy. But what I think we've seen is we've seen him develop, obviously, and we've seen him play in an electric system that creates all kind of opportunities for the quarterback. That's not going to be there at the NFL level. But there appears to be an intangible to him that I think teams are really falling in love with.
That's got to be what it is, right?
Yeah, there seems to be like that Baker Mayfield moxie that I can rally the troops and everybody likes me. Every room I walk into, everybody gravitates to me. And that seems like what's moving the needle more than anything for right now when we're talking about first-rounder up to top 10 pick. I'm with you. I don't – Jackson Dart, top 10, still the same – right after I say I was wrong about him being a first-round pick, I wouldn't have had him in the first round after I watched him. Now I would have him in the first round. Top 10 is to me,
I don't get Levis vibes. I'm not.
No, I agree. I agree.
I don't get that. But when I watch him, I just don't like. 9 is franchise. That's franchise. Like we gotta like you're the guy.
Yep.
That's potential. Like, hey man, we're riding or dying, man. We might get fired. Which right. Like, so I don't. Well, I don't. Yeah, that feels. It feels
rich, but I don't know, man. The Kellen Moore was an undersized quarterback that won a lot of games and put up big numbers.
You think they're impressed by where he came from too? Like,
with Kiffin,
who's coached in the league.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, I do think that there are the development's impressive from, again, 2 years, even from last year to this season. The development's impressive. I think the overall package is what's impressing people. I don't think it's top 10. I think that's a bit of a stretch.
Yeah, and I think also you just have to remember, like, at a much higher clip right now, what kids are running in college, they're running at the NFL.
Yeah,
much more.
And Kellen Moore's offense is gonna. He's showed Kellen. I was not a Kellen Moore head coach guy either. I wasn't a Kellen Moore offensive coordinator guy. I don't like the bombs away, super aggressive, stretching the field. Damn sure. I mean, it pays dividends in the box score, but it's hard to win that way against like talent or against elite talent. Kellen Moore showed Kellen Moore was the way he managed Jalen Hurts and tilted his offense towards Jalen Hurts. And obviously Saquon Barkley, instead of being this vertical attack that's constantly pushing the ball down the field, he showed his flexibility or his versatility, if you will. So maybe he can do some. Maybe Jackson Dart is the guy, and they can do some stuff. I don't see him taking a quarterback like Jackson Dart with that offense. I think Jackson Dart's a guy that could go late first round and enter the game in the right situation with the right supporting cast and ball out. I don't see him as a guy that's gonna pull an organization up out of dysfunction.
Yeah, I don't get the sense of that either. But as I said, that was the top 10. He has the Texans, and I've started to see this name a little bit more, going after number 20 at number 25, Josh Simmons, offensive tackle, Ohio State. And the tackle thing is interesting because obviously they traded Tunsil, but they just drafted a tackle in the second round last year, and then they have Titus Howard there, right? And that one doesn't make a lot of sense unless Titus Howard's going to go somewhere and play guard. That doesn't make a lot of sense. You're not going to have a first-round pick not start. Right, I would imagine on the offensive line. You're not going to have that.
Now you're getting into you're getting into more, which is not a stretch. It's more of like Nick and D'Amico, we're going to draft a tackle. Cool, draft a tackle. But now, what does that mean? That means you got to shift Titus Howard. You're paying him too much damn money to do it, but you're going to shift Titus Howard back into guard. And now you've got a nice little competition at the guard position, but is it really an upgrade at either guard position when you can end up with Juice and Titus, right? A guy that should have been your right tackle and a guy that you chose to start Shaq Mason, 2 months ago in the playoffs against. So it's still not the upgrade that one would think the Texans were going to make after what happened last year and after what D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio and Nick Cale and everybody said after the season, after the season and now. So I don't know, man. That is. I said it last week, Ron. I don't think they're a draft pick I don't think they're a draft pick away. Like I don't care where. I don't care if it's a guard. I don't care if it's a center. I don't care if I don't think you're a draft pick away from making the improvement on the offensive line that you need to make given what we watched last year.
No, I'm with you. Even if it's one of the top guards, or even if
we're talking Super Bowl here.
Well, I thought it was at least AFC Championship game. Is that knocking down the door? I thought it was the next step.
Yeah,
no, I'm with you. I don't think it'd be a tackle. That'd be real interesting. Like the game plan will be, all right, man, we're gonna bounce Tunsil out, then we're gonna get this tackle we really like. So we're gonna put them in there at the tackle. Our highest paid guy, we're gonna play it at one of the guard spots. Could be the thing. I'm coming up for.
Well, it's a good one, y'all. We got some folks returning to Earth. We got a big time birthday, and we got the guy that I believe is the single individual that can make this Astros fan base stand up at any given moment. We're gonna get to see him today in some live action. We'll tell you how long that's gonna last. We'll cuss and discuss that next right here on Sports Radio 610.
All right, before we get there, fellas out there, you're struggling with ED. I've told you repeatedly.
Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Clint, bro, I love you, man.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
Mo almost said Reaction Mondays, y'all. We ain't getting no tickets today?
A succulent Tuesday.
We out of tickets?
Yeah, I was just telling Ron in the break. I guess we're done with rodeo
what
tickets.
What the hell, man? Journey blows the stage up, and we don't give away any tickets, huh?
That was the other big story I caught up there in Florida.
There was a fire.
I did not realize, boys, that it was during like the.
It was during the.
It was like at the beginning, like the third song or something, second or third song.
I think 90 seconds is what I heard.
B was a little off on that. Okay. It was 3 or 4 songs in.
I heard it was 3 or 4 songs in, and it was right at the beginning of
Don't Stop Believing.
Don't Stop Believing.
The white folks anthem.
Yeah, I bet they were all standing up ready when the lights went out.
Oh, I bet them jokers was pissed.
Pendergast didn't mind, though.
He thought it was history. That's what I saw his video said. History. There's some people out there who spent that money on that ticket was smoking hot.
Yeah, Sean just wanted to be part of history. I said, yeah, we probably didn't pay for them old tickets.
I didn't come out here to see these damn calves get tied up. I came out here to go.
Boy, they do a number on them calves over here, don't they?
Oh, man, dog. The little kids, the teenagers having to try to drag them calves all the way over. I'm like, man, there ain't no way that calf is sitting on his ass, ain't going nowhere.
It will not be a good night.
That had me, boy.
What's the most impressive part for you, Ron, when they rope his horns and another guy ropes his legs?
Yeah, but that is. I got like the 4-H kids that run out there and they're trying to
calf scramble.
Yeah, they trying to grab man and
they get to keep that cow.
Oh man, I saw that one where I said, boy, that calf's too deep. She in there trying to drag her, and then they had to get the clowns and the people to come over there because that calf said, "I'm not going to her." And I told you to grab me one more time, and then that calf ran up on her ass, and then they had to get the clown and people to come over there. But they had me, man.
That's the best part, right? When they get tired of when the adults in the group get tired of watching the kids trying to pull. They say, "Hell with it, man. Ain't but a couple left. Let's just go ahead and pull them back in here, y'all."
I'm sitting there saying, "Man, hell, Bum B ain't gonna get on this stage here if y'all we don't get in here and help you out."
Wrestling these cows, huh? All right, Aaron Kapner. I want to give Aaron Kapner Sports Radio 610. If y'all been out to some of our live broadcasts, she comes out quite a bit, and it is her birthday. It's Aaron Kapner's birthday, and I want to wish her a happy birthday. Definitely from the Drive boys here, but more importantly from all of Sports Radio 610. We greatly appreciate everything that you do. She's big. Yeah, there you go. She is a big Sports Radio 610 listener. Ron, did you know that?
I didn't know that.
I thought Melanie was the only girl we had listening.
No.
Sorry, Mel.
No, Aaron's mother, big time listener.
Y'all are trying to get y'all's ass whooped.
I'm not. Shoot.
Happy birthday! Not only are you good at what you do, not only are you unbelievably helpful, not only are you the glue that holds everything together around here, but you're a pretty good old gal to go along with it, man. You're fun to be around, good times, always supportive. You check all the boxes. We greatly appreciate Aaron Kapner around these parts. Hey, just a quick announcement. You know them astronauts have been stuck in space? Told you that 9 months. You know, B. Scott didn't even know we had astronauts stuck in space?
9 months.
9 months they've been stuck at a space station.
We got a lot going on with this digital team.
Like the womb all over again.
9 months. Hey, T, they're headed home, Chief.
Nice.
They're due to land at 5 o'clock Eastern. I'm sorry, 6 o'clock Eastern. Due to land. Oh, Butch and Suni.
Butch.
It is Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams. I'm assuming that's Sonny and not Sonny. I mean, it's SU. There's only one N, so I'm gonna guess it's Sonny, not Sonny. But
he was destined to either be an astronaut or a boxer.
Oh, Butch.
You talking about Butch?
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you have to say? But what kind of conclusion you gonna draw about Sonny over here?
I got to think on that one.
I guess I should probably. I'm pretty sure it's Sonny. But anyway, it goes. They're due back. 9 months is obviously way too damn long to be stuck anywhere, much less in space. So
that's a pregnancy.
Oh yeah. That's what we were talking about the other day. I think B. Scott. I said, damn, B. Scott, she could have had a kiddo up there. Grow a whole human in 9 months, man. They're back. But nonetheless, man, that's. I hope they land safe. They're too close. They're too close for things to go awry now. They got to make it happen. On the Astros coming around the corner this evening. What time's that game tip tonight? What time did Astros first pitch it tonight?
First pitch 5 something.
Yeah, I think it's like right at 5:05 or something weird like that.
Lance McCullers is on the bump. Am I know we've talked about it a couple of times, Ron. Am I the only one that's as excited about Lance McCullers just in general? Not necessarily tonight, but just in general. Am I the only one that's as excited as I've been in a long time about any Astro?
No, I think
you are not.
I think I might be the president of the Lance McCullers Excitement Fan Club.
I like it.
I am. Listen. I won't hear anything of John Lopez trying to downplay this thing. This has to be a good sign that they are ready to start him in a game. Like not bullpen where we can control stuff or hey, we're gonna face, wink wink, Christian Walker and Jeremy Pena. No. You're going to go get in a game. You're going to have to deal with a pitch clock. Mind you, Lance McCullers has never pitched during the pitch clock era.
It feels huge.
That's how long it's been. So I think this is a huge deal, and I am excited, and because I told you all the time I love greatness, and Lance, the last time Lance was not even that pitching for a full season, not even the time frame when he came back late in the year, but he was the ace of the staff that Framber Valdez was on.
Bury me in the H.
And I think that the Astros would be 3-time champions had he had not gotten injured in Game 4 against the White Sox. They eventually won, but then they never had another quality starter that they had confidence in the rest of the race. They end up losing to the Braves in 6. I think if he was there, I think they would have won another championship. I don't know if Lance is going to be there, but I think many people have forgotten how good Lance McCullers was when he pitched, and I'm excited to see if there's anything close to that right now.
You and me both. Last time, it was last week, Ron. You were out there putting as much strain on your feet as you possibly have in a week.
I'm still not recovered.
Your feet still aching. Hey, I got a reflexology joint you can go to to get them feet back right, man.
Right ankle too.
30 pitches, 94 miles an hour. Felt 94. Good afterwards. Felt good after that was when you were in Florida, walking that hot pavement for days on days. Things we do for our kids. That was the last report, and as they said then, he was scheduled to pitch Tuesday night. And now there's been a little bit of information here pushed out on social media about Lance McCullers. He's only going 1 inning, boy. Does that bother you at all? 1 inning tonight?
No, I think that's pretty much. I mean, I think that's almost similar to what you see from guys who just started in spring training.
Yeah.
Right? Like Hunter, I think their first starts, generally it's one. Maybe they went 2, but it's generally 1 inning. This is his first start. I am not kidding. I said this earlier. If they said 1 pitch, if they said, hey, man, he's going 1 pitch, maybe. One batter. We're going to test him out for 1 batter. The fact that he is, at this point, March 18th, graduated from all of that stuff to be able to be put into a real game. Like, this is a real game.
Yeah.
So 1 inning, we'll see. I wonder how many pitches that means, whatever. That is a great sign. I said, what did I say? I was thinking, will he play prior to June? And the way this is kind of trending, I think that is a very real possibility that he plays before June, the way this is trending.
Lance McCullers to start this evening for the Astros. He's believed reported to be one inning, set to go one inning tonight. Last time we saw him, 30 pitches, 94 miles an hour. Felt good afterwards. Hopefully tonight's less than 30 pitches, but hopefully we're touching 94, 95, and he feels good afterwards. We shall see. I'm stoked about this as well. Luis Garcia, another one coming off surgery. He'll throw live BP Thursday. We got a lot going on Thursday. We got an Arkansas-Kansas game going on Thursday that we got to deal with. But Luis Garcia will be throwing a live BP. I got bad news, Ron. Yordan Alvarez scratched from the lineup. He's not going to be able to help Lance tonight. Yordan Alvarez scratched from the lineup after jamming his right thumb in BP a couple days ago. Jammed it up. He'll be back tomorrow, though. Reports are he'll be back tomorrow. But jammed it a couple of days ago in batting practice, I believe.
I'd give him another day.
He's been out.
I'll give him another day.
One more day?
Yep.
I think they're going to give him one more. He's going to be on the field March 19th, which is tomorrow on Wednesday. Is what the report said. Couple other notes here from the Astros. They've announced that Hunter Brown will start Game 2 of the regular season. I don't think that's anything that wasn't expected.
After that, all hell breaks loose.
Yes, that's a Friday. Yeah, after that, who knows what's going to happen? They did. Did you guys realize that the old boy starting on this came up because when I was golfing yesterday with Bud Norris, he asked a question about who was starting for the Mets. Did y'all realize who's starting for the Mets on opening night?
I'm trying to think of who that would be.
It's Clay Holmes.
Clay Holmes.
You got that one?
He played. Clay Holmes played for the Yankees for a while.
He's been the Yankees closer.
Yeah, he's been
for 3 years.
Are they They're doing an opener.
He expressed interest in becoming a starter, so the Mets snatched him up and told him, "Yep, you can come on over here."
And he's the opening day starter.
Opening day starter. Hadn't started a game in 7 years. Now again, it's because he's been one of the top closers in the league. It's not because he can't pitch. He's been one of the top closers in the league since
everybody hurt.
First start in 7 years, Ron.
I got to figure out the New York Mets.
Frommer versus the Yankees closer is on opening day. You'll get that. Frommer versus Clay Holmes. So there's just some news and nuggets on the Astros front for you real quick. Did you guys watch Rory McIlroy? Did y'all watch the Players Championship this weekend? Did you get a chance to see any of it?
I saw more of the 3-hole playoff the next day. Yeah.
Now I may butcher this here, but the story, because we were again golfing yesterday, I was kind of getting it, in the while we're eating and having drinks and breaking bread. I knew Rory made the comeback. I knew old buddy blew up on the second playoff hole and that gist right there, and Rory won again. By the way, that's the 28th PGA Tour title for Rory McIlroy. He's the 8th player to win multiple Players Championships. But we're sitting there watching yesterday, and I'm sitting among a bunch of golfers, a bunch of guys that golf a lot more than I do, and they're explaining what's going on. Did you see the slick one that Rory McIlroy pulled yesterday? Now, these old boys made it sound like he did it on purpose. And I didn't know this, Ron. I learned this yesterday. Did you realize on the PGA Tour, like if me and you were golfing together, if we're both pros, and you hit a ball, I can't ask you what club you used? Like I can't legally say, hey, man, what'd you hit right there?
What did you get a penalty or something?
I found this out during high school golf at Sterling High School in Baytown. Club they're using, but we'd get around it with a little, hey, man, how old's your sister? She's about 7, maybe a strong 8.
So you knew to hit the 7 or 8 iron. Right? How about that rule?
It is a dumb rule.
How about that rule? But
I'm sorry. What's the penalty? You got to drop a stroke?
I don't know what the penalty is, or if it's just a fine, but you just can't do it, Ryan. It's just a rule, Ryan. You gonna break it?
No. I know Jim Nance's ass will be around, be able to call it.
So here's the deal.
Jim will call in and.
The blow up hole on in extras there. Apparently, old buddy that was playing with Rory, they got video of it. He's writing on his little card in his hand. And as Rory's pulling his club out of his bag, he's cutting his eyes over there trying to see what club he pulled. Supposedly, Rory pulled a club knowing he was pulling too much club, choked down on it and hit it on the green. This old boy pulled the club that he thought he needed based on.
Good for Rory. I'm going to use it.
Boss man completely cleared the green. Didn't hit nothing but water on the backside. Completely cleared it.
Rory laughed.
The game, now I don't know. Now Rory did walk pretty close to him behind him and kind of look back at him. I don't know. It seemed to be some level of gamesmanship. I would have never noticed it had I not been sitting there with a bunch of golfers. But you talk about the game within the game. You know, when you're in a playoff scenario, really any kind of scenario like that, where if you get a chance to when it's your box and you got to tee off first, and you're not using the obvious driver, it's a par 3. I mean, you know how to manipulate your clubs better than the next guy. You think that I don't know how much truth to it, but if you hear that story and then you watch the video, it damn sure seems like buddy Rory pulled one over on him.
Yeah.
I mean, that's pretty slick.
Not impossible, but whenever you were telling me about this, like, I would be judging the hell out of anyone playing a pro tournament that's looking at another dude's clubs to see what iron he should grab, you know what I mean?
No, agreed. But watch.
Yeah,
This is a guy that's essentially never been there playing with Rory who has, and it wasn't just the yardage, it was the wind.
Gotcha.
Like the wind on this par 3, it was an island par 3, and the wind is all over the place. Like it's brutal. So it was more of like, I think they were all kind of guessing of like what club should we use here because the wind's so rough.
Yeah.
That was the play. It wasn't like just distance in general. It was more
taking a little peek over Rory.
Yeah, and look, he may have been I don't know what maybe he was looking at Rory's shoes. I don't know, but it damn sure looked like he was watching him pull that damn club out of that bag, and it bit him in the ass.
Well, he certainly chose the wrong club.
We're sitting there watching. A lot of guys didn't see it because it was that morning playoff, and we were all driving to the course. They said, "Did he miss the whole island?" He didn't touch nothing but water.
Man. Crazy, man. Congratulations to Rory, man.
I typically
every time because recently when I think of Rory on the course, I think of him choking.
He's had a rough go at it, and the PGA turning their back on him. If you want to call whatever you want to call it, them agreeing to standing tough against the LIV, making him the face of it, and then going behind his back and agreeing to shake hands again. He was going to divorce his old lady.
But they're back, though.
They're back.
They're back. It's looking up good for them.
Whatever happened to old Balionis or whatever the hell her name is? She's still doing the broadcast?
Balionis?
The gal that he was reportedly running around on her with. She's a reporter on the course.
I'll do some research.
I know you will. I know we can depend on you.
You'll like her.
That, Tyler.
You'll like her, Tyler.
Looking forward to this.
I bet you will. All right, coming up. How's Clint feeling about Derek Stingley Jr.? It was a big money, the most ever at that position. We'll discuss that next.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner.
I wanted to tie the maybe even tie the bow. I want to add a little something. In Dirty's Daily, you were talking about big one tonight for Lance McCullers.
Yeah.
And I said I think I'm the president of the fan club of the excitement of Lance returning fan club.
Mm-hmm.
And I saw some people rolling in with he won't make it through the season. I'm making bets with such and such.
You feeling froggy?
No. I feel like that's why I am so excited for Lance. Is I almost think the Lance thing has been it's moved from a place that I think is almost unfair to him. Now, you two tell me if you think I'm off on this. Because I look at Lance and I think about Lance and Tank Dell. And Tank Dell is going to miss, in his 3 seasons, because next year he's going to miss some significant time. He's going to have missed significant time in 3 straight seasons. Hell, he's gonna miss the most important games, right? He's never played in the playoffs. This team has made it to the playoffs all 2 years, and he's just gotten it. I get the feel that most fans are mad at the situation and not Tank, and I don't think that people view Tank as soft. Maybe that he's smaller, but I don't think people view him as soft. It feels like to me that the Lance thing moved from frustration of the situation to it almost feels like some people don't think that Lance has been good with this. And it feels like it's almost a move towards a negativity towards Lance. And we've said this on this show from the jump. I think Lance wants it. Lance wants to be out there. Lance is it is, I think, been killing Lance that he has missed so much time. But I don't get the feel that I feel like fans are angry at Lance. And I don't think this should be a thing that should be angry at Lance. I think it's the situation. Lance has legitimately been hurt. Lance has probably come back when he shouldn't have.
For a good part of a decade.
And maybe you're mad at Lance because of that right there. Maybe you're mad at Lance because of that. He's come back too soon. But I feel the same way about Lance that I feel about Tank. And whenever Tank comes back, I'm going to be excited to see him on the field. I'm not going to sit there and say, oh, boy, here we go. He's about to get hurt again.
Hope Stroud doesn't cry this.
And you're on a roll, aren't you? But I think that's why I feel like I'm rooting for Lance a little more, because I do feel like it's moved past being mad at the situation that they've lost Lance to thinking like Lance isn't doing something. Like he's Deshaun or something.
Well, the thing is, Lance showed you greatness, and then when you needed Lance the most, he wasn't available. And that's not his fault, but as a fan base, you look at it and you go like, damn, how many times are over, as long as he's an Astro, still injured, how many times could he have helped our organization while he's making $80+ million in this last extension? How many times could he have helped our organization potentially win another World Series? That's the part for me. It's less about, not necessarily about Lance individually, but it's just more or less how he could have potentially helped this team if his ass could get healthy at all. And here we are still waiting for him to get healthy. So I don't know if it's mad at Lance.
But even the way you just described it was like, damn.
Oh no, there ain't no doubt about it.
It was just like damn, but not like But I get the feel, and Tyler, tell me, I get the feel there's some people think that Lance may not be doing all he can to get there, or that there is some way that this is on Lance, that he is something. It just because Lance and Tank are like very similar. They're
No, and I feel what you're laying out there with Lance.
They're injured, and it's out of their control. And yeah, Tank hurt out there, right? But I get the feel that most fans view Tank and say, damn, man. Hell, I think Bobby is still paying for Tank's injury, his year one injury. I feel like for people with Lance's, like when you dubbed him fairly luxury Lance, like I don't think it meant like his ass. It's just like
just what it was at that point.
Yeah,
in time. And is still.
I feel like people have an eye roll when they see Lance.
Yeah.
There's some, not everybody. I think there's some that have an eye roll.
No, I've picked up on that too, and I'm not sure what exactly it is. It could be any number of those things you just laid out. It's interesting.
Like, listen to this one from the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. That's exactly right. It's how much Lance could have helped us over the past several years while we were paying him. $80 million to be in HEB commercials and not pitch.
And open coffee shops.
And then the response to that, though, is like, I'm pretty damn sure like Lance wanted to be helping during that time. Like, you know what I mean?
Him being in the HEB commercial and opening a coffee shop did not deter him from being healthy.
But when did fans start worrying about that, caring about that? Like if my team's paying you 85 and you can't get healthy and help, damn you. Like I'm exhausted of it. It's some point, right?
But
I mean, again, I think a big part of it, like the difference.
Do you think we're going to get to a damn you with Tank?
Well, I mean, Tank hasn't, in my opinion, Tank hasn't done for the organization what Lance once did, and Tank hasn't made the money that the organization. The Texans haven't paid him near the money that the Astros have now paid Lance, and so I think it's hard. I think a lot of that has to. I think a lot of that. Yeah, I mean, we've seen a promising Tank. We've seen a guy that's going to be a great two, maybe. But I mean, you said it earlier. Like there was a time when Lance was viewed as dominant ace type player, and $85 million. Like I think if Tank gets paid. And he's just a really good two, and he shows a year of greatness, and he gets paid, and then for 2 years he's hurt again. Yeah, I think people be fatigued of it. Absolutely.
Yeah.
I think. Yeah. I mean, would you say that people got fatigued of Fuller? How often Will Fuller was hurt?
Oh, Will Fuller the fourth, huh? That's a name.
I mean, that was right. That was the first couple years I was here. I remember people being like exhausted with how often he got hurt. Now, if I remember correctly, his was more nagging, like hamstrings and stuff most of the time.
Stuff this is just a deal. Like, but there's also a thought of Fuller of like, hey man, are you like when you get that many nagging hamstring issues like that? What are you doing?
Yeah,
there's a feel of that like. This is.
I wonder what role it plays. Like, that's seen Lance have specifically, and with the Astros, we're talking World Series, multiple ALCS, playoff runs. I wonder how much that impacts this thinking we're talking about comparatively to, like, say, a Tank Dell, who's been fun to watch and contributed, but I mean, it's not like the Texans have sniffed an AFC championship game.
The greatness that you saw a smidge of, and then I shouldn't disrespect it like that. It was more than a smidge, but then the $85 million extension that nothing has paid off. I think fans are aware of that. I think even the most casual fans like myself are aware of that.
Yeah, did he get he pitched the one great year, and then he got injured, and this is I don't know. I just don't. I guess I don't view Lance as a deal of like Lance has done this to hurt himself.
I don't know. Yeah, I think it's just sports. I think it's just fandom. I think it's just when your team is spending money on a guy that can't help you in any way, shape, or form, whether it's his fault or not. That's painful to watch, especially when you're so close, like the Astros, the 7 straight ALCSs, and you're right there in the mix of it. It's a tough pill to swallow.
And then just get out of the commercials.
Nah, you go make that money. Start
Get
your
your
own
ass
coffee
out. No,
shop.
get your ass out of the commercial.
We got to go try his coffee shop. If he pitches well today, 2 strikeouts today, we going to his coffee shop?
I'm going no matter what. He stepped on the mound, man.
Okay, we're going. The drive is going to. We got a name. Do we have a name?
Of the coffee shop?
Yeah.
I don't have it. What is it?
I don't know. I'm asking y'all.
Lance's Coffee. Come on. We'll get his thoughts on the highest paid corner in the league, Derek Stingley.
All right, Low T Center.
ccpower.com/awards.
You're a Tiger, but now you're a Texan, man.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Derek Stingley got him a 3-year extension, $90 million. As reported, on average, $30 a year. That makes him the highest paid cornerback position. Where the money is starting to get made, Clint, at the cornerback position.
Yeah, it is.
Woo! It is starting to get made, and he kind of sets that market. J.C. Horn got himself paid. And now you would think there were 3 guys that have been all pros in that class that Stingley is in. You would imagine that this thing probably potentially picks up even more. Sauce Gardner, who was the next pick behind him. Trent McDuffie was later in that first round. Those guys haven't gotten new deals either. They're all eligible, just like Derek Stingley is. I got to tell you, the best part to me on this, Clint, and I do wonder if this is something moving forward that is going to be a thing for the Texans. Are the Texans, I'm telling you, they get out in front of it, right? They will will not sit there and wait. And I think that is smart. I think, to me, it's like, if I know I'm going to sign you, I know I am. If I know what you've done in this time, I'm going to sign you, I might as well do it now before I get hit with it. And especially, I might as well try to mess around some stuff now so I know when CJ and Will and these guys all come up around the same time. I think it's really, they've done it with Nico. They did it with Titus Howard early. I think it's really, really smart.
Caserio seems to have a massive Italian brain.
Thank you, Pat. I'm going to sign this guy, and I'm not going to sit here and wait. I'm not going to push it a year, because that could cost you millions and millions of dollars. So I think it's really, really smart the way the Texans are doing business right now.
Yeah, look, it's smart until you miss on one, I guess. I mean, and it seems like when the players we're talking about, it's hard to just completely miss on these guys. Yeah. Right? I mean,
but even if you miss, though, there's still a deal of like, all right, man, if you knew, if I know I'm going to pay somebody, like if I know I'm going to pay Dak, I know I am. There ain't no reason for me to go to 2 consecutive franchise tags that I can't do nothing with, and then pay him, and then pay him again.
Yeah, look, there is, especially with quarterback. Well, no, but I mean, I do think, like, there's a really good chance that bubble is going to burst at some point. Right? At some point, teams are going to go, okay, well, we're not going to pay this quarterback that everybody else may say is next up and he's going to set the market. We don't believe this quarterback is worth $65 million a year. So we're going to commit to him a year, 2 years in advance to $65 million a year. And we're not real sure of exactly who we have yet. I think that's at some point there's going to be a team that says, nah, we're not going to take that risk. And they're either going to wait or they're just going to move on altogether. Right now, the players have all the power, and the players are just, if you play well at the right time, it ain't no problem at all. I do wonder how long that's going to last. Yeah, because it is. I know teams. I know you look up and you had Kansas City and Philadelphia in the Super Bowl. You had Buffalo. Obviously making their runs. You got teams that are building. You got organizations that are building really strong teams, even though they are, and I know they're spreading money out all over the place, but even though they are committing to their quarterbacks $55, $60 million a year, they're still able to build solid teams around. So maybe not, but to me it just seems like we're going to get to – right now it's a fair – it's viewed as a fair conversation to have about Brock Purdy, right? And Dak Prescott's a good example, former fourth-round pick. Right, those kind of guys. It seems like it's fair to have those conversations about, but not a guy that was picked in the top 10 or not a guy that was a first-round draft pick. right? I think that I do wonder how long that's going to last. I know I got off the beaten path there and got into quarterback conversations.
But Purdy makes sense to me. Like, there's a way that you could see, I'm really going to pay this guy.
Yeah,
that type of money.
Right? I mean, if you're looking at just tangible assets, that's why he was drafted as Mr. Irrelevant, right? Yeah. But if you look at winning and things of that nature, you could see where you would pay him the money. It's like Dak. If you look at Dak and you look at the stats, not so much playoff wins, you look at the stats and the way he's driven the ball down the field consistently, yeah, pay him. So I think I don't know what's in the NFL is there are some surefire guys. Look, Pat Mahomes, if at any given time, if he wants to set the market, his ass is going to set the market. Right? There's a handful of guys that are going to do whatever. I think Burrow's one of those guys. Obviously, Lamar and Josh are those guys. That's just going to happen. But it is going to be interesting to see how some of these guys are treated moving forward. I think CJ's one of them. I think in that building over there, they're convinced how they'd pay him right now if they could.
No,
but I do wonder what that's going to look like, a year from now if it's a rough year. If it's not CJ's taking the bull by the horns. He's young.
It had to be really rough.
It had to be really rough for you not to pay him after year 3 or not to wait to.
I think for the Texans, I think it'd have to be really rough for them to say we're not going to pay CJ
after year 3.
Yeah, I think if CJ, like for instance, if CJ had a similar year than what he had last year, I think the total combination of all he's done for 3 years, I think they would say, all right, let's go ahead and lock it up.
God bless, brother. I think they would.
I'm talking about them. Yeah,
they. They are. Look, I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, I think there's. To me, there's a lot of. There should be a lot left on that. There should be a lot left to prove there. I mean, CJ had a hell of a rookie year, and CJ had a good year considering everything last year. But when we're talking setting the market. I got to see some overcoming things.
Yeah, I don't know.
I got to see. I got to see some winning in spite of. I got to see some elite leadership taking this thing over and making a difference, not just talking about it.
If he had the year that he had last year, I'm not saying he's going to set a market, but I mean, like he'd get into the Trevor, Jared Goff area. I think he'd get into the top.
Yeah, no, now I think that would be that would be reasonable with no matter what happens in year 3.
That's still $55 million a year.
Jared Goff making that kind of money?
Yeah, man. Yeah, that's still that. Yeah, they kept pushing that sucker up. It's how Dak slipped himself into 60. But that's so. Yeah, I just because he'll be he won't be 25 before his complete, even with a 5th year rookie deal ends. I think they're not going, like for me, it would have to go Bobby Slowick horribly. No, it had to be worse than that. It had to be really bad for them to say at 25, this guy who put together a elite-like level season and then a couple of solid ones that they wouldn't go ahead and They would rather start over.
See that's where.
And I know that is something that you're not like.
Well, no, I mean it's just like that. It turns. It's not. It didn't turn into a you should or you shouldn't. It turns into okay. I drafted you top 10, and I've got the luxury of seeing another year. That year is going to cost me. If you play well and we win a bunch of games and you take this organization over the way that we hope you would, then I'll pay you that extra $3, $4, $5 million a year over a 3 or 4 year deal that I would have saved have I done it this year. But I need to see more. I mean, I am definitely 100%. I need to see more kind of guy.
Oh, I know it. You didn't need to see more on Derek Stingley though.
I did not need to see more on Derek Stingley. No, that is there. I have no problem. I'm generally speaking I need to see more if I can, and especially when we're talking quarterbacks. I just think you've said it a million times. Are you a fixer? From a leader standpoint, are you elite? Do you win in spite of? You know, how do you handle that adversity of getting hit all the damn time? Like that, all of that stuff. If I've got 2 more years, like if this next year goes similar to this past season and the team kind of stays stagnant, even if you win the division, and like I would wait to see another year.
Yeah.
Where I think most people would say, "Nah, go ahead, I'm good. I'll sign up for another 3 or 4 or 5."
No, I think the Texans are already prepared to pay him, and it would just have to be something go real south for that not to happen. All right, coming up, a little 5 o'clock fire. We'll get you ready as it looks like, and my man T Mill gonna have to change some TVs. That Lance McCullers is gonna get in forever. We'll get you ready for that. Also, the Rockets. They won last night. How do you feel about that? We'll discuss all of that as we continue. A little 5 o'clock fire coming up next on The Drive.
All right, y'all, let's head east, man. I-10 east. A little quick little
WLTFM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Give me a hell yeah.
We have a liftoff.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty Show and T-Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T, have the latest. And the latest is I am watching live Lance McCullers throw warm-up tosses with a green hat on. It's really happening.
A day late on the green stuff.
I'll go pinch his ass.
It's a pissy
I'd
poor
pinch
decision.
him for that. I'd pinch him for that.
You'd pinch who?
I'd pinch him
They've all got
for
it.
wearing. I know it. I'd pinch them for wearing green the next day.
I agree. I think it's plumb ass silly.
I can't believe it's happening. Now,
what was it? 868 days. First time Lance took the mound for 868 days. Is that right? Is that right?
That's got to be maybe any kind of a major league mound, I guess.
2022.
Because he didn't he throw some for the.
You said it. You said it. The Braves game that you talked about, the playoff Braves
the
game.
Braves game,
it
but
literally said it. That was the last one. It was 860 some odd days ago.
I feel like though in one of those rehab stints, he tried to throw some at Corpus. I feel like he and then got shut down. I will say this.
I believe I may have gone to Corpus.
I will say this in my defense. There have been many. God, we'll do some damage right there, right now. Oh, look at that.
That's where Payne and Pendergast was.
Oh, my God. Is that where they were?
I mean, West Palm Beach. Isn't that right out there on the water? I'm assuming.
They're running around chasing iguanas in the backyard with that? Oh, hell.
Damn it, Seth.
Hey, man, we'd have had that table we had from Exclusive Furniture. We'd have had that table right there on that damn beach.
Ron's got some juice to him.
Recliner and all.
Recliner. I'd have been on that bad boy. Let's go. Let's go. Boy, that was a sight. Good.
I'd be sipping an old fashioned.
Oh, here we go.
All right. No, honestly, from you all, 713-572-4610, Jim Adler of the Texas Hammer text line. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, I see you, Champ. I see you, Brandon, Reginald, Kick Rock. Reginald Grace.
Every time he says Kick Rocks, I think he's talking to one of us.
I love it.
Yeah,
Reggie, if we see you, Kick Rocks.
We see you, Kick Rock. What are you hoping to see out of this? What are you hoping to see from Lance? What are you hoping? Like, I feel
him
like
walking off the mound completely healthy after 3 outs.
That's where it is for you.
Yes.
You don't care if he gets hit. If they lead off 3 straight bombs, as long as he walks through.
Well, I do. I care about that.
Well, yeah, that'd be pretty bad.
3 straight bombs. I'd be on the verge of not wanting to see Lance ever again.
But in all seriousness, I'm dead serious. I just want to see him healthy.
Well, that's where we're at.
I want to see this guy, no limps, no grabbing any elbows, no shoulders. Let's just get through 3 outs and move forward.
I want to see 94. I want to see good movement.
That's good. I was thinking velocity.
I want to see 94. I want to see good movement. And I want to see at least 1 strikeout.
I don't think they have. Well, maybe they might have it. I don't know. Do they have? Oh, God.
Get the Whataburger sign out of the way, man.
It's
Now
his first
HEB's in the way. It's the first pitch in 868 days. And we're scrolling ads over the whole. Golly, what the hell? All we can see is the green hat.
It's a lot of Texas pride right
We
there.
just missed McCullers' first. Was it a strike?
I don't know.
It was a ball.
It looks like some good velocity, 2-0 as well.
It looked like he was climbing, didn't it? Can we get a gun? Can we get a
no, yeah,
I mean, what are we doing
I was going to say we're not going to have a gun. I don't. I've watched several spring training games. I don't think there's a gun.
Fatality?
Yeah.
Like, I'm talking about radar.
Well,
I guess we had
y'all had other guns, too.
I guess we had all kinds.
Y'all had guns. Yeah, y'all had guns. Did y'all have guns that also
yeah, I mean,
came up on the television set that told you how fast?
Yes, we had those too.
You had those
Yes, we had those
Damn
too.
game.
There you go.
There it is. Bring it down. It looks like but he looks comfy. He looks comfy. We'll this is God. He has already got a good sweat going in that hat. This is
the hell is Space City doing? Running ads over the. I mean,
It's been since 2022, bro. He's gonna sweat his ass off.
20 seconds ago. Look at that curveball come through, baby. Go get him.
That was nasty.
And this is one of the best hitters in baseball. That's C.J. Abrams. Yeah, it's one of the best hitters in baseball. Good, Young. Go ahead. Send him on his way. Go ahead, Lance. Hell yeah! Ground out to first.
He's back.
He's back.
Hey, it took him 6 pitches.
Hey, you see how hard he ran over there?
He's gonna max out these 6 pitches.
Like he never
he's gonna
left.
match out this 1 inning.
Hey, this is a real lineup. I mean, for the Nationals. Yeah, get C.J. Abrams out. This is big. This is a big 1 inning. All right, we will keep you
abreast. I was trying to help.
No, you were. I purposely went away from that word because I know I can't. Oh, and then he came in and just drilled the guy.
I think he was mad at him.
Right in the ribs.
There you go.
He's personally had it out for this Cruz kid for a while now, and Lance McCullers for the last 800 days. I'm going to get his ass the first time I get him, and Cruz had to wear it, and he went on down. There you go. Lance, all right. We got a ground out to first on a 3-2 count, and then bam, barreling inside, hit him right in the ribs. And we got a runner on. You're right. He is going to max out this 1 inning he gets tonight. There it is. Put it in there. I do want to see how hard he's throwing. But we will keep you updated on what is happening in West Palm Beach as Lance McCullers is on the mound for the first time in 1,000 days, it feels like. But just over 800 days, as we'll keep you updated on Lance.
Bury me in the H.
5 o'clock fire.
No! Yes! All right. Lance had a tailor-made double play, and I thought he was going to get out of the inning. But now we get to see Lance throw more. Jeremy Payne, you got to make those throws. Okay, Jeremy, got to make those throws. That should be him getting out of the inning. 9 pitches so far. He's alive. He's alive, Tyler. All right, the Rockets, they played the Sixers last night. They won in OT 144-137 to win their 7th straight. They were down by 25 in this game, and I want to make mention real quick. Flint, maybe you didn't know who all was out and not present in this game for the Philadelphia 76ers. You may not. I had to go down in there yesterday because I had you don't see a lot of 16 and a half.
I'll be honest with you. I did not. Obviously, I was out yesterday. I did not know that there were 16.5-point dogs.
Yeah, I mean
favorites. I'm sorry.
When they said that, I said, who that? All right, so we got Kyle Lowry was out. Maxey was out. Kelly Oubre was out. The Frenchman, the guy who dunked on LeBron in the Olympics, he was out. Joel Embiid. Gordon was out. McCain, their really good fresh rookie from Duke, he was out. Paul George, he was out. Andre Drummond, he was out. And then Walker, Lonnie Walker, who had been playing pretty well for him, he was out. Also, by the way, heads up, Lance McCullers, 13 pitches, he gets out, no hits. Look at Victor.
He's so bad.
He is so happy.
He's so bad.
Hey, did Lance have to have his hands checked the last time they played? Right.
I don't remember if they were as aggressive back then.
I don't know if they were checking hands that last time. But no hits, a hit by pitch, 3 outs. There you go. Good.
I'm gonna be honest with you. Jeremy Pena's throwing error right there pisses me off.
I'm glad we got
to be better than that, man.
But we got to see. But I think he did it because he wanted Lance.
Was he working on something?
We wanted Lance to get more pitches.
Oh, okay.
Because Lance is only getting 1 inning, so Lance got 12 pitches.
It's not ideal.
But they had all those guys out. They win 144-137, down by 25, down by 16 early in this game. But they claw back and win, and at the end of the game, they had no business getting that thing to overtime down. Philadelphia did a lot of things to shoot themselves in the foot. But what was it that last night's victory for the Rockets, their 7th straight? What was it that it kind of brought to you?
Well, look, I think it's obvious you can't get into a 25-point hole, early in the third. You can't get down 21.5. But I'm watching the first half, and it wasn't like it was poor defense. It wasn't like it was one guy getting hot and then not having an answer for one guy. It was literally the 76ers shooting the ball from beyond the arc. in a way that, hell, the guys that you mentioned that were all out, they didn't even shoot it that well from beyond the arc as a group. That was a wild run of a first half of basketball, shooting, 15 threes. And so, look, I'm not saying the Rockets didn't do anything wrong, but just watching it, it was several guys that nobody expected to shoot it that well, just filling it up, and they got down in a hurry. You look at the second half of the game, I did not think they were going to be able to come all the way back. Who in their right mind would? In the third quarter, they were down 25. But
they gave up almost 80 first-half points.
Yeah, 78. Yeah, 78. They were down 21 points at half. And the thing is, like, the defense locked down in the second half. The adjustments that were made, or maybe it was just tighter defense, whatever you want to call it, in the fourth quarter, were lights out. And I'm going to tell you, several guys stood out down the stretch here. Green was really good. Alperen Sengun was really good down the stretch. But the one that stuck out to me, Nails early on, he's the only reason they were in they weren't in the game, but the only reason that they were getting production early on. Jabari Smith Jr. to me is like I watched last night, Ron, and I don't know how you keep him out of the starting lineup when everybody's healthy. Is that aggressive? I mean,
who are you sitting?
I don't know. I'm just saying, when you're watching the way he impacts a game, I mean, every time I turn the TV on, he's shooting it well from beyond the arc. Every time I turn the TV on, when he is aggressive, and it seems like, I don't know if it's him or if it's the play call, M.A. Doka or what, but like when he's around the goal, he's a hell of a rebounder. He's tremendous on defense.
He's a shot blocker. They need. Personally, I think Dylan Brooks probably needs to go grab a seat in the starting lineup. But I think you may lose Dylan
if you do that for.
I know it shouldn't. He's the vet and all this. I could see a pout.
Yeah, that's fair
from Dylan. I think Jabari or Jabari and Amin Thompson, I feel like they'll roll with. I think this guy said, "You brought me over here. I'm making $80 million. This is disrespectful to me."
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I just watch that dude play, man. I'm just like, I don't know if he's going to shoot it that well. And if he's going, I mean,
but that's the thing, is he doesn't always shoot it that well.
Yeah,
the consistency has been the big thing with him.
I don't, man. They're all. It is the thing about the Rockets too, is it's hard to watch the Rockets and not be impressed with what they all do on the turn up heat, the way they turned it up last night. Now, granted, again, they're playing against a G League team. You should be able to lock down that team on the defensive end of the floor. They did it in the second half. I mean, what'd they do? They outscored them 35-11 in the third.
Yeah, the third quarter is where they really made it.
I mean, they tied the thing up. They were down 21 at half. They tied it up before the fourth quarter, like in the third. So, anyway, yeah, I hate that they dug the hole, Ron, but I was impressed with how they got out of it, and I was really impressed with Jabari down the stretch. And sure, making shots is big, but the defensive end of the floor, the rebounding, the hustle, like it's just, he is a fun watch, man.
You think Ime was more pissed or more understanding of how that thing shook out?
Oh, I think he was pissed early on.
I mean, I'm talking about even after. I'm talking about at the end, like when we get in the locker room after the game, they pulled out. Obviously, they executed big time down the stretch, which helped him.
Yeah.
And that's something you would hope, like, yes, that's something we worked on.
Yeah.
But I get the feel he was 78.5. I get the feel he was, to that group, he was very irritated.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, if it would have just been, to me again, if it would have just been 78.
You're saying you think the Sixers would have put a good number on a lot of teams.
They'd have put on. They're shooting. I mean, all the guys were shooting so well from beyond the arc in the first half. It's like nobody's gonna extend their defense out on a bunch of G leaguers out there. And those guys, I mean, again, it was wild, man.
All they had.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, we are still awaiting on what is Aaron Rodgers going to do? Mm-hmm. All the options. And Cam Hayward, the All-Pro, probably potentially soon to be Hall of Famer whenever he retires for the Steelers, says he's not waiting around on Aaron Rodgers. He said, either you want to be a Steeler or you don't. He said, I'm about football and, a decision that needs to be made.
And our warm prayers.
He doesn't seem to be all about the waiting on Aaron Rodgers.
This is interesting to me again. Like you would think that Cam Hayward would be like, hey, I'll wait as long as we need to get a quarterback that gives me a chance in here. Now maybe he doesn't think Aaron's that guy, but right now
I don't know what his other option.
Mason Rudolph is who they signed. He's back to Mason. How'd that fare for you the first time? Like you would think the thought from the veterans would be, hey man, like the guy's got a big decision to make. Look, if Minnesota is, if it really, I don't know if anything changed over the last couple of days, but what I'm hearing is Minnesota is the one dragging their feet, trying to decide whether they want to go with Aaron Rodgers or do they want to go ahead and commit to J.J. McCarthy. And if I'm Aaron Rodgers, I got a 14-win team. It should have been a 15-win team with a bye in the playoffs. I've got that team. I'm gonna get me a blanket. I'm gonna get me a blanket and go stand on the beach and let somebody take videos to take pictures too. If that's the case, that simple. Pittsburgh's not going to drive that ship. So I understand Cam's got a
DK and Pickens.
I like it.
They have a playoff team too.
I like it there, but
Tomlin,
it's not a bad situation. But if I'm Cam, I'm gonna understand. Hey man, he's waiting on. There's another team over there, and they're the ones dragging their feet. And if he wants to be here, we want his ass with open arms because it's Mason Rudolph. If not,
I guess Russ is still out there. I guess
could be Russ. I guess.
Let's ride.
I'm trying to think. It's getting. If you're not going in the draft, it's getting to be slim pickings out there. And, all right, everybody thought about it. If Aaron Rodgers is going to have a market, he definitely has a market going right now. All right, we'll catch you up, let you know exactly what happened with Lance McCullers. There should be an interview already with him. I think Lance should be able to go in the booth and call the rest of the game with the fellas. I think that
we'll talk about it, man.
Should be. We'll give you an update on Lance and is this potentially fireable? We'll discuss that next.
Hey, y'all, me and the wife, we've been sleeping on that Verlo mattress for about 2 weeks now. I'm telling you, man, it's absolute big time. Bottom line is, man, when you go in and you buy a mattress and you buy a good quality mattress, it's going to cost you a little money, right?
Sports Radio 610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
By the way, openly hearing for Kyle Tucker's 0 for 4 today. I hope you're happy with yourself.
Loser. Enjoy Chicago, Big Tuck.
Probably will.
Don't get lost in that ivy, shin boy.
Where's he at? They're in Tokyo, ain't they?
Yeah, they're in Tokyo. But I got you, the ivy. Hey, again, I may be dumb here, and I should be like there's definitely no padding there, right? It's just the ivy. Like there is.
I've never ran out there and touched it. I don't know.
That's what they say.
Yeah, I don't think there is no pad. Like that is just.
Who knows what kind of secrets are back behind
Where are you
that
going
plant?
with this?
I'm just saying, again, in baseball, man, that's a sport where for just like 100 years, people just, hey, man, we'll just go with it. Like,
are you worried about we want some padding back there? Or what?
I'm just saying, like we know how guys roll hard into walls and
they don't in Chicago. Altuve, if he gets out there, we got Chicago out there.
We got every ballpark in the league has padding on their walls.
I mean, hell, we had a flagpole.
But we got one that's a garden across.
Padding
and
there,
beautiful. It's
soft.
It's beautiful. Jesus, my God, man, he has really just turned it. But it's just wild. Like, they came together and said, hey, man, we're going to have a game that is really predicated on numbers. We're going to have a game like people get paid and stuff based off, the numbers you put up. But we're just going to have a whole bunch of stadiums that just don't equal the same. And we're going to have, like, fences that don't equal the same. And all right, let's go with it. Like, I mean, we just got two different leagues that just have two different
rules. Sets of rules.
One league, a pitcher gets to hit. The other one, Yordan Alvarez gets to. All right. Okay.
Sounds good.
And then we play in the World Series. You just play by the rules in that park. Oh, okay. Just rolling with it.
Just go with it, guys.
Just go with it.
Grab your mitt and get out there.
Unlike any sport, man, could you imagine if they said those years like, all right, man, we got LeBron, Luka. Let's see if we can make this court bigger. and then
our goal's here, 12 feet.
Let's make the court round on one end.
And we're Golden State. Let's pull these 3-point lines back. Let's at this arena, we're gonna pull them back because we got Steph.
And on that end, we have a 4-point line.
All right, why not? Let's go with it. That baseball boy does it for me every time. All right, I gotta say this, fellas, and somebody on the text line kind of said this yesterday, and I kind of kept note of it. And maybe I'm overthinking it, but it does feel like to me, fellas, that the Texans clearly seem to have different mindsets in how they handle and go about doing things with the offense as opposed to the defense.
You think?
It's just like
you think?
It's like damn. All right, like listen, the locking up of Derek Stingley, knew that was gonna happen. All right, you get in Gardner Johnson. You're like, damn man, Stingley and Lassiter and Johnson and Ward. Hell, Ward may not even be on the field. Petry's out there and I mean. And the young kid, 4-1. What is them? Is them
41
or not 41?
21?
Yeah. What the hell?
Kalen Bullock.
Yeah, Bullock. Kalen Bullock. Like this is a crew. When they gonna bring somebody on the offensive line that's just anywhere near the player that Gardner Johnson is, right? Like it is just like they get aggressive. You can clearly see what the hell it is they're looking for on that side of the ball. And then on offense, as you said earlier, with the selection of the offensive line of Titus Howard, Tomlinson, Patterson, Scruggs, and Fisher, it looks like a CJ potentially have to do more with less. And that is not what it seems like the thought is on the other side of the ball.
Well, it didn't seem like that was the route that we were going to go. The season ended. I mean, everybody's heart was broke, and everybody was frustrated in the building because you couldn't protect the quarterback. And you had a lot of money and a lot of draft capital, invested, and it still didn't work out. And it somehow gets blamed on Bobby Sloak. Bobby Sloak wasn't good enough, and we moved Laremy Tunsil for some money. That was the two things, and there's a chance that you got worse at both positions. We hadn't even talked about this. I mean, the reality of it is, if you look at the numbers, Bobby Sloak over 2 years was not bad. If you look at the numbers, now there's obviously caveats there. Say it again.
He's a damn tyrant.
Yeah, he must be. But the thought that a guy that's never called plays before may step in and not be as good as Bobby was in 2023.
Anybody else's fingers hurt?
It's a possibility. Yeah. We didn't even talk about it. I mean, it's there's you ship Laremy Tunsil out of here and you bring in Laken Tomlinson and Ed Ingram, and you think you got better, right? You ship Bobby Sloak up out of here.
Definitely not Ed. Ed is play.
I mean,
now your back's gonna hurt.
Good looking.
I'm not gonna lie to you and act like that I knew of Ed Ingram, but the write up of how he was described, the type of player he was, and I read up on Ed.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, come on, dog. This can't be the answer. This is he may be worse than some of the depth you had last year.
Yeah, I mean I think the one thing, and this is an interesting conversation. Like, to me, that what the Texans have accomplished is they've appeared to bring in a couple of more guys that are more physical in the brand of ball that they want to play.
I will say Tomlinson is an improvement. I would say, based off what he did last year and the year before, he is better than what Shaq Mason was last year.
God, I hope.
And what Kenyon Green was.
Yeah, I hope.
And I'm just saying. And I would say even Juice, when Juice played guard.
Yes.
I think that he's been better than those guys. I'm not saying, again, as I said earlier, it ain't like they didn't go and just say, hey, we're going to get a surefire guy up front that nobody has to question about what that cat's doing. Right? Like, so they didn't, like, he's not that. I still think Tomlinson's going to get beat. And not just by the Chris Joneses of the world. I think Tomlinson's going to get beat.
Yeah, when it comes to pass protection, they all going to get beat. The only one that
Titus got a chance, right?
No. Well, yeah, that's Titus has got a chance. No question. I'm higher on Titus than most folks. But I mean, the reality of it is you didn't get better. Your best chance is your offensive play caller better be damn good. Your O-line coach better be damn good. And your quarterback better understand. That's it.
Now maybe this is something that does make CJ say to himself, all right, like, I've got to play more of the style of year one.
Absolutely.
Like maybe this forces
D'Amico ought to be forced in that. D'Amico, that should have been the first conversation.
But it shouldn't be due to the fact that, as you just so eloquently said, in pass protection, they all gonna get beat. It should be the thought of, this is just the best way to play the game.
Well, two things can be true. Here's the deal. To put a bow in this conversation, and I think your first comment was spot on, Ron, when you set the thing up. This is that we are staring a situation in the face that is a piece this thing together. Piece this thing together.
At least that's how it looks right now.
Hope that if you draft a tackle, he's ready to play right away, and if that's the case, then hope that Titus Howard wants to play guard. Hope that Juice Scruggs can take the next step. Hope that Blake Fisher can take this next step. Hope that well, almost was disrespectful. That Schultz decides he wants to play a little bit of football.
God, I'm itching to
hope that CJ's buddy John Mechie takes the next step. I mean, there's a lot of hope right now. There's a lot of let's hope type stuff. Let's hope that my man Lakin is Tomlinson is protected.
Yeah.
You know, there's a lot of that, man.
I hope it's not just hope. I hope there is still another.
This is
not
a
just a rookie, another move that they are working on.
Got to be,
man.
Got to be.
I just refuse to believe it until it feels like all the moves are gone, because you just can't come out and say our quarterback got hit too much. We got to protect our quarterback, and this be the answer. Of course, they know these players better than we do. But Mekhi Becton just went for $10 million a year. 2 years, 20. Zeitler, the guy you liked, he went for $9 million. Like, I mean, yes, Fries went for $80 million total. I think like 60 guaranteed. Maybe you didn't want to do that. Okay. I felt like it was that dire, but whatever.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, God, dog. Did they not know that Joe Thuney was available? It just feels like a
feels like a Nick guy, doesn't it?
That just feels like a Nick guy. Feels like a, hey man, we got Laremy Tunsil, we got Joe Thuney. Can we make some work here? Both of those players are on other teams, and both of them just.
Hey man, do more with less.
Coming up, Lillard is out of the game, 12 pitches, no runs, no hits. Did hit a batter, but got out of it. Worked around a Pena error, but he speaks. You hear from Lance after his outing. That's coming up next.
All right, take your live sports viewing experience to the next level, y'all. Cash in with Underdog Fantasy. That's right, Underdog Fantasy is available in the great state of Texas, man. It's available, so let's get it. You know what I mean? Let's cash in on all your takes during the basketball season. Opening day in baseball is next.
unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Drive as we keep riding here. Spencer Aggetti, he came in after Lance McCullers' one inning. We'll let you hear from Lance here in just a second. Spencer, he said, "Hey, I got a spot." He looked like he was throwing the ball pretty well there. Somebody tried to bunt. What are you doing, man? I guess you're
bunting in the spring training.
Bunting in the spring training.
You know I'm a fan.
Getting that small ball. He got on. I was wanting to see if Spencer was going to try to unload that thing over to first base, but he didn't. But he got out, just blew it right past the last hitter. He just struck out. So Spencer Aggetti looks good as well. Lance McCullers, he went 1 inning, 12 pitches, faced 4 batters, hit 1, had 2 ground outs and a soft line out to Jeremy Pena. Pena had a throwing error in there that prevented a double play, but he looked good. He seemed to look good in his outing. Here's a couple of comments from Lance. First, kind of talking about the feeling of getting back after being off over 800 days.
What's up, guys? No, good. Obviously had my fair share of backfield lives, so trying to get over the nerves a little bit, seeing hitters. But yeah, being into the stadium kind of the first time, no favors with the night game. Was wide awake, 5:30 this morning. Really great to just, kind of be back out here with the guys as a actual player.
That man said as an actual player. There was Lance talking about being back at it, and also him giving you a breakdown of how he saw that 1 inning he pitched, 12 pitches in that 1 inning, how that went for him.
Honestly, man, the only thing I didn't want to happen was have to get pulled because I threw too many pitches. So I started 3-0, and I was like, oh, no. But, overall, I was just kind of looking to get back into it, and kind of have an overall clean outing. Had some soft contact on the ground. Didn't get any strikeouts, so I'll have to wait for the next one. But overall, really happy just with everything and kind of the way my body felt. Was really happy with the warm-up, too, in the bullpen, and we timed it out well. So a big win for me today.
All right, you heard him right there at the end. A big win for him today. Liked how he felt. I'm with you, Clint. I'd like to hear, and maybe we hear a little bit after the game when the captain speaks.
Yeah.
I'd like to hear what the velocity was. I'd like to hear how hard he was throwing. In that you got to know he was amped up, probably trying not to overthrow. That to me is more of a concern when Lance is he gets out there in moments like this and overdoes it.
Well, he had said this year in this little stint here that one of the main focuses was not to force the velocity to let. Now that was more of in his build-up, if you will. I don't know about today. Maybe today he felt good enough to go out there and just overthrow it. But I know a big focus for him coming up had been this time I'm not going to force it. I'm just going to let the velocity increase as I work. And I tell you, today it didn't look like there was a velocity problem. There was a lot of movement, on his pitches. It's the old Lance McCullers. Looks like the old Lance McCullers action that he's always had. Yeah. Maybe a little more over the top and a little less of that side swiping that he used to do. He used to drop it down. But yeah, man, I'm excited about that. The most important part of that audio we heard is obviously happy with how his body feels and how his body responded. His ass is sitting over there after not throwing in the big leagues for 860 some odd days with no ice on his shoulder, no ice on his elbow, no nothing, like he hadn't been getting treatment for almost 3 years straight. So he must feel good.
Yeah, he must feel good. So good to see Lance get out there, and he did look good. The Astros are leading 1-0 on an error, by the way, as they're facing Washington. This thing is getting close, and Lance seems to be getting close. We'll We'll make you some money. Hey, T-Mill had a big night last night and really had no business. The Rockets really helped him out there as Sengun looked like he was just done playing for the night. And then he was able to get that putback. And then they said, hey, I guess you're on the team, so let's let you play. And it got you that one assist that you needed. So see if he can make you some more money tonight. I think B. Scott made him some money as well.
He did.
But, yeah, coming up behind us, Texans All Access. As the NCAA tournament gets started as Alabama State versus St. Francis, the 16 seeds will battle. And then later on, North Carolina, the people of West Virginia who they hate, North Carolina, they will face San Diego State University for a play-in. Did you see my man? I think is he the mayor? No, I think he's bigger. I think he may be the governor. Whoever, some elected official in West Virginia, either the mayor or the governor, he is going to, he said he's going to do some legal action towards the NCAA because North Carolina got in. He said absolutely had to be corruption because old Bubba was the chair. Now, he was reclused, he said.
Yeah.
From any time North Carolina was talked about. But yeah, my man said he gonna go ahead and take some legal action towards the NCAA because this damn West Virginia Mountaineers didn't.
You want to pile on the NCAA? You ain't gonna get no pushback from me.
Yeah, he would add that thing to it.
Worthless as hell.
All right, Thursday. Hey, Thursday. Remember, come hang out with us. And the drive, and in the loop, and the drive will be live. Twin Peaks, right off Kirby. Come hang out. We go there often. If you've been there, we've had a good time. Same place where we treated many of you for drinks last year doing March Madness, which we will continue and attempt to do again this year. But come on out with us Thursday as the tournament starts. You can show 8 plays during that time frame, so you can watch that, and then we'll be there till 6 o'clock. And KU and Arkansas, they get going at 6 o'clock. It's a battle of us.
Oh, my God.
It'll be an ass whooping.
There's a chance it could be. There is a chance it could be an ass whooping. I don't feel amazing about it at all, but whatever. Let's see if the season can end. But no, man, it should be a good time. Come on out. You know, the beer is good. The food is good. I haven't been to Twin Peaks in a little bit. I'm excited.
Yeah, we hadn't met down there in a minute.
We hadn't, man. I tried to get Tyler multiple times to come hang out with me. And when I say multiple times, I mean once. To go out, I got one of them gift cards burning in my pocket, my back pocket.
If y'all end up hanging around, like you said earlier, at Twin Peaks on Thursday for a little bit, I'm a slide over there and give me some tenders.
You know what? You get some tenders, I'll get some with you.
Get you a little tender with one of them little beers.
I'll give me a little beer, a little tender.
I mean, what them things? 10 ounces?
Who is this young man with this
Thursday.
mustache? Look at this bat boy.
Dark liquor.
But did that black kid have a mustache?
I didn't see it.
Oh my God! Did you just see the bat boy for the Astros? Probably a kid who lives in Florida. Bat boy for the Astros. He looks like he's every bit of 15 or 16.
Nothing but a mustache.
Nothing but a stash, and it's thick. Like it almost looks fake.
Let's have him in our mariachi band.
Well, poor decision.
I don't know any other. Other having our mariachi band than to make some people some money here. T-Mill's best bet. You had a great night last night. Let's see if you can do it the rest of the way.
That's right. It was a perfect Monday. Beautiful. 5 for 5. I got 6 of them for you tonight. 6 NBA bets. I mentioned March Madness yesterday. We'll make those starting Thursday for best bets, but rolling with NBA on a Tuesday here. 6 of them, like I said. First, I got the Hawks at Hornets under 236.5 points tonight. Then I got the Bucks minus 2.5 at the Warriors. And the next 4, they're all player props. Important to note, I'm hitting damn near 70% of player prop bets in the NBA this month. You might want to tail, put some money in your pocket. I got you covered. Here are those 4 player props. Donovan Mitchell over 23.5 points.
I like that.
James the Turd Harden under 8.5 assists. Might be my favorite one of the night. LaMelo Ball under 27.5 points. And then Drew Holiday, as the Celtics face off the Nets, over 4.5 rebounds. Those are your 6 best bets for tonight. Are there any you love or any you hate, gentlemen?
I like Drew, good rebounder. I don't even know if I love or hate James Harden. I just know that there is no way you're ever going over or anything positive with James. So I just know it's just personal.
Oh, all unders. All unders.
I know it'll never.
Been making good money on old turd Harden.
They could put 10 points for Harden, just let alone, or just won't even take that easy money.
I'd leave that one.
The over. The Bucks one is interesting to me. The Warriors came off a loot. They're coming off a back-to-back, and they lost to the Nuggets with no Jokic, no Murray, no Christian Brown, and they lost that game last night, and they had everybody going. And afterwards, Steve Kerr said he feels like Steph is tired, and they may need to get him some days off. So that's one to watch because I wonder if Steph is going to play tonight. So I like the Bucks one. I like Drew Holiday, one of the best rebounding guards in basketball. So you got a good little run roll.
Let's go perfect again.
I'll take the Holiday.
All right, let's roll.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Feeling 6 for 6, man.
The text line coming through, they love the Melo one. LaMelo ain't going over 27.5.
Yeah, he's kind of a turd, too.
These Astros, poor decision with these green hats.
I don't know what they're doing. I can't.
It's not even the day of, man. What the hell are we doing? Did you just have them in the back and thought, hey, let's go ahead and rock these guys?
We're going to wear them, damn it. We've got these green hats. Jim said we're wearing these.